Good morning, everyone. I declare open this hearing of the Senate Community Affairs References Committee's inquiry into the Supported Home Program. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay my respects to their elders past and present. And I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. The committee will be conducting today's hearing in person and via video conference. I'm Senator Penny Orman-Payne, Chair of the committee, and I have with me Senators Antic and Ananda Raja and Senator Ruston via video conference. These are public proceedings being video streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. And I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via teleconference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones. I now welcome Mr Ian Yates, former Acting Inspector General of Aged Care. Mr Yates, thank you very much for appearing before the committee today and for your comprehensive submission. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection and obligations of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, could I just ask you to state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing today?
Thank you, Senator. Ian Garth Yates, former Inspector General of Aged Care and former holder of many other positions in the aged care system.
Thank you. And I apologise, it's a bit weird, Mr Yates, because the camera is directly in front of us, but you're to our side. So if it looks like we're not looking at you, my apologies.
I understand.
I'm going to invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, we'll go to Senators' questions.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator. I will make a short statement. And I thank the committee for the opportunity to present a submission and to appear. By almost any and every measure, Supported Home has to be judged a public policy failure at this time. That might seem a harsh judgment for a program that's only 10 months old, and given that we now have more home care packages than ever before, but it's not harsh because of the scale of the problems, many of which appear to be designed in and therefore they're systemic. Because the government is denying the problems exist, despite unprecedented expert critiquing and despite unprecedented community concern, complaint, in fact, confusion and despair. I have to say, I've over 37 years of involvement with older Australians. I've never seen anything like the reaction to this. The Supported Home was supposed to make the old home care packages program better, but as my submission addresses, I think it's made it worse. It's a failure in terms of the requirements of the objects of the Act under which it operates, which in my view are not poetry, but are Parliament's commitments to the Australian people, which the government is not honouring. In summary, the wait list is huge and will remain so without drastic action. Wait times are unacceptable, even if they slowly come down a bit, and particularly when you look at the wait times of people with really high-level needs. I'll just say, in passing, that I think it's scandalous the government is no longer publishing numbers and wait times of tens of thousands of people on interim packages and waiting on reassessments and package reviews. Continued rationing, which is deliberately providing less care than the government has assessed as need, always means creating human tragedies and inequitable provision of services. The assessment system design, assigning a funding level before the care services are worked out, is contrary to person-centred care. The assessment methodology is fatally flawed, as Professor Egar will show you in detail later today. The operation of the Assistive Technology and Home Modifications Program, which should have been a jewel in this new program, has so far been very problematic. Many would describe it as a disaster. People with low financial means and multiple needs are being denied services because the co-contribution scheme is not based on a person's overall capacity to pay. Service prices have risen significantly higher than changes in administration and care management would justify. Providers are financially worse off, according to Stuart Brown, than they were under the program. We need to recall that government regularly has said that people who are waiting can access CHSP services. In fact, CHSP has been underfunded for 10 years, and government officials, as read my submission, have confirmed that it's full. And the key issue is that supported home is a rationed, tightly financially controlled program that is designed to contain fiscal risk to the federal budget. And the cost of that is not meeting the needs of older Australians in a person-focused way as the Act requires. The Royal Commission said the government should eliminate waiting lists, implement an aged care program that's demand-driven and assessment-based. Every time the government talks about the Royal Commission, it should be reminded of this. Thanks, Senator.
Thanks very much, Mr. Yates. I might kick us off. Your submission is very comprehensive, but I guess I want to come back to a top-line question, and that is, I guess, how much of what we're seeing in the problems of support at home relate to the implementation versus how much of the problems were actually designed in when we come to the Act and the rules. I'm wondering, is it possible for you to speak to that? Because I guess we have a situation where, certainly from my perspective, trying to unpack what needs to be changed from a legislative or a rules perspective versus implementation is probably important for the committee to understand.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. And I've been present in a number of sector discussions where that's been discussed and there's not universal agreement, although there was a lot of feeling early on, let's wait and see, there are always teething problems. Firstly, we're not seeing most of those teething problems corrected, so that worries you that it's systemic. But secondly, it's very clear, I think, that some of my major criticisms, and my criticisms are not new, as the committee will be aware, are designed in, and certainly in terms of my constant reference to the core Royal Commission recommendation about ending the ration program and getting rid of waiting lists, those things are designed in. The Act does not provide that you're guaranteed a service. It provides that you're guaranteed an assessment, goodness knows after how long, but guarantees you can be assessed, but it doesn't guarantee that you then get the service. So that is a key structural issue. I've also come to the view that the way the assessment has been organised is structural. That is a function probably of the implementation of the rules, both in terms of, and you know, I am not the global expert on this, Kathy Egar is, but it is very clear that when you assess for a person's level of funding before you've actually worked out the services they need, it's like going to the doctor and not being told. If the doctor tells you what's wrong, doesn't tell you what things you need to be fixed, starts talking about Medicare and PBS. So that seems to me fairly systemic in the approach. And the rationing, of course, is spelled out even more bluntly in the rules when the delegate is required to calculate how many people are going to miss out. It doesn't say that. It says how many packages there are going to be, but the implication is how many miss out. Other things, Senator, like the assistive technology and home mods program, I and others are flummoxed as to why what was supposed to be one of the answers to the clear problem in the previous program is ending up with people paying thousands of dollars to access a walking frame, and many other examples, and delays, huge delays, even on the government's official figures. I just frankly do not understand that. It's at best maladministration.
So when it comes to those assistive tech and home mods, is part of that the problem with the caps that were written in as well, or is it just the rollout?
I think that some of the problem is with the caps, but I am hearing so many people who are wanting things that are well below the caps that are just taking ages to get any assessment, and then they have to wait for an OT to come and assess their need for a walker or a simple ramp or something like that, and then the whole thing costs them thousands of dollars. When they, when the GP could have said, well, this person needs a walker or another assistive technology. And I don't understand whether that's baked into the design or whether people have made a series of decisions about that. I have to say I was at a supported home conference a couple of months ago, 3 months ago, I think now. I was a bit stunned because in a panel about what are the issues, the assistive technology came up and the whole room erupted. I mean, there were 500 people from home care providers in that room and nobody had a positive thing to say about it. And in fact, if you look at the government's own published figures, the wait times are getting worse.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I might give Senator Ruston an opportunity to ask questions and then go to the other senators, and I'll come back at the end. So, Senator Ruston.
Yeah, look, thank you very much. So just unpacking a little bit further on that sort of implementation versus structural issues. In terms of the actual fundamental structural issues that you think are wrong with the Act, you've given examples of the things that you think have occurred as a result of those structural changes, like it doesn't meet the requirements of the Act in terms of, delivering equitable access to care to older Australians, etc. But are there any sort of like areas of structural reform, legislative or regulatory, that you think could be applied reasonably quickly in order to improve this bill, or do you think it needs to go back to the drawing board?
Well, as I just said to the chair, I think that for me, always the key issue is the rationing of care and other things derived from that. As I've said in the submission, you don't need a priority algorithm if you're providing care, as the Royal Commission said, on demand after assessment. But if you're saying, oh, well, you've been assessed, but we're going to have to wait for months when you're a level 8, you end up with inequitable outcomes. So that requires a change to the Act. That absolutely requires a change to the Act. Many of the other things I think are more how government policy is being applied within the Act. But as I said, the Act, there's a disjunction in the Act between what it says it's about to being achieving, that is the objects that it sets out, and then what it goes on to set up in terms of the supported home program.
So just to be very clear, your contention is that the government policy as it's being applied at the moment is actively and intentionally rationing care, and the only conclusion one would suggest of rationing care would be a budgetary one. Do you want to add anything to that?
Well, it is very clearly, because the rules set out the way in which the Secretary will go about working out how many packages will be provided. And there's no stated commitment to effectively removing wait lists and wait times. So that's a clear policy setting. Government officials have talked about getting the waiting list down to 3 months. When I inquire about that, it's very unclear exactly what that means. Does it mean a maximum wait time? In which case, they're nowhere near the provision of packages over the forwards to achieve that. And you would need a plan to do that, because people need to be able to plan for workforce development, recruitment and development, and all those other things. So you can't eliminate your wait lists overnight, but you can make a policy decision that's what you're going to do. And in the past, as you indeed know, Senator, I've drawn the parallel with the pension system. If you qualify in a means test and by age, you get the age pension. If the administration's a bit poor, you might have to wait a couple of months, but it gets backdated, you get the age pension. They don't tell you that they've calculated for the budget purposes a lower number of age pensions this year, and you'll have to wait till next year. That's what we do with home care packages.
Yeah. So do you know, or you aware, or did you do any work when you were the IG in relation to the the economic impact of withholding care for such incredibly long periods of time and the consequential impact on both the aged care system and the health system as a result of the increased acuity of the care needs of people who are left without care?
I am aware that there is not a systematic piece of work on that. There's quite a few bits and pieces of work. There's research that has shown that the quicker you intervene when someone develops a frailty or a functional disability, you defer them getting worse in most cases, which means if you had people getting Commonwealth home support immediately they needed it, the likelihood that they would end up on a high-level home care package is much less, or if they do, it will be for less time, and similarly into residential care. Similarly, if you assess someone as a level 8 for a home care package and you don't do anything giving them anything for months on end, the likelihood is they'll end up in hospital or residential care or die. And there is research that shows that, but no one's done an economic analysis of it. And one of my discussions when I was acting Inspector General, which I would have pursued if I was still there, is getting that piece of research done, because people talk about the need for preventive policies, but we've never seen Treasury and Finance put the work in to actually working that out. Mm. I think the Productivity Commission did some work on that some time ago, and I'd have to dig that out.
Yeah, sure. So do you think that the government actually is sort of banking on the fact that a certain number of people will die before they receive their care, in terms of their actuarial analysis of their budget?
I frankly doubt that they're working out how many people will die, but I think they are working out how much. I think there is a budget envelope for aged care. There's a budget envelope for supported home. That is why supported home is calculated in terms of number of package by levels, right? Which is itself a rationing. And then government is banking on the community living with the fact that there'll be many people who are in the situations that we saw in the Four Corners program a week ago. People in clearly dire need, waiting months for assessment. And I've said in this submission, I do not believe the assessment wait times. And people waiting for the package to arrive, a proportion of those people will die, a lot higher proportion of those people will die than would be the case if we had a demand-driven assessment-based system. But the real tragedy is how many people and their carers, their family carers who are suffering because of that huge deferral of providing services that the government itself has agreed they need.
Yeah, absolutely. Can I just, in your submission, you go to the CHSP and some concerns you had around that. I'm just really keen to understand what you think the impact of the delayed decisions in relation to the future of CHSP, the impact on the failure to provide additional funding or enable expanded funding to meet the demand for CHSP services. Because, I mean, we saw again last week the Minister made an announcement that, he was going to kick the can into the long grass for another 2 years about making decisions around CHSP. So I'm just sort of keen to understand what you think the impact of these constant delays and lack of certainty around the future of CHSP or block-funded community-based entry-level care services. How much of an impact do you think that's having on the just the overall aged care system, but most particularly supported home demand?
I think the Senator is having a significant but hard to measure impact, but it's clearly significant. Let me be quite bipartisan. Since the first attempt to create a single home program back in 2016, CHSP has ended up being extended essentially year by year, sometimes by a couple. It's never had significant increases in funding. We know the demographics, but if you look at the CHSP numbers, they stay static. Why do they stay static? Because all the services are full. We've been hearing that for ages. We've had one lump sum of significant increase, that was all. So it's the experience is that people can't get access to those services then they deteriorate. Some people, and this my submission touches on this, with capacity to pay will buy those services in the private market, but many other people who can't will then deteriorate. Then they end up being classified as needing higher levels of support at home. I am absolutely convinced that part of the so-called extra demand that people in the sector are talking about on support at home is because people have not had access to CHSP services for some years. In terms of the extension, well, it's not an extension. The government has said in principle it's committed to keeping separate programs, but it doesn't know what it would look like.
Yeah.
My concern is if there is not a significant injection of additional funding and the fast implementation, the quick implementation of the Australian National Audit Office recommendations, then we are going to see CHSP just continue to deteriorate to the cost of many older Australians. The providers will survive. Some of them may not be happy, but the people are missing out are older people in need, and you're transferring the cost further down the system.
So, I mean, if you take the natural progression of that, it would sound like with CHSP, home care, residential care, and sadly people dying. So, would you agree that the system is actually designed to make people more frail and therefore needing higher levels of care, more expensive levels of care and support, and that the whole system is designed to actually push people to the acute end instead of, we talk a lot about primary care, we talk about a lot of, early intervention and the like, but actually the system is designed to do the complete opposite?
I would say that the design of the system ends up with that effect. I would rather not attribute motive, but although it is clear to me, both from outside government and when the time I spent inside government, that the constraints on the system are related to budget envelopes.
Yeah.
Right? But this impact, the effect of the design of the system is to do what you said. It pushes everything further up. And, my successor as Inspector General repeatedly made the point that if you would use the same money and redesign a system around preventive principles, you would do the same. She, in fact, argues the same as I do, that you should intervene early with what people need. And in many cases, almost invariably, that will delay further progression, if not eliminate the need for it.
Sounds like our healthcare system all over again. Can I just ask you around, you made a comment in your submission and in your opening statement in relation to an inability to actually get collated data that has any great meaning. So I'm just, so have we seen changes in reporting in recent times? I mean, has there ever been a time when reporting was good? Has it got worse? Are there things that you could recommend that would provide greater clarity, particularly?
So as a result of the Act, there is now the wait times report. Government has recently made two decisions. One, which we found out about, apparently made at the start of Support at Home, that everybody on an interim package would not be counted as on the wait list, whereas people who were on interim levels of package in the past, right, so they were assessed for a level 4, but they were on a 2, they were still on the wait list because they had not got the level of care. We don't know how many people, for how long, are on that interim package level. What we do know from providers and from individuals is that they are staying on interim packages longer than the government said would be the maximum. So we should have that as a separate figure. Then the government itself has said in the last wait times report that it is removed from the wait list for assessment people who are getting reassessed or people who are having their packages reviewed. You can be in just as great or even greater need in a reassessment situation as you are in your first assessment situation. You can be in care and deteriorate rapidly and need a reassessment. The transparency of those has been taken away. They should report both. They should report how many are waiting for a first assessment and how many are waiting for a reassessment. Because the suspicion is that the priority is being forced onto first assessments to get those numbers down, and we won't know what's happening with reassessments. And already there are bad stories about reassessments. So those figures should be published. The other thing is, if you look at the government's wait time report, you see at the beginning there's the, go into my aged care, triage, assess, get, etc., allocate, get service. We need to know the wait times in all those bits. And unfortunately, as important as the amendments to the Act that lead to the wait times report are, it didn't break that down enough, and I would urge that it be dissected right down. Why does government not want us to know some of those breaks? There is also confusion about whether people waiting for triage are included in the assessment numbers. I've had conflicting reports from within the government about that.
Yeah, so to that point, we seem to have 3 points where the data is at least in question. We were told quite clearly that the triage data was included in those people that were waiting for assessment. Mind you, the minister did tell Four Corners that the people who were on interim packages were still included on the national priority system, which subsequently found out was actually not true. And now you're talking about the reassessment. So you're saying that there are potentially 3 places where there is a hidden wait list. So there could be a hidden wait list on triage to be confirmed. We now know that the interim package situation is a hidden wait list because they have been taken off the national priority system. Do we have any clarity at all around the number of people that are seeking reassessment who for a higher level of package?
We know that reassessments and package reviews were included in the 31st of March figures and then taken out of the 31st of March figures when the June figures were published. So they republished the 31st of March figures. That's public. And the figures were in the order of 30,000 people.
Okay. So we've got potentially 30,000 people seeking reassessment. We've got in excess of 50,000 people who are on interim packages and an undetermined number on triage, but probably a similar sort of number. So realistically, the waiting list could be in excess of 300,000 people on that calculation.
I suspect it's less than that. My calculation were that it was about 250,000 at December 2025. It's certainly over 200,000 at the current time. Mm. And those levels are just unprecedented.
Yeah, absolutely. So just finally, because I'm sure the chair would like to ask some more questions. You made the comment in here that at the end of the subsequent tranches of the 40,000 new home care packages that were released subsequently in 22 and into 23, that we'd seen wait times drop quite drastically quite quickly, and also waitlist numbers drop quite drastically quite quickly. So how reasonable is it and what sort of time frame would you estimate to actually get back to that point where the moving to a demand-driven system is the natural progression from where the wait lists are? Because my understanding from reading your submission is that the purpose of the massive investment in home care packages into that period was to try and get the wait list and wait times down to a period where a demand-driven scheme would naturally progress from there. I'm just keen to understand, is the sector ready to gear up? What are the problems? How hard would it be from here to get ourselves back to that position where a demand-driven system was within reach?
So, Senator, just let me confirm that the intent of the government, which was conveyed to me by very senior bureaucrats and by the minister at the time of the release of the previous government's response to the Royal Commission, was to get the home care package levels down to as close to zero as is practical. You've obviously always got a small wait time before the new supported home program started, which was to start at that point in mid-2023. And it was at that point that we reached the 21,000 people waiting for any package. And the wait times were in a couple of months at most. How long will it take now? I don't know, because CHSP is several years further down. The demographics have got worse and are going to continue to get worse. But what I can say is the government needs to sit with experts and with providers and work out a plan that might take 2 or 3 years to get to that same situation again and be public about the targets and accountable for those targets, because there are workforce implications, there are capital investment implications, etc., etc. But it can be done. It has been done before, and it can be done. But because we don't know entirely what's happened and what the demand is at CHSP, it's a bit hard to be precise about it now. But the evidence is it's been done before.
Yeah, sure. And just, sorry, circling back, in relation to, we've got sort of like two issues, I suppose, in relation to the assessment process. One is around the assessment levels and the classification of the care levels that a person needs, and the other one is around the prioritisation of how quickly that person gets access to that care. I'm just keen to understand, you made a comment earlier about level 8 packages or 7 or 8 packages. Now, my understanding, there's only been like 127 urgent packages in the reassessment process since November last year. I mean, is the fundamental problem with the assessment process, with the prioritisation process, are they one in the same thing?
Senator, I think in my submission I said that on the 31st of March figures, because the 30 June aren't still available, 1%, 792 places were classified as urgent, and 4.4%, about 3,500, as high priority. So the vast bulk were medium or standard. But there were over 10,000 people on level 8 alone. It is mystifying to me, if you go and read the clinical description of a level 8 package, how you could not be a high priority at least, if not urgent, for a level 8 package. So I think the way the priorities system has been operating, it is a fact that the government and the department were concerned that assessors were giving too many people high priority under the old system. It may well be that they were doing that because that was clinically the case. But at the moment, it bemuses us how people without support who are on level 8 cannot be a high priority at least.
Yeah, sure. So
I need to move us on, Senator Ruston.
Can I one more?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, so I'm just interested, the Minister keeps saying that he's doing a rapid review of the priority system. I'm keen to understand, is the rapid review of the priority system going to largely solve the issues that we have before us, or is there a more fundamental issue with the algorithm before we even get to the prioritisation piece?
No, this is something I would urge you to also discuss with Professor Egard this afternoon. But to quote her to me, if you fix the priority system, you move people into a broken system faster. There are two
Thank
issues.
you, that's very sad.
The point is, as I've talked about and she will talk about, the fact that the assessment process is back to front. That's not changed by the priority algorithm. They still then assess you for a level before they assess your care needs. And secondly, the allocation algorithm that she will talk about this afternoon in detail is broken, is methodologically flawed. So yes, who gets priority is important, but if you're just moving into those design problems, that doesn't solve the issues. I just want to, at the risk of being a broken record, say, if you're an on-demand system, you don't need a priority system.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks, Mr. Yates.
And my radical point in my thing, which was, if you really are going to insist on rationing, why don't you take the total capacity of the person into account? Because some people can go out and buy those services, other people can't. Some people are a level 4 and can't go buy services. Other people are level 8 on a full pension. They don't have any choices.
Thanks, Mr. Yates. Thanks, Chair.
I'm going to go to Senator Ruston for a question, and then I've got one more before we finish.
That's me. Oh, you've already been to me.
Oh, sorry, Senator Nandaraja.
Thanks, Chair. Mr. Yates, I just want to go back to the comments you made on assistive tech and home mods. What would be needed to streamline this process? Can you just walk us through how it currently works? Say, for example, if an older Australian wanted a walking frame, can they just go and purchase one and then try and seek reimbursement, or is it more convoluted than that?
Senator, let me say I don't know all the detail, but it is more convoluted than that, and I read the case histories through various online groups and listen to providers describe the situation to me. I would say that the use of OTs to check on very basic equipment seems to be overused, and that creates a delay. I think if someone needs a walking frame, probably the GP is aware of this. Also, that you could make interim decisions to put those kind of things in place and then have the OT assessment if you need.
Yeah.
I'm not an expert in how you can do it. I, as a strong advocate of the separate system, the separate program, I'm just really bemused and sad that it has become a major cause of complaint out there. And as I said, the wait times have blown out. And you would understand, Senator, that in that situation, the quicker you give them the help, the less risk they're in, because otherwise they're not. Or else you're forcing them into making private decisions without guidance.
Yeah, thank you.
And no, they can't just buy them and get reimbursed. I mean, that would be, you would think that there would be a range of that basic equipment that would apply. But there's all the add-ons, and the whole thing ends up costing an enormous amount of money out of their package.
Yeah, I feel like it is a bit too convoluted. It can be a whole lot simpler and probably cheaper as well. Thank you.
Yeah.
Just a final question from me, Mr. Yates. You've made some, let me rephrase it. What do you say to the comments that have been made by the Minister and the government that the old system of assessing people for care produced inconsistent results, and that's why they need an algorithm?
Let me say that would be difficult to argue that a human-based system didn't produce some inconsistencies. What happens in the health system when that happens professionally is that you review, you retrain, you revise protocols, etc. That could have been done. They don't slap an algorithm in there instead of a doctor. So I do, well, the second thing to say is, as Kathy Egar will show you, this algorithm produces inconsistent outcomes. This algorithm is producing inconsistent and irrational outcomes. And the notion that, I think I've said in my submission, the notion that you should say a clinician who's assessing somebody looks at the algorithm outcome and says, whoa, that's wrong, and that they are professionally trained for years, not able to override that. If I had been Inspector General, I would have initiated an immediate review, and I would have used the full, quite draconian information gathering powers that the Inspector General has to have gotten that algorithm and the whole process of its development out of the department. But I see that on FOI it's been knocked back. So, the assessment system, as I said, is the wrong way around, but the algorithm is not producing. Of course, it produces the correct results for some people. Of course it does. But there's significant numbers for which it doesn't, and the design of it, as you will hear this afternoon, creates that. So, fix that. If there are inconsistencies in the human system, fix it. I mean, historically, there were different cultures in different ACATs in different states. We all knew that. So put the work in to make it more and more consistent over time. But there was not the level of complaints and confusion that there is now.
Can I just ask you to unpack a little bit more? When you talk about when you were acting interim Inspector General, you would have used the powers. What powers could the person who's in that role now use to get the information about the algorithm?
I don't have the Act in front of me, but when I was acting Inspector General, we used it to require people, government people and government contractors, for example, who were concerned about issues like privacy and so on. They weren't hiding things from us. We legally required them to give us, and the Act gives that power. They cannot refuse it on the basis of significant penalties. So it would be possible for the Inspector General to initiate a review into the algorithm and to require the department to provide all that information about how it was developed, what it is. I mean, officially, we don't know what it is. We do have it, but we officially don't. And initiate a review, because the red flag went up for me as soon as they revealed that clinical assessors could not override an algorithm designed by bureaucrats, sorry, who are not experts. Designing algorithms is a tricky business, and I think you'll find Professor Egar will say this is not really an algorithm, it's a mathematical formula.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Yates, and really appreciate the time you've taken to give us such a comprehensive submission as well as appearing before us today. So thank you for your evidence and your appearance. I don't believe any questions were taken on notice today, so just to let you know that the committee will be reporting on 24th of November 2026. Thank you very much again.
Thank you, Senator.
Okay, I now welcome representatives from the Aboriginal Health Council of South Australia. Morning, and apologies that we're running a little bit behind time. Thank you very much for appearing before the committee today and also for your comprehensive submission. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection and obligations of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, if you could state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing today, and I'll start on my left.
Tanya McGregor, the CEO of the Aboriginal Health Council of South Australia.
Emma Tahuri, Manager Sector Intelligence, Aboriginal Health Council of
Thank
South
you.
Australia.
I'm now going to invite you to make an opening statement and then we'll go to questions.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today and represent the Aboriginal Health Council. The Aboriginal Health Council is the peak body for the Aboriginal Community Control Organisation, health organisations in South Australia, supporting our members and elders through the delivery of healthcare, aged care, elder support services across both metropolitan and regional remote South Australia. I'd first like to acknowledge that we stand and meet on Kaurna Yurta and acknowledge Kaurna's enduring cultural connection is very much important to Kaurna people today. This is important to acknowledge today, given our elders have been the staunch fighters, not just for Kaurna but for others. And I open by acknowledging that our elders and older people are those who have seen colonisation at its best and worst. They've seen the White Australian policy. They've lived the historical impacts of that. They've lived in trauma where their children, the fear of being taken away, them being taken away, or their grandchildren. They've seen the highs of the vote of being acknowledged in the referendum and being counted as citizens, but they've also seen the lows of disappointment in recent referendums in not considered a voice for Parliament. So I stand here to really reaffirm some of the key elements that we've heard both from those elders, their carers and their families. AXA supports the intent of the aged care reform goal and of enabling older people to remain independent, connected to community and living safely at home. This is critically important to Aboriginal people. We are, our elders and older people are the keepers of our culture. They are the law and culture holders, and they ensure Australia's oldest and world's oldest living cultural practices are alive today. So it's important to remember in your deliberations the importance of their role, not just as Australians, but for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people as well. But we note Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people and elders continue to experience an aged care gap in our system. It was not designed with their cultural needs, lived experiences or aspirations, especially living closer to their cultural connections. More than 5 years after the Royal Commission, several Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander specific recommendations remain incomplete, delayed or unresolved. To support home care represents and presents significant risk for Aboriginal elders unless implemented with the right cultural safety, flexibility, and Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander led. I will say that I do use the term Aboriginal, and that is inclusive for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders, noting that Aboriginal people are the First Nations people of South Australia. What we're hearing from our communities is that Aboriginal elders experience barriers in accessing aged care services and services as a whole. Many elders are delayed or avoid engaging with assessment process because it is complex. It is complex for people to navigate, even if, remembering some Aboriginal people, English is not even their third language, and that should not be seen as a barrier. That is a strength. That is the strength of Australia. To implement the First Nations aged care assessment organisations have been slowed and remains to be in small number, especially in locations, remote locations. There has been limited engagement in our sector and the development and the rollout of those programs have been small and short and lacking true investment, but not just investment of money, it is also people resources. Other barriers include co-contributions, workforce shortages, thin markets, and a lack of culturally appropriate services. This is important to note. Our members, we have 11 members. We are the oldest peak body in South Australia. 25 years of self-determination we celebrate this year. 3 of our members are the only health services within hundreds of kilometres. So not only do they serve these elders in location for healthcare, but unfortunately they are the ones ringing RFDS for evacuations when things deteriorate. So it's important to note the critical role that our members play. Key reform priorities that we are calling for is that Aboriginal organisations must be genuinely engaged as partners in aged care reform design, implementation and accountability, and not being consulted after decisions are being made, but being part of the development. We support the urgent implementation and dedicated Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander aged care pathway that enables cultural safety, connected to community and culturally led models of care. The integrated assessment tool, as you've heard, requires substantial reform. It must move beyond the clinical assessment and functional assessment model to include mandatory domains around capture cultural elements, social and emotional wellbeing, as well as the social and cultural determinants of health are critical to this assessment. The assessment outcomes must recognise trauma, healing, culture and connected to country, the kinship responsibilities that these older and elders have, and the cultural safety. Broader reforms must also needed to restore assessor discretion and human oversight. Aboriginal leadership and oversight must be embedded through these reforms and not be left to an algorithm that is not culturally safe. While we acknowledge recent progressions towards establishing a permanent Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Aged Care Commissioner through the introduction of aged care legislation amendments, we remain concerned that the proposed models do not establish the Commissioner as a genuine independent statutory officer with the powers and functions necessary to drive system reform. It should not sit in someone else's office. They should have their own office and own powers. Greater investment needs to be strengthened to strengthen Aboriginal community control, health-led aged care services and grow Aboriginal aged care workforce, particularly in regional and remote communities. I say this because some of our members are over 50 years old. They are well established as providers, they are well established in governance, and they're well ingrained in our communities. We support the development of Aboriginal community control aged care services to grow, especially grow the workforce in remote areas. But there needs to be a transition as they grow. Our elders deserve to age with dignity. That is the intent of closing the gap. We should be seeing a lot more older people ageing healthy and ageing well, ageing with dignity, cultural safety and respect, while maintaining their connection to their family, their cultural elements and law and cultural requirements. I hope the policy intent exists. The challenge now is ensuring implementation delivers these outcomes in practice, but in practice at pace. We should not see wait times greater than 6 months for a package for approval and then years after for a package, let alone knowing if the market exists. We do ask government to strengthen Aboriginal leadership, address the financial barriers and invest in regional service delivery and commit to long-term service and sustainable funding. We talk about looking at South Australia, but we know that these are colonised barriers, like these are colonial structures. Anangu and Aboriginal people move across Northern Territory, WA, fluently on a daily basis, and we need to look at this as an Australian challenge, not a state-level challenge at all. Ultimately, the success will be measured on whether a new system delivers equitable, culturally safe outcomes from Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. That is measured, and is measured with the intent that is developed with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. Our older people and our elders deserved aged care that is culturally safe, affordable, community-led and responsive to their needs, closer to their cultural obligations. So I call on you to think about that in your deliberations, the intent of culture in your assessments and your recommendations, because they are our national asset, because it does keep our oldest living culture in the world alive. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ms McGregor. I might kick us off and then I'll go to Senator Ananda Raja. I'm wondering if you can unpack for the committee what you see is culturally safe care, because we hear the term a lot, but what does that actually mean, particularly to your organisation and Aboriginal elders?
So we know health is seen that done well, so we need to set the standards. There is consistent standards that are a national base that we should all be assessed every aged care. There will be then specific regional cultural safety elements, and they should be asked. Health has demonstrated that both in the Hospital Health Reform Agreement as well as in the APRA in registration around having national law around those standards for individuals working in there. So the precedent has been set. So I do think there is a lot of work and research done in culturally safe standards. Then there needs to be regional specific ones, because we should not expect the same level of cultural safety in a remote Anangu area as we would need in a very early colonised area like Sydney. So what do they look like? We need people to know that what is culturally safe in people assessment. So how do you personally approach people? How do you personally engage with them? How do you respect them from the basics of gender, male to male, female to male, discussing those with the family? Those are human rights, right? How do people like to receive their services? But we need measurements on them, and we need measurements that are consistent. And then the long arm of, if people aren't achieving those, they don't get funded. Or if there's adverse effects because of it, that there is appropriate action taken back through those.
Okay. So in terms of, you're saying it's being done pretty well in health?
Well, I would say their journey in this space is probably more advanced than any other professional area. The hospital and health reform in the Australian Commission for Quality and Safety, they've demonstrated that doing their second round of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander specific actions in that. And then, so that is looking at an organisation level. Cultural safety needs to happen at all levels, an organisational and an individual level. So when I talk about individual, ARPA are demonstrating that in having cultural safety as a part of regulation and legislation, and how their individuals are measured and held accountable to those.
So in terms of aged care, is it your evidence that none of that's been done yet?
Well, I think an example is aged care assessors. Their cultural safety training is a module that's on an online module that's really, really broad. It's not specific. So that's an issue, I think. It's like ongoing, and also how we measure, how do we hear back from elders, what's their experience? Because I don't know if that's happening. How are they feeling? Because it's about their cultural safety. Are they feeling culturally safe or not? And they're the ones that are measuring that. Yeah.
When you say it's broad, is that because it goes across a range of cultures and it's just not specific? It's not specific to First Nations people.
No, and it's only like a 20-minute module. So you're going online and you're like, tick a box, and you're like, and it's online. So it's not that. And cultural safety training is ongoing, and it's self-reflective, and it's, you don't just do it once and it's done. It's ongoing, yeah.
And that's a really good point. Cultural safety training and cultural progression is a learning for everyone, and so it should not be seen as a tick of the box. So cultural safety is about a quality of care, and at the moment it's not seen as that, and or has any assessment about the individual receiving the care.
You spoke about some of the specific recommendations in relation to First Nations people not being implemented. Did you want to speak to the committee in relation to what some of those are and what you see as lacking?
Yeah, so with the recommendations in the Royal Commission, and also what the First Nations Interim Commissioner Andrea Kelly has put down as well. So, for example, maybe co-contributions is one. Looking at that, having more First Nations aged care providers, and what that looks like, but understanding that the one size doesn't fit all. We're taking, if you're looking in remote communities especially as well, it's the same thing that's happening across everywhere for remote communities, and that's very different.
Can I just add to the co-contribution? So there are other policies in play. So in areas where the basic card is implemented through Centrelink, you're further squeezing their ability to have any flexibility of social welfare in that space. So that is a further cost pressure in those. We also know a lot of our elders are carers for grandchildren. Yep. So they are going to prioritise their grandchildren above their needs in that space. So when we look at that, and then I guess the further you get out in the thinner the market, the vulnerability to people being taken advantage of increases because of that oversight of assessment and how people are getting those services. We also know Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people will not report bad behaviour out of fear of losing all services. So there is a real fear factor in that way. So it is, like many other cultures, hard for people to make that economic judgment on getting a service of cleaning or support to function over food for their whole house, because it's not a individual obligation, it is a cultural obligation of living within a household, mostly intergenerational as well.
And I think, I was going to say, with being, say for example, First Nations aged care providers, they operate there, from what we've heard as well, operating their businesses different. So what might be in the support at home, say, line items for payment might not necessarily fit in what they can charge, because they're spending more time with their elders, building relationships and so on. That isn't a chargeable item. So then therefore, so that's an example of culturally safe practice and aged care pathways that are specific for Aboriginal elders. So that's an example.
What is your understanding of where the aged care pathway is at?
I don't think there is. I don't. Well, I think it took a long time for the government to even acknowledge the First Nations Aged Care Commissioner's recommendations.
Yeah.
So that's one thing. It's like crickets. We don't really hear much of an update. And we've got the elder care support program now. We across Australia, and AXA provide the training and support. But again, I feel there's a big lack of correspondence and connecting, to us on the ground and our workforce and what's happening in government. That could be improved. So we don't really hear. We're last to hear of what's happening.
And the elder care support program is funded through the Commonwealth Government to NACHO, and NACHO through the Aboriginal Community Control Health Service perspective, and has been going for the least 4 years. It is funded on a year-to-year basis. This program is the program that directly connects with aged care members and community to promote and navigate the system. And the fact that I've got to say we've got to navigate the system says we've created a continual complex system. And I challenge us to think about, is this the right system and expense for public monies? And how could we do this better? We have seen recently the aged care or elder care support funding being so late advised to NACHO that it then has a kick-on effect to those. But the fact that it's a year-by-year funding agreement is, I will call it, institutionally racist, because other aged care programs that are alike are funded for multiple years.
Yeah. Okay.
So the fact that it is, I would say it's culturally.
Yeah. Doesn't give you certainty.
Correct.
Can't give people who are
Yeah.
working certainty.
And Aboriginal people, we know there's research, internationally, First Nations people prefer to engage with First Nations people. There's an increased knowledge of a lived experience, there's a level of respect, and there's quicker engagement in that way. So we do need these sorts of services to directly be inserted to engage with Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people.
You talked in your opening statement about the need for growing the workforce in remote areas. Have you had any engagement with the government in relation to that? And what do you see needs to actually happen in that space?
In short, no. It's been a trickle, if any, and in remote areas, the focus has been on the provider doing that. So I believe there needs to be a specific direct investment for remote areas right across Australia, and a deliberate approach to getting entry level into that and grow in that space. Looking after our elders is not seen as a job, it's seen as an obligation in that way. So how do we keep that engagement? But a direct investment into traineeships to support that, I would see a huge increase. A structured way, there's been a demonstration through NACHO around having Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander primary healthcare trained in our health sector as a big investment. I believe there's a great opportunity to do that very deliberately for regional and remote area, both for Aboriginal and non-Aboriginal space. The further you get from the CBD, the thinner the market gets. And I know you would have heard that, but in regional and remote and very remote, that is next to none. So that's why our members are very much invested in ensuring that there is an advocating to ensure that there is a healthcare provider, aged care provider in that space.
One of the things that shocked me a long time ago when I went and lived remotely was understanding that Aboriginal healthcare workers, for example, were on a lower wage because they were classified as First Nations healthcare workers as opposed to the non-Aboriginal person working beside them. Is that an issue in aged care as well?
There is no identified roles in aged care, right? So in healthcare, there is. So you see health workers, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander primary health care workers, as in health practitioners, so they are then regulated in that. But then from the inequity around payment, around enterprise bargain, a huge disparity. In aged care, and correct me if I'm wrong, we don't have those identified roles of having Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander aged care workers. There is no specific classification. That is one area that could be improved, especially, and put some, I guess, guidance around how that could be provided better. But then also too, that is one element of a service. Then it's about having the right, I guess, workforce around that's culturally safe to deliver that model of care. So to answer your question, I don't believe so, because there's no specific positions that are called out, especially when you look at the Equal Opportunity Acts in each state and territory. I don't believe that there is, and from a South Australian one, there is not.
Last question from me, and then I'll go to Senator Nandaraja. We heard in the CHSP inquiry that block-funded care was particularly necessary in First Nations communities, and particularly remote ones. I'm interested in your thoughts, I guess, in relation to support at home. Does the individualised package model work at all in remote areas for Aboriginal people, or is it the case that, from your perspective, all care needs to be more of a block-style model, or do we need both?
Let me be really clear. When I say remote, I'm talking very remote, that there is next to no aged care providers, or there is one within 1,000 kilometres servicing, 1,500 square kilometres. So I believe, personally, block is the way to go. Excuse me. Is the way to go, because every area has different challenges, and that provider knows the challenges. Now, when I say that, many of the providers are Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander specific, so they are governed by Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. They are not necessarily businesses per se. So the block funding is about outcomes and achieving the outcomes for the individual. That's what it is, right? When we break it down in a simplistic way. What the provider knows is how to get that outcome in that environment. When we've got individual packages, they are crafted from a long way away that don't know that environmental factors. The environmental factors, the remoteness, what is accessible, what is transport, meaning what is like, how do we get things in and out, let alone people. They're all the environmental factors that need to go into providing and achieving that outcome for that individual. So I believe in those very remote areas, block is the way. I would also almost say in regional areas as well, because the market is thin. And that's where you see more the businesses. So where there is money to be made, there is the businesses. Where there is less money to be made, you see more of the community control, because it's important to us.
An example of the community controlled, not the health Aboriginal community controlled, but there's a couple that I'm aware of that I've spoken to who are providing a CHISP service, so they're getting the block funding, and they're community controlled. They're doing a lot of community participation, nana groups, transport and mills. For them to then become a registered aged care provider, it's not feasible, it's too hard, it's too much, that they don't want to do that. So that what happens to those elders, even with that elder group that I'm talking about now, that ACO is running at a loss, because all those elders have gone up and they're getting home care support at home.
Yes.
And so only 2 of them have got CHISP. So this organisation is only getting paid for 2. The rest, they're paying for that out of their own pocket. So out of the 15 or so elders that they're picking up each week, doing these really important community nanas groups and men's shed, they're not getting paid for it. And they really would love to keep it up, but they're like, we can't do it. So they're happy they've got the extra 2 years going on, but they can't.
So do you think there's a place then? Because one of the things that got talked about in one of our hearings was the idea that, because at the moment, if you're on CHSP and you then need to go to a higher level of care, you're basically told you've got to move off CHSP and now into support at home. And one of the things that was suggested by one of the witnesses was, well, actually reinvesting in CHSP so that the sorts of services that you get from CHSP you keep, and then support at home provides the add-on individual services so that you're still getting meals, you're still getting transport, you're still getting all those other things from a block-funded model. So is that kind of how you think it might work best?
I think that could work with some art shows and ACCOs as well, and I think that's a good example of what we're saying when we say Aboriginal pathways, because it's flexible. So it's not fitting in that box. You don't fit in the box. You don't get to provide that service. Because it's a lot to become an aged care provider, and it's expensive, and there's already too many audits and compliance and standards. Where if it's food, cultural activities, and that, why can't we support that and be flexible?
Thank you. I'll go to Senator Nandaraja.
Thanks, Chair. We appointed an interim First Nations Aged Care Commissioner on the 1st of July. I'm just keen to understand what your expectations are from this office and what your level of engagement has been and what you think the ideal sort of level of engagement should be. It's a challenging community. I mean, it's a community that's dispersed all around this country. Interested to know what you think the channels of communication should look like.
Look, can I be clear? I was in the room when it was being presented in the bill in that space, and heard from the minister in that he was handing down that bill to a point. The engagement thus far is they are moving at pace and are trying to engage with Aboriginal Community Control Health in that way, because we are, and I refer to Aboriginal Community Control Health being the oldest community control services in Australia. So they are engaging. Unfortunately, though, the same level of respect and investment is not being afforded to that individual in an office and without powers. So whilst I welcome that, I do call on greater powers and greater ability and a greater ability to plan. Because if we're truly honest about growing this sector, we need to move at pace, and we need to ensure there's at least a 5-year plan and it appropriately invested to support that. An investment is about money and people. We saw in COVID how fast we could move at pace when you had money and people re-immobilised. So there is lots of opportunity to do that. So we are being engaged in that way, but unfortunately, you know, when we go back to assessors, we've only got 2 Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander assessors in South Australia. So we need, you know, that as a model, that should not be her only focus, and I'm not saying it is, but while she's trying to establish herself, and that it also means that has a ripple effect into our service providers and assessors.
Given the challenges of distance and a fairly dispersed population, how are the ARCHOs thinking about the use of technology in this space beyond just telehealth? For example, remote sensors, biomonitoring, these kinds of things, right? Which have enormous potential. Right now, we don't, as far as I can tell, have a pathway for adoption. There aren't the necessary levers.
Or investment into it, right? We've recently applied for IT support or technology to grow technology for our sector, and it's an expensive exercise. There are not many grants that service providers can apply for to get that IT infrastructure. I would also say that's assuming that there is digital access. We have now members that are paying a lot more for Starlink to enable them to provide a service, and that's not factored into the provision of that service. So if we are moving to more of that remote delivery, it does need to be within a construct that has quality of care at peace of mind. But you also need individuals on the ground. So it cannot be done remotely, because we're asking elders that have gone from seeing a telephone to now being able to digitally navigate their care from a remote service in a different language. So whilst I think there's great opportunity to do that, and I think some of our health services are demonstrating that in a health context, I think there needs to be a balance of both, because we want to make sure the quality of care, which I will say is the focus from Aboriginal Community Control, is a quality element. That needs to be balanced out with that. I think your point about remoteness and the sparseness of our population, that goes to why we need, those, I guess we're a hub and spoke model where we have overarching bigger providers with smaller individuals in our remote area communities.
Yeah. Maybe on notice, if you could just supply the committee with some information on the members who are using third parties for digital access, that would be good. Yeah, thank you. Thanks. Thank you.
That brings us to time. Can I say thank you very much for providing us with a comprehensive submission as well as appearing before the committee today. We know that that means taking time out from the work that you would otherwise be doing, and that's important. And we really appreciate your perspective on the issues, and will certainly be taken into account when we deliberate on our recommendations. So thank you very much for that. The committee will report to the Senate on the 24th of November 2026, and we've agreed that responses to questions on notice, which you've just taken one, should be provided by close of business on Monday the 14th of September. Thank you very much. And I'm now going to welcome representatives from Multicultural Communities Council of South Australia and the Partners in Culturally Appropriate Culturally Alliance.
Good morning.
Sorry, I'm just about to cough again. All right, thanks very much everyone for appearing before the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection and obligations of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, I'm going to get you to state your full names and the capacity in which you're appearing. I might start in the room first.
Thank you. My name is Agnieszka Chudecka, and I am a policy lead at Multicultural Aged Care South Australia, which delivers the government-funded Partners in Culturally Appropriate Care program in South Australia, and also hosts a national PCAC Alliance Secretariat.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go online now, so we might go to our other representative from PCAC. Is it Mr. Zanata?
Yes, good morning. I'm Paul Zanata. I'm the manager of the Centre for Cultural Diversity and Ageing. We're the PCAC, or Partners in Culturally Appropriate Care project, funded by the Commonwealth Department of Health, Disability and Ageing for Victoria, and we're auspiced or operated by the Anglican Aged Care Services Group, who is also a provider of comprehensive aged care services in this state under the name Benetas. So the PCAC program has been run here in Victoria by the Anglican Aged Care Services Group for about the last 26, 27 years. I manage the service, a 4-member team, and we're one of the 7 alliance members of the PCAC Alliance.
Thank you. And now I'll go to our representative from the Multicultural Communities Council of South Australia.
Good morning. My name is George Gouzunis. I am the Aged Care Sector Support Coordinator at the Multicultural Communities Council, which is South Australia's big multicultural organisation. We've been going around for 50 years and we've got 139 member organisations, and between them they reach more than 85% of the multicultural population in our state.
Thank you. And I'm going to come back to you and ask, how do I pronounce your surname? Because I was busy thinking about not coughing and I didn't listen properly.
Okay.
It's not a problem. It's pronounced Gouzunis.
Thank you.
And my surname is Hudecka.
Hudecka?
Yeah, thank you.
All right, I'm going to now ask someone from each of your organisations to give us an opening statement if you would like to. So I might start with PCAC. Who's going to do that? Ms Hudecka?
Yes, please. Chair and committee members, thank you for inviting PCAC Alliance and Multicultural Aged Care. Our evidence addresses a specific implementation question. When supported home appears formally accessible, can an older person from a culturally and linguistically diverse background move through assessment, understand the decision, identify a suitable provider, commence care and continue using that care? A completed assessment, allocated funding or providers listed in a postcode do not by themselves establish usable access. PCAC Alliance asks the committee to consider three mechanisms. First, assessment accuracy depends on communication quality. Any tool can process only the information that the assessment successfully captures. Second, thin markets are not only geographic. Called micro-markets can exist in metropolitan areas where preferred language, trust, low volume demand and specialist capability determine whether supply is practically accessible. Third, pricing must recognize legitimate delivery inputs. Access to government-funded interpreting services does not cover the additional provider time required to explain complex information, verify understanding, support informed choice, and document decisions. PCAC Alliance's recommendations focus on the implementation infrastructure between formal entitlement and sustained use, block-funded community support, interpreter-supported communication, trusted navigation, understandable agreements, and culturally and linguistically safe assessments. Thank you, and we will welcome committee's questions.
Thank you very much. And now I'm going to Mr Gouzunis.
Thank you. Now, I would like to declare a possible conflict before I start, as MCCSA receives CHISP funding under Sector Support and Development, which is $130,000 a year, and one of the recommendations in our statement asks for that work to continue under Support at Home. So now, we would like Support at Home to work because we believe that the goal of keeping people independent and connected is the right goal. But our point is that the system needs to work equally well for everyone, regardless of their cultural linguistic background, because a system can be universally available without being equally accessible. And that's what we mean by equity by design. So cultural linguistic diversity cannot be something that is considered after policies, after programs and systems have already been developed. It has to be there at the start when decisions are being made about assessment, information, pricing, etc. So if barriers are predictable, we should design them out from the beginning rather than expecting that all the people and the families will overcome them down the track. We actually have a position statement on this, on equity by design, and I'm happy to share that with the committee later. So the point I would like to make is that the services that people give up first are the ordinary ones. Help with the cleaning, transport, and especially social support. our member organizations and the providers we work with are telling us that people are cutting their hours back or saying no to services altogether. And there are 3 reasons we hear that again and again. So the first one, pretty simple, some people cannot afford it. The second one is some do not understand what they're being charged and why. And the third one is some they don't want to become a financial burden to their families, which carries a lot of weight in our communities. I want to talk about the second reason a little bit, understanding what is being charged or not understanding what is being charged or why. And it's not really about language. It's because a lot of these people had these services for years with the fees waived. Others have paid tax their whole working lives and understand aged care as something that the state provides. So when an invoice arrives, they think of it as a mistake or that the provider is trying to make money out of them. So the information explaining all of this does exist, and a lot of it's translated, and it is important to translate information, but it's not enough. As you know, the information still turns up as a letter or a note at the bottom of an invoice. And the thing is, people need opportunities to have the system explained in their language in culturally appropriate ways and through organizations and people they trust. So the point also, the other point in also part of our submission has to do with social support. And it's often the first thing that people drop because it looks like the least important item on the list. But it does 2 things. It keeps people from becoming isolated, and it means somebody would notice if things change. You know, when you go to your weekly meeting, someone can keep an eye, really. So we recommend that it's fully funded for all participants and moved into clinical support on the same basis as personal care. Practically, it's very difficult to put a number on what that prevents, but our argument is that keeping people connected and noticing deterioration early costs less than hospital admissions and early moves into resi care. And in closing, our message is that the success of support at home should not simply be measured by whether the new system has been implemented, but whether older Australians from every background can understand it, access it, and receive the care and support they need. Thank you, Chair, and very happy to take questions as well.
Thanks, everyone, and thanks for those opening statements. I might go to the last thing that you talked about, Mr. Goudzounis. You talked about social supports often being the first thing to go and a recommendation that they get moved into clinical care.
Yes.
I think what I'm actually hearing you say is that co-payments are a problem.
Yes. In short, yes. That is true. And the thing is, I'll give you a real example from last week. I heard that one of the Italian groups, they decided not to have a Father's Day gathering because the people as part of that group, they cannot afford to participate in that, So that's it. Pretty simply, yes. That's the short answer to your question.
Mm-hmm. So it's not so much that they need to move into clinical supports. It's your evidence is actually that co-payments are too high and are causing people to not access services that they need, and that potentially will keep them well and healthy.
But yes, I meant it like in the same way that personal care from the 1st of October, is under that. That's how I meant it. But yes, for sure. I talk about co-payments, and because of co-payments, people are dropping social support. And in our opinion, it's not just our opinion; it's research as well. Social isolation is, one of the biggest issues that we have, and causes so many, problems down the track. It snowballs. So our opinion is that, and recommendation, that social support needs to not carry co-payments, and this is I'm going to sidestep a little bit and talk about the role of ethno-specific aged care providers as well, because they know their people. There's trust there, and trust is the hardest thing to build. And so that's what That's why it is so important that this work continues through the smaller ethno-specific providers, because they are the people who know not only the culture, not only the language, but they can pick up on the early signs for someone who may be falling a little bit behind or not keeping up anymore, and that's when the intervention can happen at an earlier stage.
Thank you. I might go to PICAC and see whether you have a view on that particular question around co-payments and accessibility.
I'd like to say that I support Mr. Gazounis's comments, and just to, I suppose, to put some good context to this, there's a very big body of evidence now about the 14 Lancet Commission risk factors for dementia, of which social isolation, and on the flip side, retaining social engagement and being socially active is a really, really important risk factor, risk reduction factor for dementia. So we see the benefits, we understand the benefits, the evidence is there, the science is in to show that this can help prevent or at least slow the progress of dementia. And as such, if we want to think about it in very epidemiological terms, reduces the burden of care. And we know how costly institutional care in a residential aged care home, which I think from a policy perspective, governments have been trying to minimise the risks of institutional care for many years in all of our social services systems. I've been around for a long time in these systems, so both in disability and ageing. And if our goal is that we want to minimise the progression of conditions such as dementia and depression, which may lead to functional decline, which may see people lose their independence and then end up in an aged care home, which is costly to the taxpayer, then applying a program logic to that would suggest it makes really, really good sense to invest in this. We know, for example, even with the CHSP data that in terms of hours, the social support groups delivered under the CHSP program represent about 28% of hours, but actually only 13% of actual dollars because of the fact that it's done in a group. So in a sense, you get more than a quarter of your burn of the CHSP program through social support groups for about 1/7 of the spend. And so I think Natalie, the former commissioner, the former IGAC, Independent Commissioner for Aged Care, made that point that this is really good investment, which has a really high return.
So maybe on that question, sorry, go ahead, Ms. Hudetska.
Thank you. If I may add to my colleagues' very good points, we can consider the question and the responses in the light of the last week's decision regarding the future of CHSP. And in our implementation intelligence analysis, as PICAC Alliance, we advocate for seeing CHSP as the function, being the entry point. So as was said before, and in the previous session from First Nations representatives and from us representing culturally and linguistically diverse older people, CHSP as a function provides a safe entry point very broadly, including meeting people who's been there, meeting people who know already, meeting people who have some experience, opinion, personal view, and that creates social support group is actually a group setting which is preferred by many people from culturally and linguistically diverse background as the natural way of communication and sharing knowledge and peer-to-peer learning, comparing views, and getting information unpacked, as was mentioned before, from digitally available, from the translated official documents, and next to frontline staff who very often might be time poor or training poor or skills poor, to actually unpack together, to ask questions from each other, and do not have that restriction of, oh, is my question too dumb? Is my question inappropriate? But really getting that information to the nuance that later on is needed for example, signing an agreement or deciding on which shall I prioritize in my care plan.
Just on that, I asked a similar question to the witnesses before you, but at the moment we have a system, and the government has now come out and said that they are going to keep a block-funded component of aged care. At the moment, the way the system is set up, obviously, is that, you know, you're on CHSP, you're on a block-funded program. If your needs increase, then you come off CHP and you go into support at home, which is all individualised packages. From a called community perspective, do you see a place for a program design where, for example, those things that are delivered by CHSP, like the social stuff, the transport, the meals, could actually continue for people whose needs become higher, such that they can access both programs? So CHS provides one lot of services, and then if you need, you know, clinical care, for example, then that gets provided by support at home, but you don't sort of get shunted off one and onto the other. Would that have potential benefits for people in called communities?
If I may answer that question, I've been around for a long time in the system, and I was working in the peak body here in Victoria 20 years ago, and I was the policy manager. I've also, as a former nurse, I've also run planned activity groups and rehab services. So, and I've also run residential aged care. So I've been around for many years. And my observation is that this has been a burning question for at least 20 years. About back in the day, it was the articulation between the HAC program and the home care packages program. And in fact, when I was at Aged and Community Care Victoria, and I do have a copy on a hard drive at home, we produced a seminal paper which actually talked about some of these issues. So this question's been floating around now for 2 decades about the articulation between the two programs. I think at a very humane, we should always be focused. The ultimate outcomes aren't just the implementation, it's actually the outcomes that are experienced by older people themselves. If we say that people move from, you know, in some modicum of group-based supports where they're working peer-to-peer, which is very empowering for people, rather than passively receiving services, they're actively engaged in creating the services in group settings and supporting the conversation, the dialogue in the way that my colleague Agnieszka described. What are we doing when we say to someone, oh, you're now on a support at home package, but you can't use the Commonwealth Home Support Program? Are those people that you've been going out to lunch with every Thursday and doing activities, playing cards for the last 8 years, you can't meet with them anymore? And that actually happens also when they move into residential aged care. It becomes cruel and inhumane because people are actually torn asunder from people who've been their friends. They've created friends in those settings. Let's call a spade a shovel here, to use an Australian colloquialism, that, you know, in fact, that people experience loss because they're just being treated like a widget being moved from one program to the other, rather than having that continuity of service usage, which keeps their connections going. So I love your idea, Senator, that, you know, there could be an accretion of services rather than dislocating people from one service or group to another, that there's actually an accretion of supports. That makes a lot of sense.
Could I be so bold as to ask if you still have that paper, Mr. Zanatta?
Yes.
Could you provide that on notice?
Yeah,
very
I certainly could. I'll have a dig around for it. And we released it originally under VAHEC, the Victorian Association of Health and Extended Care, and when the two peak bodies merged in Victoria and we created Aged and Community Care Victoria, we republished it with the ACCV branding, but I will look around for it.
Yeah, thank you. If you can't find it, we'll understand, but I just think it would be interesting to be able to reflect on how some of these questions have not changed and actually haven't been dealt with. Mr. Guzounis or Ms. Huzdetska, did either of you want to add anything to that question?
Paul just put it. Yeah, I agree with what Paul said. I don't have anything else to add to that.
Thank you.
And if I may, it is very important to actually think about our discussion into future and grab the opportunity that was flagged last week about the future co-design discussions, because we should aim to make the system as not complex and user-friendly and every funding receiving organization friendly, not competing with each other across CHSP funding and support at home funding, but being incentivized for effective collaboration to ensure that the care outcomes are optimal and best for the older person. So working in unison, and over the years as multicultural aged care and PCAC providers, we could hear from many organizations about good examples of seamless collaboration. But recently, during roundtables at Multicultural Aged Care, we also had that some CHSP-funded organizations struggled in the market of exchanging codes and not feeling strong enough in their position to actually negotiate successfully with support at home funded organization to actually maintain the function. So I am back to the function I mentioned before of the program.
I'm wondering if your two organisations could speak to, Mr. Guzounis, you talked about in your opening statement issues around people being able to navigate the system and to understand, and for example, the idea of getting invoices and not understanding why they're getting them. I'm wondering if both of your organisations could speak to the challenges that the changes in support at home have brought in relation to people's ability to understand the system and the ability of providers under the new system to be able to do the work that's required to help people with that. Might go to you first, Mr. Guzounis, and then I'll come back to PCAC.
Thank you. Well, the reality is, I would like to raise 2 points here. The first one is that the reality is that most of the older people we're working with, they rely on family, on community organizations, or on somebody they trust to tell them what they're entitled to and what they need to decide. And community organizations, as well as ethno-specific providers, already perform much of this navigation informally. So government should recognize and resource these roles rather than, say, assuming people will independently find their way through the system. So that is the first one. The second point is that what I mentioned in my opening statement is that people will often, and it's a bigger conversation, but people will often, because they have used to doing things a certain way, and because for a long time there were no contributions, they're now at an age where the system has changed, so that itself is not making it any easier. But now they are seeing this. Often, they don't understand these changes and how and what they mean to them. The second point is that they do sometimes this disrupts their relationships because they feel that maybe a provider now is looking at benefiting or making money out of them. So the point I would like to make there is that the education as to why there is co-contribution, it's not something that we can assume can happen via a letter. There is going to be a time, and I don't know, I'm just guessing that there will be another 5 or 10 years, that this generation, they will need to understand it in a way that is better than just a letter. So we need to explain these changes, and we need to fund for this explanation, say, to take place. And the best place for this to happen is the social support groups. So yeah, these are the 2 points I wanted to raise.
So would it be fair to say that in the rollout, as we've gone to support at home, there's a sense that the government has actually abrogated responsibility for really helping people to understand the changes, and that has simply just fallen to providers and without actual resourcing for that specific purpose? Ms. Hudetska?
There are, sorry, I did interrupt Sama.
No, it's okay, you go, Mr. Kazunas.
I was going to say, so there are resources and there are translator resources, but in practice what happens is, say giving someone an A4 piece of paper to read is very different to sitting with them and explaining what has changed and why. Because the thing is that our communities, and I've heard that before as well from the previous witnesses, they operate in that way. So there is the need for someone to sit with a person and explain the why. A letter is not just going to work, that's it.
I know when I visit my dad at aged care, he just hands me the pile of envelopes and says, tell me what's in there.
Absolutely, and we share the sentiment. Multicultural aged care has a number of streams. So in part of our funded activity is running social support group, which is called Cafe 94. And I remember, and the beauty of the environment is that because we have also other streams of funding, we tap into expertise across the team. And I remember attending a session shortly after older people started receiving the thick envelopes with their new service agreements to be signed. And it was to a point funny, but it was not funny at the same time, that one of the jokes exchanged by people was the competition who received the thickest envelope, because service providers use the opportunity to include not only the service agreement being very lengthy, and very often older people experienced receiving a thick envelope for the first time, as George said before, but also additional information. And what we've been saying as PCAC Alliance for years, information is not communication. And another two pieces of evidence that we need to consider is if a person's preferred language is other than English, it doesn't mean necessarily that a person can read in that language. So I'm not even addressing here the complexity of the language and the complexity of the concepts included. And I am not even considering here the complexity of the service agreement, very often jargon, very often financial consequences type of the language included, but simply it reinforces the need of sitting together and going through the content and unpacking it together. And the second piece of evidence from recent roundtable is that talking about culturally and linguistically diverse older people and families, we often assume that COLD communities take care of their own. But we also assume that family is there, they are willing and available, and I'm not even talking about skills, because as was said before in the previous session, it is treated as a natural obligation. But what we hear more and more often, adult children do not necessarily have language capacity in communicating effectively with their parents, for example, or grandparents in their preferred language, because simply their language capacity includes grandmother, grandfather, few dishes, few polite words, few impolite words, maybe a prayer, maybe a poem, which is very, very far from discussing, for example, financial consequences of signing a service agreement.
Thank you, that's a really good point. Senator Nandaraja, do you have any questions?
Just one. With regards to the CHESP programs, are they universally on websites on council websites throughout the country, or is it is this sort of information spread by word of mouth or informal networks? Is it something the committee should consider mandating, for example, the putting these services onto the websites of local councils, for example?
Happy to take this one. Across evidence that we've been watching over the last years, we can see a drop in numbers of local councils who traditionally for years were providing HAC, then CHSP services. Many local councils over the last few years decided to cease the services. So that contact point is not necessarily there. However, the idea of spreading the information could be useful because some people from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds may still keep in mind there was an option. On the other hand, reaching out to community organizations through the structure of FECA, for example, and through the network of PCAC Alliance would be useful. While FECA is collaborating closer with ethnic-specific organizations, that could be one channel. PCAC Alliance supports the aged care workforce, and that includes code-specific organizations, service providers, and also mainstream, from whom we expect to put called culturally appropriate care at the core of business. So absolutely, there is, in my opinion and from professional experience, there is no wrong way regarding the dissemination of information. However, tapping into the point made by George before, communication needs to continue. Providing information should not stop there.
I'd like to make one really salient point is that, and Senator, you asked the question about council websites, and I also back Ms. Kachedeska's comments about councils, particularly in Victoria, where the landscape under the Home and Community Care Program prior to 2013 saw councils as the major providers of a lot of the domestic and personal supports. But once that funding, that whole program funding scheme changed from, the 60-40 program between the Commonwealth and the states. There was also questions around the indexation. Here in Victoria, the Victorian government used to actually cross-subsidise the indexation because COPO, the Commonwealth Own Payments Outlay indexation, was generally lower than that. It was generally lower than the EBA increases, and the state government used to actually subsidise to a greater degree. I won't go into all of that, but I want to come back to a fundamental point, salient point, is that don't assume the digital literacy of older people. A lot of older people, I think of my 88-year-old mother, who does use a mobile phone and sends lots of emojis, but she's never used a computer. Older people are not necessarily there using the internet and on websites, and so a communication strategy really needs to be thought through. And I do really support the comments made in this section of the hearing today to say that peer-to-peer education is very, very potent. But the one thing that we also have to think about is that there's settings where peer-to-peer education works really well, and that needs to be an ongoing and a continuous and a maintained strategy. We also have to think about those older people whose natural preferences are a disinclination to gathering in groups and with other people, and they actually need a different type of support. They need a very intense, and particularly people who don't have family supports and are quite isolated, and particularly those people whose preferred language is one other than English. They actually need a navigator. They need a support person who's actually going to travel with them and support them through their journey in terms of understanding their needs and supporting them to engage with and use services. So there needs to be different responses to different groups of people. But I strongly support, peer education using good old-fashioned community development principles. We have to take into account the digital exclusion of the older population. That needs to, putting things on websites does not work for people like my 88-year-old mother. It means nothing. I'm the one who then is on the website, not my mother. And if the first principle in this aged care system, in this new enhanced rights-based system under the new Aged Care Act, look at Section 23 of the Act, think about disability. In disability in the NDIS, it's all about choice and control, self-agency. If we want to work to self-agency principles and really meet the intent of those rights, then we should always be speaking to and connecting to, in the first principle, with the older person, not necessarily always going, I will assume that the family members will do this, or we'll assume that family does that. We should be designing a system that connects directly to the older people, through the older people in an empowering way. And it is interesting to note that within NDIS funding, there's a whole group of funding items in NDIS called capacity building. And capacity building is actually about strengthening people's ability to actually navigate the system and to use supports and to decide what their supports are. So we have to take on board that mentality with older people as well, that we want to build their capability to understand the system. And that does require its own discrete strategy.
Thank you. Do you have any other questions?
I had one question, but it's a little bit off-piste. It's really focused on just getting a sense check from you all regarding ethnocentric aged care residential facilities. What's your take on these? There's not that many of them around, although they are emerging now because the population is aging. What do we need to be looking out for here in terms of good, bad, or not? Yeah, so on.
In aged care homes, I'd love to see that. I would personally, just from my professional experience over many decades, I first started working in aged care homes in the early 1980s when I was a nursing student. So I'm going back over 40 years. I'm in my early 60s now. I think we need to have a system, and I've lived through the Productivity Commission inquiry in 2008, 2009. I think the intent has always been that we should have a system that does provide that continuity. I always despair when, of older people needing to move into a residential aged care home, and there's lots of reasons why that needs to be so. And I'd love to see that people can actually continue to use some of the supports out in the community, so that, for example, if I lived in an aged care home, I could be supported to still go on a weekly or fortnightly basis to the social support group I went to for 10 years at the Venator Club, or, at my local, cultural organisation. So I think, and ensuring that people who move into an aged care home are still considered to be part of the community. They don't just belong to the aged care home or to the Commonwealth. It's interesting. I just want to speak and make one point about the organisation that I work in. Our lifestyle coordinators are referred to as community engagement coordinators, and there is a focus on making sure that people still stay connected to community. So that's, in my view, something that would enhance people's quality of life and really meet the intent of what we've been trying to design for many decades.
Let's go ahead.
So if I may add to it, in theory and practical examples, ethnic-specific residential facilities are great ideas. We need to be careful here, however, to make sure that the theory is put into practice. So if a residential facility is ethno-specific, they need to demonstrate that they've got the workforce, including all levels of point of contact with an older person, that residents of that facility represent unified group, so everyone is included, everyone is able to communicate effectively, that the kitchen staff are fully on board, that lifestyle officers are again embedded in the environment, meaning biocultural or multicultural and bilingual or multilingual, respectively, to the target audience, to residents living in that facility. And big proportion of that strategy and preparation would be not only holding the residential facility accountable, but also supporting them with meaningful and relevant funding to support creation of that infrastructure and ensuring that all of those elements are in place, able to collaborate and support and include the residents living there.
Look, can I say thanks very much to all of you on this panel. As I said, really appreciate your submissions and your evidence today. The committee will report, sorry, just got to find my piece of paper. The committee will report to the Senate on the 24th of November 2026, and answers to questions on notice are due, I think, on Monday the 14th of September. And we will now suspend briefly and come back at 10:45 a.m. Thanks very much, everyone. committee will now resume, and I now welcome representatives from Carers SA. Thank you very much for appearing before the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of obligations of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has already been provided to you. For the benefit of the Hansard, could you please state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing today?
My name's Julia Overton and I'm the CEO of Carers SA.
Great. I'm now going to invite you, Ms Overton, to make a short opening statement and then we'll go to senators for questions.
Sure. Thank you, Chair and committee members. I'm Julia Overton, Chief Executive Officer of Carers SA, the peak body for unpaid carers in South Australia. We contributed South Australian evidence to Carers Australia's national submission and support their recommendations without qualification. We also deliver carer gateway services across South Australia. So what I bring today is what we see every week, carers coming to us for support, respite and counselling because the aged care system is not delivering what they need when they need it. The most damaging problem in support at home is delay. Carers wait months for an assessment, then wait again, often 12 months or more, for funding to be allocated and services to commence. A carer in her late 60s is caring for her mother with dementia in her late 80s. She waited 4 months for a reassessment that moved her mother from level 4 to level 8. She was then told the new package funding and services would take at least 10 months to be accessible. When services do not arrive, the responsibility and the cost shift onto the unpaid carer. The assessment tool asks whether the older person is already receiving care at home. It does not ask whether the carer is willing or able to take on more. The carer may be ageing themselves, frail, or in need of a package of their own. Carers Australia's national survey found 85% of carers of older Australians have seen their caring workload increase since support at home began. 47% report a decline in their own wellbeing, and 43% say access to services has worsened under this program. Respite is the first service rationed. Quarterly budget caps mean carers cannot save towards a real break. My Aged Care advises them that access to much needed respite will require a trade-off of other in-home services such as reduced showering assistance, cleaning or transport. At the same time, many residential respite beds are being converted to permanent places and they are the hardest to access for people living with dementia. In rural and regional South Australia, carers describe respite as simply unavailable. There is an increasing pattern of carers often in crisis, seeking Carer Gateway for help to fill that gap of these vital service delays. Support at home is currently being held together by unpaid carers and no one asks whether they are able to carry it. Every month of delay is another month they carry it alone. Thank you, and I welcome the committee's questions.
Thank you very much, Mrs Overton. I'm going to go to Senator Whittaker first to start us off.
Thank you very much, and thank you for appearing before the committee today. I wonder if you could talk a bit to what it is you'd like to see specifically change in terms of providing that support to carers that you think they need, that you say they need?
I think the underlying sort of issue is that carers need to be considered in the assessment process, and that's not happening. So carer wellbeing, their ability to support, is not part of the consideration of the services that are assessed for the person who's seeking support through support at home. So that's kind of the first thing. Consider the carers in the process of assessment. So let me just... So the integrated assessment tool asks whether someone is already helping a person, not whether that help is safe, warranted or sustainable for the carer providing it. The assessment is sometimes conducted by phone, which can miss indicators only visible in person, and assessors report limited ability to depart from the tool's algorithmic outcomes, even where their own judgment differs. So carers are reporting dissatisfaction with how well assessments capture their own capacity and wellbeing alongside the needs of the person they care for. So I'm asking for an urgent carer inclusive review of the integrated assessment tool which was Carers Australia's recommendation number 6, with genuine scope for professional judgment, and carer strain treated as a trigger for priority access on the model already used for the most time-critical conditions. The other thing is that respite is being rationed, and that is something that then leads to carer burnout. And so what we're finding is that carers are finding it very difficult to get a respite break, with a further 12% finding it difficult and 26% having not attempted to access it at all because it's not discussed as part of the routine assessment and allocation of services under support at home. So I can tell you from our experience, we have fortunately been able to find respite for every carer that has come through us in the financial period 25-26. However, in the last week, we have approached 50 providers for one carer and their specific needs and been unable to provide respite for them. That's devastating for us as an organisation that we've reached that point. Hopefully it doesn't increase. One of the issues is that respite is tricky to find. We use a program to facilitate that. However, not all respite options are listed on that, particularly the state-funded ones under SA Health Respite Services are not available to our staff. So that means lots of phone calls to kind of find out in regional and remote areas. So metropolitan we can sort of cover, but regional and remote starts to get tricky. I guess the other thing is that Carer Gateway is absorbing that support at home gaps in South Australia. So we know from our own figures that in the 8 months, January to August 2025, prior to support at home, the average number of carers seeking respite affected by aged care funding and service delays was 37 carers a month. In the 2 months prior to the commencement of support at home program, this increased to 65 carers per month. That's a total of 425 carers at this time coming through Carer Gateway for respite for a program for support that should be funded under support at home. In the 8 months since the commencement of support at home, the average number of carers seeking respite due to aged care funding and service delays was still averaging 60 carers per month. This is an increase of 61% of carers seeking respite from Carer Gateway due to delays in aged care assessment, reassessment and prolonged delays in receiving approved funding and access to services. So a total of 475 carers post-commencement of support at home. So support at home has not brought the demand for Carer Gateway respite and gap filling support back down.
Thank you. Thanks for that. One of the things that the government has been seeking to do as part of their broader package of reforms in aged care is to give older people and their families more say in the decisions that are made about their care. Can you talk to why that is important and how we can do better in terms of involving particularly carers in the decisions that are made about care?
Yeah, so carers are absorbing the implementation gaps, so you should ask them what they can do and what they can't do. So we know that 85% of carers surveyed as part of the Carers Australian, Older Australians report saw an increased workload since support at home began, with 47% reporting a declining wellbeing, 56% saying the program has not made caring easier. And we know that an estimated 200,000 older Australians are currently without the formal support that they have been assessed as needing, either waiting for assessment or for funding to begin, and with informal carers providing interim care in the meantime. So carers describe taking on additional personal care, cleaning, transport and coordination tasks as formal services are reduced or delayed. The integrated assessment tool asks whether someone is already helping but doesn't ask how. So we really think it's important that you should be asking the carer in that conversation exactly what they are able to take on, remembering that the carer is there and wants to support that person, usually. I'll make that clear. It's not 100% of the time. They're doing it because they have to sometimes. I think the issue is that, sorry, I just wanted to. The other thing is that often the costs of that care are handled by the carer as well. So there's an increasing financial implication of this gap in service delivery, and accessing financial hardship through the program is increasingly difficult. It's not clear or straightforward, and so often people don't apply for it because they don't know how to, or don't want to apply for it because they feel it's an indication that they don't want to do the caring, which is tricky for them because they often do want to but are actually unable to. So yeah, it's a tricky sort of situation for carers, but if you don't include them in the conversation, you make assumptions about their ability to support, and that would be and is a misstep.
Thank you. Happy to share the call, Chair.
All right, thanks, Senator Whittaker. I just have a question then on financial
Yeah.
hardship applications. Is it your experience then through the Carer Gateway that actually a lot of these financial hardship applications, if they are being made, the responsibility to make them is falling on carers rather than
Oh,
the older
absolutely.
person?
Yes, absolutely. The carers, I think there's carers are often walking very much alongside the person that they're caring for, but taking on all of those administrative responsibilities to support a person. It was alluded to by the previous presenters as well about that issue that occurs. And, you know, there's also sort of then the equity issue of access for First Nations and culturally and linguistically diverse communities as well, who often have even more limited options for support and care, especially out in regional and remote areas. And so that burden absolutely falls on the carer to undertake the paperwork and to navigate that system. That's what most of our calls are, providing support for carers to navigate the system and get the support that they need when they're approaching breaking point.
So in terms of the Carer Gateway service, would you say that it has the capacity to be a proactive service that's helping people in that space, or are you the ambulance at the foot of the cliff as people are trying to navigate it, and then when they reach crisis they reach out to your service?
It's a bit of both. We do a lot of work trying to promote who a carer is, because often people don't actually understand that they are fulfilling that caring role as an unpaid carer. They think they're a daughter or a husband or a spouse, or they don't, or a neighbour or a friend providing that support, and so they don't recognise their carer, so they don't call out early to Carer Gateway for support, and so then we find that it's in crisis, which is where we end up in an emergency respite approach, that we're trying to fill something because the carer is in hospital, because the carer has reached a point where they can't provide care, and so we find we're an emergency service at that point. So that's where we're the ambulance, but we try and very much be the proactive, preventative sort of support.
So in terms of carers who are trying to navigate the system from the get-go, you know, looking at your parent and going, they now need some level of care. My understanding is there used to be like an aged care navigation, community navigation service. Does that still exist? Or are people just expected to go to the My Aged Care website now and go from there?
I think people are expected to go to the My Aged Care website unless they are a particularly vulnerable older person, and then they're eligible for Care Finder support, which is a navigation. But that is supposed to be only those people who are particularly vulnerable, and it's not about support for the carer. Again, that's about the support for the older person, but there's often a carer in place.
So from your perspective and the carers that you're talking to, what is their feedback around the ease or lack thereof of navigating the system?
They find it very complicated, and often people will say to me, I'm an educated person, I have a full-time job, I am struggling to follow the bouncing ball with this process. So often the support we provide will be things like, make sure you've got your I've forgotten the word for it, your respite tags, codes, your respite codes. And people will say, our staff will say, have you got your respite codes? And they'll go, I don't think I'll need it. Okay, I'll put it in place. And then obviously something goes rapidly wrong. And then those respite codes come in very handy for people, but no one sort of talks to them about making sure that they've got that unless they reach out as a carer, which of course we know that respite's going to need to be sort of considered. So no, my thoughts are that it's very complicated and a process that people struggle to navigate, particularly when there are changes in the system, which there are at the moment.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Mrs Overton, for your testimony this morning. And also, can I just acknowledge the incredible job that Carers South Australia and Carers Australia more generally do in supporting the people who do the supporting. So can I just ask you, in relation to the changes that have occurred since the 1st of November 2025 in relation to the burden and how that manifests on people who care, have you got any sort of like direct, sort of like even anecdotal correlation between what was your sort of your burden of support for supporters or carers prior under the home care package system, and what has changed since supported homes come into place?
I have the figures that I gave you earlier about the respite seeking.
Yeah.
But what I can tell you is that the confusion that existed in the lead up to the change was pronounced, so carers were ringing quite distressed. So we found an increasing need to support people with counselling to undertake the process and sort of support them through the process as carers, and that hasn't diminished. So people are we're still referring people into counselling at increasing rates.
So, I heard the evidence you gave around respite, but I'm just sort of trying to unpack what sits behind that requirement for respite. Is it inadequacy of the package support? Is it, you went through, the delays in getting assessment, the reassessment, and actually accessing getting care. But are there other things like, so for example, have you had a lot of people who have indicated distress, for instance, or complaints around the algorithm process for determination?
The concern from carers is that their needs aren't included. And so when their assessment is taking place, the person is asking what the individual needs, but then they're being told that they have to do a rationing of the supports. And a carer is always going to try and promote supports directly for the person they're caring for and take the hit to their own well-being. And that's why we see the well-being decreasing under this program. And so it's the assessment process, the delay is what's causing concern because they are left carrying that burden while that assessment is happening. And then they feel like an assessment should mean that they're going to get some support. But then they get told there's this delay then in actually implementing and getting access to that level of funding that they've been assessed or the person they're caring for has been assessed at. So it's the whole thing. It's the process they're having to navigate. It's the appointments. We had 3 sort of last week. The person was on the waiting list for the assessment. It had been 2 years before the assessment happened. So there are always these outliers. We get the sort of the normal, but 2 years for an assessment. And then they rang the carer and said, I've tried 3 times, but of course they'd rung from an listed number. The person was older, didn't really use their mobile phone in that way. The person was then finally, they'd rung the carer. The carer then said, I will be there at 3 o'clock, call back, so that I can have the conversation. This was with her father, about actually just getting a time for the assessment. And then you hear, but I did this assessment and now I'm being told I have to do another assessment, and actually no services have been put in place in the interim at all. So there seems to be sort of this reassessment thing happening. So we hear these sort of, we hear the outliers, we hear the longer sort of ones that they rise to the surface. It's an unsatisfactory implementation is where it's at. Does that answer your question, Senator Rushton? Or was there more detail?
Yeah, no, sort of. I suppose you made a comment, like before you started that explanation, that said that you believe that the assessment process doesn't take into account the needs of the carers. I think you commented the needs of carers are not considered. Were you referring in that respect to the input of the answers into?
I'll
from the older person. I mean, what we really did.
There's just no criteria that then sort of builds in a carer's capacity into that assessment process, or considers that in any way. What I hear is that at the point of allocation of funding, the carer is told that they have to weigh up their own needs as opposed to the person they're supporting. So they get asked whether or not they really want access to respite funding in that allocation, or whether or not they would like to forego showering or transport or other supports. So it happens at the implementation of the funding, but it also is inherently built into the assessment process that a carer's wellbeing in that whole process of working out what that person needs is not taken into consideration at all.
Yeah.
Can I just
Okay, so it's sort of more around when they do the assessment, the carer is just the carer. There is no sort of assessment of the capacity of the carer in terms of their caring duties.
That's right. And so there could be an expectation that the carer is there and supporting them. So that's not even then built into any ongoing support for that person. They never ask the carer, can you keep doing this? Is this something that you are able to? Or what does it cost you to do this? Have you had to drop days at work? Have you had to forego other opportunities for your own well-being? It's assumed that the carer can continue at the same sort of pace. It's assumed that if there's a second lift required, that person will be there always to do that second lift because they have been there for a period of time or are doing it at some point. So it doesn't build in the carer's ability to continue caring.
Yeah, and yeah, absolutely. So can I just ask you, in relation to like the general suite of services that are on offer, I use that word advisedly, do you have much involvement with the Commonwealth Home Support Program?
In CHSP. Often our carers come and they are receiving support. So, but in South Australia, a lot of providers have been exiting the CHS, particularly local government has been exiting the CHSP because the support at home has come in. So what I'm not aware of is what the announcement last week about continuing CHSP is going to do to that landscape. So I can imagine that it will help provide a stopgap in there that people can have that entry pathway and receive supports. But we haven't found that to date as being particularly supportive since support at home came in. So I'm unsure how that's going to all play out.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. That's great. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Just before we finish, Mrs. Overton, I just want to seek clarity on something. From what you said earlier, is it the case that when a carer is there and an assessment is happening, it's essentially being put to them that in order to build respite into the package, it's put to them in terms of, if we do, that's less showering, less actual care that can be provided to the older person?
They're presented with a trade-off at the package allocation point. And so when they are talking and doing the assessment, yes, they are asking the carer what the carer can continue to do.
Yep. Okay, thank you. That brings us to the end of this panel. Can I say thank you very much for making the time to come and give evidence before the committee. I think it's really important that we get a perspective from the carer's point of view. I think they're often forgotten in the aged care conversation, so it's been really important for the committee to hear your evidence. The committee will report to the Senate on the 24th of November 2026. We've agreed that responses to questions on notice should be provided by close of business on Monday the 14th of September 2026, but I don't think we took any questions on notice in your panel, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
I now welcome representatives from Aged Rights Advocacy Service South Australia and Parkinson's Australia, as well as Stephanie Todorov, who I believe is joining us online. Thanks very much everyone for appearing before the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of and obligations of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has already been provided to you. For the Hansard record, I'm going to ask each of you to state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing today, and I might start online. So do we have Ms Todorov online?
Yes, we do. Thank you, Sandra. My name is Stephanie.
Go ahead.
My name is Stephanie Alexis Todorov. I appear as an independent advocate.
Thank you very much. And now I'm going to come to the room and I'll just start at this end of the table and work our way down.
Thank you. Elise Marie Sullivan, and I'm a legal practitioner with the Aged Rights Advocacy Service of South Australia.
Anna Barton, Chief Executive of Aged Rights Advocacy Service.
Tina Gillespie, Content Specialist and Lived Experience Advocate for Parkinson's Australia.
Olivia Nassara, CEO of Parkinson's Australia, and I was my yaya's end-of-life carer who died with Parkinson's.
Thank you very much, everyone. I'm now going to invite all of you to make some short opening remarks and then we'll go to questions. So we might start online, so I'll go to Ms Todorov.
My name is Stephanie Todorov. By profession, I'm an Australian lawyer. I've previously practiced as a solicitor advocate in private practice, and I've also experienced conducting regulatory investigations and drafting judicial findings. However, my advocacy in the aged care and dementia space is born of a role which is far more important to me, and that is my role as a granddaughter. I was not only largely raised by my grandparents, but I also had the honour of helping care for them and standing beside them as they experienced aged care. As a result, I have publicly advocated about both dementia and aged care since 2022 to help give a voice to a cohort who receive aged care services that can often be lacking in both care and skill. I hold significant concerns about the Support at Home program and its impact on older people and their families since its implementation in November 2025. These concerns stem from the feedback of older people, their families and those working in the sector, the information I have obtained through FOI processes and various legislative and policy decisions made by the government and the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing. When discussing the Support at Home program, stakeholders use the terms equality and equity sometimes interchangeably, but we know that these are not the same thing. It is usually far easier to ensure equality in a system than it is to ensure that it is equitable. The recommendations I make in my submissions largely focus on actions to make the Support at Home program more equitable for older people. The committee has and will continue to hear from many people and organisations who are eager to have a system that is not functioning in alignment with its stated aim rectified. It is important that these voices are heard. I'm grateful for the committee's invitation to give evidence as part of its inquiry into the Support at Home program, and I welcome questions from the committee with the hope that I can be of further assistance.
Thanks, Ms Todorov. I'm now going to go to the Age Rights Advocacy Service of SA.
Thank you. ARIS is grateful to the Senate for the opportunity to speak today. ARIS's evidence is informed in our advocacy work with older people across South Australia, including 5,727 information and advocacy cases, and with more than 26,000 contacts and connections in community in 25-26. Our key message is there remains a gap between rights promised in legislation and older people's practical experience in accessing support at home. ARIS also delivers the Care Finder program funded by the Department of Health, Disability and Ageing via the Adelaide Primary Health Network in the Northern Adelaide Metropolitan Region. And that provides insight into the entry into aged care services. Through our advocacy work, it is clear that there is a growing gap between the rights promised in legislation, the practical experience of many older people trying to access and navigate the system. The no worse off messaging aimed at people transitioning from the previous home care package funding has resulted in older people questioning the statement, where the reality has not aligned with the messaging. This isn't a reflection of the government's intent. Rather, it is the experience of older people trying to access services to meet their specific needs. Since the introduction of the new Act, ARIS has seen a significant increase in requests for the provision of information advocacy work and are tasked with guiding older people through the administrative complexities with accessing the system, explaining and translating complex service agreements, fees, charges and pricing, affirming the older person's rights to information, complaints, pathways and reviews, and supporting an older person to apply for financial hardship. A support at home program that is not meeting its intended purpose ultimately results in poor outcomes for older people and removes their right to age with dignity and safety within their own home for as long as possible. Delays in accessing supports, high costs and administrative burdens, and a lack of access to clear, plain information understood in an older person's language can result in their decline and have the potential to fast-track them into residential aged care or a hospital setting, which ultimately can result in a transfer to a residential setting. ARIS remains concerned for older people within hospital settings who are medically fit for discharge but are unable to access services to return home. Timely early access to a home support, transition care, home medications and assistive technology would enable a portion of delayed patients to return home. So ARIS highlights the three key areas, and that is access. For older people must navigate multiple systems, including My Aged Care, Services Australia, providers, review pathways, and the Commission for Complaints. When information is fragmented or difficult to understand, rights on paper have limited practical value. ARIS's position is that ACAT assessments require an in-person meeting so that the assessor is able to scan the environment of the older person's home and discuss their needs to live at home safely. Without this, it is difficult to make a determination of the classification. Telephone assessment should be in exceptional circumstances, not the norm. Delays in accessing services can be life-changing. Older people may wait for assessments, reassessment, package allocation, service availability, or review and complaint outcomes. For an older person experiencing declining health, 6 months of delay can mean the difference between remaining safely at home and entering hospital or residential care. And cost is now influencing older people's decisions about support at home, with some reducing, delaying or declining services because they are uncertain about costs or can no longer afford them. This is concerning when the services reduced are essential supports that keep people independent, safe and connected at home in their community. Older people are also reporting price increases, unclear pricing and avoidable debt through delayed invoices, unclear budgets and poor communication. A rights-based system must prevent financial harm, not simply respond once debt has already occurred. So in summary, ARIS supports the intent of a rights-based aged care system. However, for rights to be meaningful, older people must be able to access timely, affordable and understandable support in practice. We urge the committee to consider reforms that reduce administrative burden, address delays, strengthen pricing safeguards and ensure advocacy remains embedded as an early intervention safeguard across the aged care system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs Barton. I'm now going to go to Parkinson's Australia.
Thank you. Parkinson's Australia is the national peak body for over 150,000 people living with Parkinson's and atypical conditions in Australia. It's the fastest growing neurological condition in the world and set to triple here in Australia by 2050. It's a progressive, incurable neurodegenerative condition with no known cure and profoundly affects every aspect of daily living.
Symptoms can fluctuate hourly, daily, and over time depending on medications, stress, sleep, hydration, diet impacts, as well as exercise and the amount of social connection a person has. Stiffness, rigidity, tremors, and changes to walking and balance are the hallmark symptoms, but around 50 other symptoms may occur, including loss of facial expression and blinking less, word finding, memory and learning changes, GI, bowel, bladder issues, sleep issues including nocturia, insomnia, restless leg syndrome, REM sleep behavior disorder, where they act out their dreams, depression, anxiety, apathy, orthostatic hypotension that may lead to falls, dystonia, a twisting muscle cramp, and loss of executive function. I won't go on to name all of them. You can refer to the Parkinson's iceberg that we provided.
I've sat in a support group actually here in South Australia before where two people have Parkinson's. They have similar symptoms, but one of them is under the age of 65 and the other is aged over 65. And the support that they received, the difference in the support that they received was astounding. The person on NDIS had a support worker to take them to a support group meeting. The support worker helped them to the bathroom and assisted them in the bathroom. The support worker made sure that, their food was cut up so they wouldn't choke and things like that whilst participating in the conversation. And the older person had nothing. They told me they couldn't even get someone to clean their house. So this is the differentiation that we're talking about with two people with the same incurable condition, and it's shocking. The other problem is the more you need, the more you pay. So a co-payment for independent and everyday living services sounds fair in practice, but it means that a person with Parkinson's pays more. There's no safety net. No one chooses to get Parkinson's, and support at home discriminates against someone with an unwanted chronic condition.
Whether a person receives the right support depends first on whether they are assessed correctly. For people with Parkinson's, the current framework regularly falls short. As the iceberg shows, many of the symptoms are invisible, under the surface. Tremor and rigidity are obvious, but not everyone with Parkinson's even has a tremor. Also, cognitive changes, mood disorders, sleep issues, swallowing problems, and autonomic dysfunction are frequently missed in a one-off assessment conducted by someone that does not understand the complexity of Parkinson's. Parkinson's symptoms also fluctuate. A person might be relatively mobile at 10 a.m., but unable to walk by 3 p.m. The algorithm doesn't take into account the free text parts of the assessment, where the nuances of Parkinson's symptoms are crucial to the outcome. Assessment tools should include validated, condition-specific tests for progressive disorders, including Parkinson's, PSP, CBD, DLB, and MSA.
Parkinson's Australia asks the committee for one thing above all, which is to treat people with Parkinson's and related conditions as what they are: Australians living with a disability they did not choose, that will not improve, and that the current system doesn't adequately support or recognise. The Aged Care Act promises a rights-based system. We take that really seriously. But a right to apply for support is not the same as a right to receive support that actually meets your needs. For our community, the gap between the promise and the reality is where the government is failing. Nearly 400 Aussies are diagnosed with Parkinson's every week, and the majority of them are over the age of 65. We're asking for assessments that see the whole condition, not just frailty and ageing, but frailty, ageing and disability. We're asking that funding matches what people actually need to live with a progressive neurological disease safely in their homes. Like others, I watched the ABC's Four Corners and that the government is trying to review and refine the algorithm. Minister Sam Ray said, and I quote, "Investing in constant improvements is a critical way to make sure that $50 billion of precious taxpayer money that we will be expending each financial year and the coming financial years is the very best that it can be to get the best outcomes for older Australians." But do you see what he did there? He used the word precious to describe taxpayer money. He should have used the word precious to describe older Australians.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Senator Ruston to kick us off.
Thank you very much. I might start last first and work my way back from there. Thank you for that very powerful testimony, both Mr Masaris and Mrs Gillespie. Can I just, you made the comment that the government or the minister is saying he's reviewing and refining the algorithm. I think you might find he is doing a rapid review on the prioritisation of people's access to care. I don't think there's any review or refining of the algorithm necessarily going on at the moment, but I put you on notice, Ms Chodorov, you might like to make a comment on that, given your very in-depth understanding of the operation of the algorithm. I just, in terms of your comments around the ability for the assessment tool to be able to take into account issues that sit outside of the general impacts of the ageing process vis-a-vis older Australians who have degenerative conditions like Parkinson's. The government announced, after much pressure and some media publicity and the like, that they would fast-track people with MND through the process. I'm just wondering if you could maybe give us some outline of how it felt for Parkinson's Australia when obviously we were delighted for the people who have MND, but how do people who live with Parkinson's feel when there was just one of the degenerative conditions that require urgent access and support was singled out, and yet Parkinson's wasn't?
Thank you, Senator. Disappointing for people with Parkinson's, whilst we're very pleased for our friends with MND. We have a recommendation in our submission that includes fast-tracking for neurological degenerative conditions with no known cure, which would include Parkinson's and a lot of the atypical Parkinsonisms as well. The other thing that you pointed out was the free text spaces within the assessment tool, which is what we were talking about, where the nuances of living with Parkinson's live in that free text. Tina pointed out how there's a fluctuation in conditions. People with Parkinson's won't necessarily speak to a condition if it's not affecting them at that particular moment. And so, look, I've been, and the previous speaker, Mrs. Barton, referred to the fact that you actually have to eyeball things sometimes, and most of the time. I've been to people's houses with Parkinson's who have said, no, I've got enough food. And then when I've said, do you mind if I check the fridge? It's empty. Can you hang the sheets out on the line? Of course I can. I'm perfectly capable of doing that. And you go into the bedroom and the sheets are filthy and there's holes in them because, they've been worn out. And so, the algorithm needs human eyes on it and human soul on it to actually check how our older people are living. They've paid their taxes. They've had private health insurance, like the government has told us to for all their years. And then when they're older, we don't take care of them anymore.
Yeah, thank you. So can I perhaps on that note go to Age Rights Advocacy Services from South Australia? The new Aged Care Act was heralded with great fanfare about putting the rights of older Australians at the centre of aged care in this country. I'm just wondering, from an advocacy in terms of a rights-based organisation, how well do you think that has been delivered and embedded in the reforms, and do you have any concerns around the rights-based nature of the Act not being delivered?
Yes, as I said in my opening statement, and I think I heard earlier the question regarding the Act, the intent of the Act and the implementation, that is where the issues are. I think predominantly is the fact that there is so much inconsistency in the service availability and the practical aspect of that. There is a lot of confusion amongst providers. The pricing, fees and charges are very different, and of course not having a capping makes that far more difficult because really the onus is up to the older person to accept whatever services that they require. The assessment process, right from the beginning, the assessment process, right through to then whether they need to pay, contribute, whether there are, whether they sit in CHISP or whether they sit in support at home, whether there's support services for their specific needs, is very convoluted and it's not consistent. And our advocates hear from older people, but also their families. We heard before about carers. The assessment process should be about the older person's needs, not whether there's someone else that can support them. And what we're hearing from families and carers is they are absolutely fatigued. They're fatigued and they are saying they're not having a relationship now with their family member anymore. It's more about it's my responsibility to care for them. And with some topping up the co-contributions when older people can't afford them, just so that those services can remain in place. That's it in a nutshell.
Yeah, sure. What's concerning me is that there is a lot of investment has gone into trying to improve the system for older Australians and people who need care, but for all the investment, we seem to have gone backwards. And to Ms. Nasaris's comments around, the pressures should refer to the individual and not to the budget. But notwithstanding the fact that these things have to be paid for, I'm just keen to understand from any of you around your views about what is causing this problem where, even though we are seeing some increase maybe in the amount of money that's being spent in the aged care sector, and yet our outcomes are going backwards at a rate of knots. Are there things that you can see in the process that are unnecessary, duplicative, contradictory to the delivery of care, et cetera, that you think don't need to be there or could be easily changed?
I guess, yes. From our perspective, and certainly this is about what older people are conveying to our staff and our organisation. They're not interested in knowing what program the funding is coming from. They're saying, if I'm requiring support, I understand I need an assessment, but then they want a system that is designed to work with them as their changing needs, as they adapt to their changing needs in their ageing journey, and that there are services that are able to respond to those needs. So whether they're not interested in knowing if it's CHISP, support at home, restorative care, ATHM, they're not interested in that. They just want to know that whatever their needs are able to be provided. And that the cost factor, obviously we hear a lot about pensioners, full pensioners particularly, who, because the costs are increasing, they will forego particular services and then are having to decide which is my most critical service for me to have so that I can remain at home. So I think at the moment we've got too many programs, too many that older people are having to jump through those hoops, and the family members are saying, we just don't know what to do.
There's
also
no wrong door. I think there's the colloquialism.
Yes,
for
yes.
Senator Ruston.
Yes.
Senator
yeah,
Ruston.
I know.
No. I'm
Yeah,
just going to give Ms Sullivan an opportunity to respond to your
sorry.
question as well.
Sorry, thank you, Senator. Just picking up on what Ms Barton has just mentioned, there's system disconnects between the programs. If an older person has to navigate My Aged Care, My Health Record, Services Australia, and the systems are not sharing information, then there is an increased burden on the older person to be aware of all the different programs that they need to understand. And that's in addition to the information that they receive from a provider. They might receive information from the department, departmental guidelines. We have an information overload that is actually resulting in inaccessibility when we think about how older people are understanding their rights. And that's contributing to us seeing that if an older person can't understand an assessment process, they can't understand a support at home agreement, they can't understand an invoice or a pricing document that's given to them, then effectively those rights that we spoke about in the Act are not being realised in practice.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
I don't wish to interrupt the other people on the panel in responding to that question.
Yes, go ahead, Ms Todorov.
Thank you. With respect to the theories about there's an increase in funding, but it's becoming more difficult. I think one of the issues that needs to be considered is a change to policy amendments relating to the ATHM scheme. Natalie Siegel-Brown, the former Inspector General, gave powerful evidence to this inquiry with respect to an example of this. So what we see is that the ability to actually obtain support that are required is blocked by these administrative processes. And so instead of, for example, a GP saying, well, you might need a walker in the short term, walk down to the local employment or organise to have one delivered at a relatively reasonable cost. These costs are funded by the administrative complexity of the program. And some of those layers could be stripped back and funding available, I believe, to be more appropriately used.
Ms Todorov, you were coming through really clearly at the start of this panel, but it's gotten quite muffled. I'm just wondering if you've moved and whether or not, if you go back to where you were at the start, we might hear you more clearly.
I'm in the same room.
Oh, we could hear you then.
I apologize. I'll try. I can repeat the answer if you'd like. Apologies.
Yeah, if you could. It was very muffled before.
Apologies. So with respect to an increase in funding, but people not being able to access the support they require, I think it's important for the committee to consider potential policy amendments for the ACHM scheme. The former Inspector General, Natalie Siegel-Brown, gave poignant evidence to this inquiry with respect to a pair of crutches. And what you will see is that these items that, for example, a GP may recommend for an older person are not difficult to obtain through normal retail channels, but it is the administrative complexity that is added by the scheme that use up unnecessarily, in my view, and make them more difficult to obtain. And so if some of those administrative complexities could be stripped back, then the funding would land in a more timely manner directly where it's required.
Thank you. Back to you, Senator Ruston.
Look, thank you. I am having a little bit of trouble hearing Ms Todorov, but can I just say that her very considered submission provided me with most of the answers. So I'm happy to hand back and thank the witnesses for their testimony.
Thanks, Senator Ruston. I'm going to go to Senator Whittaker.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your submissions and your evidence today. I'm sure you would have seen that there was an announcement by the government last week to extend the Commonwealth Home Support Program. I'm wondering if anyone has reflections on that they would like to share.
I can respond. It actually just makes it a little bit more confusing because we've been told publicly for a really long time that CHISP was going to be, rolled out, concluded, and now it's not. And so, again, what you were saying was it just increases the complexity because people don't know, what program they're supposed to be on. And so that level of confusion then is a barrier. And also that we've heard that providers don't really want to deal with community home support funding anymore. So it's not really that welcome.
If I may, I believe...
Can I ask a follow-up question to that? Because certainly we've heard evidence from other providers that block funding is really important to people to get services in thin markets. And I guess my question to you is the problem, would one way to address the problem and we have heard that people have exited the sector because there was a lack of certainty, and we've now heard that having that certainty back is important, but it's been underfunded for a long period of time. One of the things that I have been wondering is, for example, do we actually need a combination of supports for people that are both block funded and individualised? So if I think in terms of a person with Parkinson's, for example, transport is an issue when you can no longer drive. We've heard from the community transport sector that block funding is the way to provide that service. Is there scope to have a combination of both where you don't get shunted from one to the other? So at the moment, if you're on CHISP and you need more support, you get turfed off CHSP and then you've got to navigate a new system. Is it the case that we could move to a system where, because I wonder whether the point that the Royal Commission made was sort of a single point or a single system that people move within, but do we have to have a system where it's all individualised, or could you foresee a circumstance where there's one system but there are block-funded components? So if you need transport as a person with Parkinson's, you're not having to spend extraordinary amounts of money out of your individualised package for something that is better delivered on a block-funded community basis.
Yep. And I'm 100% in support of block funding. The problem is that the block funding must be consistent.
Yes.
So governments and state-based organisations, like Parkinson's organisations, have to be able to rely on that block funding to be able to have the staffing and workforce and all the infrastructure around that to be able to provide these services, and that is what is missing. So local governments, local disability support organisations have no security of block funding and can't do their budgets from year to year because they don't know who they will be able to pay for and what they'll be able to provide. So block funding welcome, but long-term block funding must be promised.
So what I'm hearing is that we need certainty and continuity as opposed to the other, and we've certainly heard evidence that CHSP has been underinvested in for a long period of time. Back to you, Senator Winokur.
Thank you. Is there anything about the new system that's working better? I mean, the data, for example, shows that wait times are coming down. I'm just wondering, is there anything that you think is working better for older Australians?
Sorry, you mean wait times to get your package have come down? Because for someone living with advanced Parkinson's, the wait time is unacceptable. With 100,000 people waiting for packages, we represented a gentleman recently, Wayne, who had advanced Parkinson's. He was granted a level 8 package, but like I said, there's no use in being given a named package without the actual services that go along with it and the money that goes along with it. It's not a badge of honour to wear a level 8 package unless you're actually getting the services that you need at home. And we pursued.
I guess that's kind of what I'm trying to ask in my question is like where do the problem
the wait times, Senator, I think is the problem that I think needs to be addressed. Absolutely. And
wait times to be assessed, or I guess I'm trying to figure out what
both. Yeah. Wait times to be assessed and the wait times to actually receive your funding package.
And so we've heard lots of concerns about the use of the integrated assessment tool, for example. I guess what are your views or anyone else on the panel's views about how do we bring wait times down? And do those kinds of tools have a place in bringing those wait times down, do you think?
I'm not against using an algorithm to make something faster or more efficient, but what I'm saying is that there needs to be human oversight to recognise what we pointed out before, which is the nuances that exist, especially when someone is assessing frailty, ageing and a disability or a chronic condition. And so I don't think that the use of humans to do assessment is necessarily an argument to say that that's just going to increase wait times. I think there needs to be an integrated model where human oversight can override an algorithm. But yeah, we are in support of that. That would make things quicker. Just making sure that there's still someone over making the final decision.
I agree, and I think that we can consider the use of whether it's an algorithm or other systems to try to assist with efficiency, but not at the cost of losing the human oversight, and that's really important. We shouldn't be focused on creating a system that is only efficient if it's going to create poorer outcomes for older people. When we consider some of the positives with perhaps the new system, I mean, certainly expanding the levels of classifications, we see as a positive move. The inclusion of review rights for a number of decisions, which now an older person has an ability to seek a review of, is positive. However, when we're seeing such a significant increase in a number of people using those review rights, that indicates that there is something happening wrong to begin with, because we shouldn't have such an increase in people seeking reviews of supported home classification levels, which is what has been happening.
And with the assessments, requesting a reassessment of their classification, which could take up to 90 days for the system governor to make a decision, is if that surpasses the 90 days and it's deemed as the original decision was the right decision, and therefore the only course of action then is that they need to go to appeal to or seek a review from the Administrative Review Tribunal at a cost to the older person, which we're talking months just in terms of a review of a classification process.
So just to be clear on that, Mrs. Barton, effectively what has been created is a system where if they just don't make a decision, it stands. So there's actually no requirement to make a decision.
That's correct. So the legislation provides for the systems governor, which is the department, to make an internal review decision within 90 days. If the department, for whatever reason, fails to do that, the original decision, which would be your classification level, is automatically affirmed. And so the outcome of that is that an older person who has sought an internal review of that decision has effectively not been able to access any review process at all. There's an automatic decision that's been made, and their only ability to seek a further review of that is an external review to the Administrative Review Tribunal. And that may have happened, well, that would have happened after waiting at least 90 days for that decision to be forthcoming.
A cynic would say that is a good way to cause people to give up, to challenge the decision, and therefore make it a budget saving measure because people are going to give up on a process to get a higher level of support.
That's absolutely right, and we see it as a bit of a deterrent because older people do give up. But even right from the start, registering, going through the registration process and assessment, once they receive the classification, some people don't even proceed to the next stage because it's so complex. And our care finders, and generally care finders in general, report if it wasn't for them, older people would just say, forget it, just don't worry about it, it's all difficult. But care finders have got access to systems and can expedite things a little bit quicker. But the important thing is that they're explaining the process. They're assisting them to understand, and the older person's giving consent for them to manage it in the end. But if the assessment was done correctly in the first place with a human, the need for reclassifications probably wouldn't need to be there at the extent of what it is. And also, what's also happening is that if there's a request or if there's a need for equipment at home, then most providers are arranging for OTs at a cost of another $1,000 for that, for the OT to say this is what you need in their home, and then they're having to apply. And even the guidelines are quite specific around AT and HMs, saying what's recommended or what needs an OT, but some providers might say, no, we want an OT to review it. If there's an assessor in the home and they can already see, they can provide recommendations at that point, which will expedite the need for the person, will expedite the accessibility to those equipments and modifications.
So is one of your suggestions then that, for example, the ability to access equipment through the assistive technology and home mods process could be streamlined by allowing an assessor to make some of those decisions at the time of an initial assessment?
Recommendations, yes.
I'll just check whether Senator Whittaker has any more questions before I go to Senator Nandaraja.
Happy for you to go to Senator Nandaraja. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thanks, Senator Whittaker. Senator Nandaraja?
I've never understood why we have two separate systems. We have a classification system, which is the IAT, and then we have this prioritisation system. And it has a fairly discrete list of criteria, which then determines whether you go into a category, urgent, high, medium, or standard, and then that determines your waiting list. That is currently under review. Having said that, it's currently under review. The government recognises there are problems with that. But do you think we should be looking at something far simpler? I mean, the IAT is already putting people into 8 categories. Why aren't those categories then linked to prioritisation? So, for example, I'm just off the top of my head, if you were in a 7 or 8, for example, why aren't you urgent? I mean, surely that's taken into account your entire biopsychosocial needs and characteristics.
I agree with you, Senator. It wasn't a question. I agree completely. So someone with a level 7 or an 8 is probably someone with advanced Parkinson's who probably has multiple motor and non-motor symptoms, with their carer probably at the same age as someone with advanced Parkinson's is more likely to be demographically frail and ageing themselves, so probably unable to provide a lot of the unpaid, carer and support work. So yes, I would say that. And what I call now is, Wayne, the gentleman that I spoke about before, the 92-year-old who was classified at a level 8, is it's not good enough for us to have to go through the pathway that I call the current affair effect, which is we write a media release, we write a letter to the minister's office, we write a letter to the department, and, we make a song and dance about it until that person actually gets granted, their care package. And it shouldn't be a case of the current affair effect. It should be, if you're at this level, you've obviously got high needs.
You mentioned carer stress, and I note that carer stress is not reflected in these criteria.
No.
And what do you, this is obviously a gendered issue because it's overwhelmingly women who are the ones who are doing the caring. What do you think of the fact that the carer stress is not reflected in these criteria?
I think it is. I think it's terrible. I think that the previous witness actually spoke about carers specifically, but what we see are carers who end up in an urgent situation because they are physically and emotionally under so much pressure and stress that something happens that then their journey and trajectory of living and well-being is not decided by them. They have no choice and control because they've had a lack of sleep because they've gotten up 7 times to take their partner to the bathroom, and they've been so tired in the morning that they have not cleaned up some tea that's spilt in the kitchen and have fallen over and broken their hip. Then what happens after that? That whole household goes downhill and everything becomes urgent rather than planned and about choice.
And as a carer myself, I can see how, yes, I take on all the logistics and navigating all the systems that we're going through. My husband has young onset Parkinson's, so we've navigated NDIS, navigated the health system, and then for me and my kids, I have to navigate the care system separately, and in all of that, everybody's just siloed into those little areas. So when we were assessed for NDIS, none of the questions were about me trying to work full time and have 2 kids that participate in community and keeping my husband well, and just having to navigate system upon system upon system.
Can I ask a counterfactual to that question, which is, in some respects, if we're asking about the carer, we're assuming that if they're not burnt out, then we're putting a burden on someone else. And I wonder whether carers actually shouldn't be factored in at all, and every person should be considered on the merits of their own health and needs, because it isn't actually, shouldn't be the job that people have to be available to care. So that they can maintain their family relationships and the relationship that they have with that person. I mean, obviously, if they want to offer some care, great, but it seems to me that we're almost turning it into, if you're a stressed out carer with a job, we'll give you some more help, but if you've got someone who you can rely on to do that all the time, we're just putting that burden onto them.
Absolutely, I concur with that. I think the assessment needs to be focused on the older person. In our case, if we're talking about aged care, is on the older person and their needs. Because the reality is if they say, yes, my daughter's helping with my daily cleaning or whatever it is, the daughter might not be there for a period of time. And then what happens is that the person, then all of a sudden, there's neglect on the older person. And so all assessments should be based on the older person, their needs, their environment. And families who call us, like I said earlier, their relationship is no longer mum and daughter. It is, I am the carer, and they are so anxious that they call us and they're distressed because they're saying, I'm in despair. I'm now talking to my mum in a way that I wouldn't have talked to her normally. So the relationship becomes fractured, but to expect a carer as part of that assessment process should not be it. That shouldn't be the factor there at all. It should be the older person should be assessed for their needs, and the rest of it should be about the family unity. I mean, they can ask questions about, do you have family, do you have visitors and all of that, but that could actually also impact the older person by saying, most older people will say, I don't want to burden my family. They'd rather that a care finder is supporting them or an advocate is supporting them rather than putting more pressure on their family members. That's the reality.
And would that not give an older person more agency?
Absolutely. And also what you find is if the carer is involved as part of the assessment process, we're not asking the older person anymore about what their wants are. And so all of a sudden the family feel responsible in saying, I know what's best for them. Well, the older person knows what's best for themselves. So sometimes they'll just go along with it just because this is what my daughter wants me to do.
Do you have any more questions?
Just one more. I mean, you touched upon conflict within families. To what degree is this then impacting older Australians who have advanced Parkinson's, moderate to advanced Parkinson's. Conflict can lead to resentment, can lead to neglect sometimes. What are you hearing on the ground or seeing on the ground?
We've seen marriages that have broken down as a consequence. We have seen relationships, like we said before, between siblings and then other people in the family break down as well. Like you mentioned before, we've seen people on self-reflection who are acting and behaving in a certain way that they don't want to be, and that's because of the burden that they have placed on them. And they've lost that relationship with their loved one because of the burden of caring. And let's be honest, it is a burden, and it does increase depression and anxiety, and the impact of people in terms of other chronic conditions and comorbidities increases as well. And so it has a devastating effect on families. And that's not just anecdotal, So, we hear all of those stories all of the time.
I've got one more question, and it goes to what you said earlier, Ms. Nasaris, about the difference between, at a support group meeting of someone who was young enough to access NDIS. Have experienced that myself with a parent who got MND a little bit too late, you could almost say, and how that made them feel. Interested in your feedback, I guess, on how do we fix that problem? Is it that we need to give older people access to the NDIS and we treat aged care as simply supporting the ageing part? Do we need a separate package category for people who have a neurodegenerative disease? Just interested in what your view as Parkinson's Australia is on how we address this issue, because it's a significant one.
Let me be very clear in my response that I do not think that the solution is NDIS cuts that we have seen just recently that brings down the level of support for people. I think the only solution that we can do is bring up the level of support for people no matter what their age is. And the age discrimination between our groups makes it incredibly hard for us to advocate for everyone as an organisation, knowing that there are the haves and the have-nots, right? Really, really difficult. And so I don't know the answer. I don't know whether or not people on my aged care or support at home with incurable degenerative conditions should be moved over to NDIS. I feel like, that's a departmental question. What I do know is that you have not chosen to have a chronic condition or a neurodegenerative condition like MND or Parkinson's. And so the level of care and well-being that the government provides you should be of equal quality.
Thank you. Can I say thank you very much for your advocacy and your submissions to this inquiry and giving up time to come and give evidence today. It is obvious that there are many issues and problems in the system as it currently stands, and it's really important that we hear evidence like yours so that it can be included in our submissions and our recommendations to government. So thank you very much for taking the time out of what we know is really important work to continue to come before us as a committee. This is not the first inquiry that we've held, and I know that there's a significant burden on people who are providing advocacy and services to repeatedly come before us to give evidence, but it is important that we give this evidence to the government. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I just need to note the formal bit that the committee will report to the Senate on the 24th of November 2026 and has agreed that responses to questions on notice should be provided by close of business on Monday the 14th of September 2026. We are now going to take a break and we will resume at 1:15 p.m. I'm now going to welcome our lived experience witnesses up to the table. So we've got one here and one online. This session is an opportunity for the committee to hear from members of the community about their lived experiences, and I remind the committee that this is a listening exercise. I'd like to remind everyone that this is a public hearing and these are formal proceedings, so we will proceed in an orderly and respectful manner, and I want to remind witnesses not to disclose any personal information because we are being broadcast live, and once it's out there we can't get it back. So no full names, dates of birth, addresses, anything like that. We're now going to do that thing where I welcome you and say your names, and then you have to say your names again, and because it's just first names it sounds really weird, but we'll do it anyway. So I now welcome Hannah and Susan. Thank you so much for appearing before us today. Could I now ask each of you to state your name, just your first name, for the benefit of the Hansard, and I'll start here in the room.
My name is Hannah.
Thank you. And I'll go online. Just have another go, Sue.
Yeah, my name is Sue.
Thank you. We just didn't hear you the first time, but we can now. Okay. I'm now going to invite each of you to make a statement of about 10 to 15 minutes in length, and we will just sit here and listen. And I might start with you, Sue, seeing as you're online.
Thank you very much. Chair, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can.
Good. Good afternoon, and thank you for providing the opportunity to speak about my lived experience regarding the supported home program. I speak as someone who was in the home care program and now the supported home program. I'm referred to as a grandfathered participant. I can share some lived experience of the transition from home care to supported home. It was extremely stressful and caused older people much anxiety. The biggest issue for myself and a lot of other older people was the new service agreement transition with providers. I had a complaint in with the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission about this for 8 months, assisted by my OPAN state-based advocacy service to support me. The Commission spoke with my provider, but we could not get any meaningful consequences or outcomes on the concerns that I had. I could not obtain free legal advice. The best I was offered was a fee for service by a legal company who, to look over the contract for an initial payment of $1,000. That was an amount. So I definitely could not afford that. In the end, I had to sign it, even though I felt my rights had not been met, because I feared termination of my services, which I'll talk about later. It's difficult to summarise and bring as much lived experience to you in the time available today, but I do have some examples of how the new systems are not working on the ground and some recommendations that will be quick to implement, cost-effective, and make good sense. Before I mention those, I would ask the inquiry to hear how older people feel they do not have a direct voice to the Federal Department of Ageing into the reforms. What I and many other consumers and grassroots advocates ask is that co-design of ongoing amendments to supported home is embedded in all aged care reform discussions, plans, implementation and reviews going forward. I and many other consumers needing support in the home gave lived experience to the New Aged Care Act 2024 Senate inquiry. We have also attended other aged care inquiries, presentations, forums, feedback to aged care bodies, the Office of the Inspector General of Aged Care, have written and spoken with our local federal politicians, as well as the Federal Health and Aged Care Ministers about our concerns. We have tirelessly described and fed back the lived reality. We predicted and described problems that we foresaw with the Act and rules, and many of those have played out on the ground in unfortunate and concerning consequences in ways we feared. They've led to some terrible outcomes for many older people. I have provided a de-identified case study from my community where I tried to help a 95-year-old get supported home help. I hope you have that case study before you or in the system. I can provide it. What I and others request going forward is that a range of independent aged care recipients from every state will be engaged directly to be involved in co-design, as promised this month by Ministers Butler and Ray in relation to their media releases regarding the future of the Commonwealth Home Support Program and the refinements to the Supported Home Program and IAT. Consumers of aged care services in the home come from all walks of life and have extensive life experience. Many are retired professionals who have worked in healthcare and other organisations at senior levels. We all deserve a direct voice about how we are treated and a quicker and effective two-way communication mechanism, information in and information out efficiently. Now to the issues and recommendations that I have put to the Senate inquiry. You should have my two-page submission containing 4 key recommendations and requests for change. They are reasonable. Many older people have other examples and reasonable requests. If such end-user recommendations are looked at through the lens of aged care rules and standards, then common sense should prevail, and these things easily and quickly changed to prevent further harm and stress to those trying to stay living safely, well and happily in their homes. Because the alternative is that they may have no option but to enter residential aged care. At this time, there are not enough places in residential aged care, and it has already been demonstrated it costs the government more, around $120,000 per year, to support an older person in residential aged care, when they don't need residential aged care. They just need the aged care system funding to support them more flexibly in their homes. It makes so much sense to give people the approved service they need at home. It's simply the right thing to do, and it's cheaper. First condition I'd like to talk to, lung conditions. Older people develop age-related serious lung conditions, such as COPD, age-related asthma, bronchiectasis, and so on. I have age-related lung conditions. These can escalate to hospitalisation very quickly if I'm not able to have clean air and environment in my home. This could lead to more costs to the government and taxpayers. This is a barrier to staying living at home, possibly an unintended consequence. Residential aged care facility residents would have the benefit of having clean, recycled air and a dust-free environment, as an aged care facility would be required to have their heating and cooling equipment and carpets cleaned regularly. The recommendation is recipients whose lung health conditions are identified via their medical practitioners, such as GPs, medical specialists, or allied health providers, should be allowed to receive professional cleaning of their reverse cycle heating and cooling equipment, as well as carpets, to keep them living safely in their home. Please move these to inclusions. They're in exclusions at the moment. Next, osteopathy. Osteopathy is a clinical allied health service just like physiotherapy. Osteopaths and physiotherapists complete rigorous university-led level training, typically 4 to 5 years of higher education, postgraduate training and education, and are registered health professionals with APRA. One is not superior to the other. They simply have different focuses and treatment styles. Physiotherapy is classified as clinical, and so should osteopathy. Please move osteopathy to clinical. Co-payments and third-party invoice levy charges by providers. Many older people are renters or still have mortgages, especially women. They are not wealthy. I have no savings or superannuation, and I do have to pay for my accommodation. I must pay co-contributions even though I'm a grandfathered recipient. I am worse off under support at home with the third-party provider charges labelled invoice levy fee at 10% that my and other package providers charge on top of my service invoices. Now, this diminishes my support at home budget and purchasing power, which means I have less money to spend on services. The 10% invoice levy charges come out of my support at home package funds that the government allocated to me, but it goes to the provider. Extensive evidence has demonstrated that many older people are withdrawing from supported home services already. This will have downstream effect on hospitalisation and premature entry to residential care and cost the government more. Recommendation: remove co-payments from full and part pensioners. Review the third-party invoice levy fees providers can charge. The rules say they can charge up to 10%, and they usually do so. It's not negotiable with our providers, and it takes away the money that I could use on services. Consumers fear that provider lobbyists may argue for an increase in the 10% management fee. We recommend this not be allowed. This will cut our funding even further. Service contracts and the 14-day cessation of service rule. Supported home recipients must have more consumer protection. Recipients are being terminated with only 14 days' notice, and this is scary. 14 days cessation of services by a provider under supported home program is insufficient time for an older person to research, find, and transition to another provider. This is in the transitioned contracts and is the same for new support at home entrant contracts or service agreements. It cannot be negotiated. Private enterprise supported home providers should surely not be able to terminate a government-funded supported home recipient with only 14 days' notice. Recommendation: end the period of time for termination of supported home services by a provider from 14 days and extend it substantially. Please talk to consumers about this in our co-design methodology. Inclusions and exclusions. Inclusions of what services are allowed is not a one-size-fits-all. We ask that we are treated as individuals with our own individual support needs. As it stands, many people are falling through the aged care rules, cracks, and are often blocked by providers' interpretation or misunderstanding of the rules from getting our needs met, even though we have adequate funding in our budget. One example is that my provider insists that one of my allied health university-trained clinical service providers have $20 million in public liability insurance. When I asked where this requirement comes from, is it in the rules? They said, no, it's not. The usual amount is 10 million in public liability, but that they prefer 20 million. This is a provider setting their own rules on my funded supported home package. This is a barrier to me receiving an approved service and has led to my service provider withdrawing from providing a vital service to me under supported home. They are an APRA registered allied health provider. They also tell me they're required to complete a police check every year, according to the provider. Is that in the aged care rules? This is what can happen under privatised aged care. This then leads to our only option of placing a complaint to the Aged Care Quality and Safety Commission. But this takes its toll on our health. I know, I've done it several times. It's highly onerous on the participant and can be quite lengthy. But what other choice do we have when our provider is inflexible? We feel the odds of getting our voices heard is stacked against us. Recommendation: make placing a complaint less onerous on the older person. We find ourselves having to prove we are not being treated fairly. We are told the Commission must give providers time to respond and help them to get it right. This can take weeks, perhaps months, as it did in my case with my service agreement. So the recommendation goes on: reduce the barriers and onus to consumers making complaints. Discuss through co-design how this can be done to prevent older people from giving up on making complaints, and even further, indeed, withdrawing from supported home services. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Sue, and I apologise that it seems a bit weird that we're not looking at you, but the camera is over here and you're over here, so wanting to watch you but also know that we are paying attention, so thank you very much. Hannah.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the Senators for inviting me to appear before you today. I have a speech impediment due to oromandibular dystonia, so I hope you'll forgive me if I occasionally stumble over my words. I'm a member of two advocacy groups, the Australian Self-Managed Supported Home Consumer Core Group and the Aged Care Reform Now. I've also spent many years helping older Australians navigate my aged care, obtain packages, find providers and understand what has become an increasingly complicated system. I'm also a grandfathered recipient of a package. My husband has a package which I manage, and until recently I managed a third package, so I'm well experienced in that field. I'd like to talk to you today about three issues from my 70-page submission that I believe go to the very heart of whether supported home is achieving what it was designed to achieve. 1. What is the point of an $80,000 package if a pensioner cannot afford to use it? I want to tell you about friends of mine. For privacy, I'll call them Mary and John. John has dementia and Mary is his sole carer. After a long wait, John was finally approved for a level 8 supported home package worth approximately $80,000 a year. Mary was overjoyed. She thought, finally, someone's going to help me. On the advice of a family member, she signed up with a fully managed provider. Then the reality of the new system hit her. The provider told her that she would have to pay approximately $800 every quarter in co-payments. She came to me distraught and in tears. She and John live on the age pension, currently around $1,810 a fortnight. They simply can't find another $800 every month. We are in a cost of living crisis. For a pensioner couple, $800 is not spare money. It can mean the difference between paying the electricity bill, buying food, meeting medical expenses, and paying other essential household costs. And here is the tragedy. Mary has been given an $80,000 package, but she can't afford to use it. So what's actually changed for Mary and John? John still has dementia. Mary is still his sole carer. The enormous burden of caring for her husband remains on her shoulders. The package exists on paper, but the care can't be fully accessed because the family can't afford the co-payments. What is the point of granting someone a level 8 package if they can't afford to take it up? Mary and John's story is not isolated. It represents the experience of many older Australians and their families who are being asked to choose between paying for care and paying for the necessities of everyday life. The consequences fall not only on the recipient, but on husbands, wives, sons, daughters and families who are already exhausted. I have assisted Mary to transfer to a provider that allows self-management, but the co-payments still severely limit how much of the package she can utilise. Co-payments can therefore have devastating consequences, not only for the recipient, but for the entire informal care network on which our aged care system depends. I believe aged care, including supported homes, should be funded through a dedicated levy. We would all contribute throughout our working lives. We should then be able to look forward to quality care when we need it, without being faced with a bill that makes the care we have been assessed as needing unaffordable. Aged care should be something we collectively invest in for our future, not something that suddenly becomes an unaffordable personal expense when we become frail or disabled. 2. What happens when the rules prevent us from using our funding to remain independent? I want to give you an example from my own experience. I have significant peripheral neuropathy. One of the things that enables me to walk is allopoic acid, but at around $200 a month, I can't afford it on my pension. I'm currently using a small bequest from my late mother, which will soon run out. I need other supplements as well, but I can't afford those either. After about 5 days without allopoic acid, I become unable to walk and require a wheelchair. Think about that. That is my future. Supplements are excluded from support at home. They were removed from the inclusions list by the previous Aged Care Minister, Annika Wells. If something relatively inexpensive helps maintain my mobility, surely there should be a mechanism for government to consider funding it where there is appropriate clinical recommendation. The government was concerned about unspent fund, yet its own exclusions prevent me from using my allocated funding effectively. So money I could use to maintain my independence is returned to the government at the end of each quarter. Those returned funds could help keep me walking. The irony is extraordinary. If I can use a relatively small amount of my package funding to maintain my mobility, I can remain walking and independent. If I can't, my mobility deteriorates. I need a wheelchair, I need more assistance, I need more support workers, I become more dependent, I need a higher level of supported home funding. Eventually, I may require a much higher level of care, including early entry into residential care. That is not good policy, it is not good economics, and most importantly, it is not good care. I believe there should be a mechanism for a GP's clinical recommendation to be considered where a relatively inexpensive item can demonstrably help maintain a person's mobility and independence. I have the funding, I have the need, but the rules prevent me from using the funding effectively. And it is not just supplements. Continuous blood glucose monitors are subsidised for people with type 1 diabetes, but many people with type 2 diabetes do not have access to the same support. They can cost around $200 a month. The irony is that the government may refuse to fund a relatively inexpensive device that could help a person manage their condition, while the health system ultimately bears the much greater cost of preventable complications. Again, the irony is Medicare will fund amputation of legs, but not fund a continuous blood glucose monitor. My husband and I used to clean our own windows, carpets and home. We can no longer manage these physically demanding tasks, yet window, carpet and deep cleaning are now excluded. I ask you, are older Australians supposed to live in squalor because they have become too old or too unwell to clean their own homes? Currently, I can't even see out of my bedroom window. I stood before a Senate hearing in Port Lincoln in 2024 to argue against the proposed caps on cleaning and gardening. The caps were removed. That now seems like a Pyrrhic victory. These may sound like small things in a policy document. They are not small things when you are the person living with the consequences. They are about dignity, safety, and remaining in the home you have lived in for many years. Sometimes the cheapest thing for a government to fund is the thing that prevents a much more expensive need from developing. 3. Self-management can make supported home funding go much further. I strongly believe that people who are capable of self-managing their supported home package should be encouraged and supported to do so. But for those who are capable, self-management can provide genuine choice and control. You can choose your own support workers and people you trust. You can negotiate the days and times they come. And importantly, you can negotiate the price. That matters enormously because some of the prices being charged by fully managed providers are eye-watering. I have seen an example reported recently on an aged care consumer forum of a provider charging $190 an hour for a support worker simply to sit with an older person and have coffee. Other providers charge $165 an hour for gardening and $150 for cleaning. I'm not suggesting these figures represent every provider, but they illustrate the problem. When a person has a finite package budget, every additional dollar charged means fewer hours of actual care. The package may be worth $80,000 on paper, but what matters is how much care that $80,000 actually buys. Self-management can make that funding go considerably further. I believe government should actively support capable consumers who want to self-manage rather than assuming that fully managed care is the default solution. In conclusion, I want to finish by bringing these three issues together. Lived experience must be at the heart of policy making. We need genuinely consumer-directed care. Mary has an $80,000 package but cannot afford to use it. I have funding that I cannot use for things that could keep me walking and independent, and many consumers see their finite funding rapidly consumed by high provider charges. The fundamental question is, are we actually getting care to the person who needs it? Supported homes should be judged not by the number of packages allocated, but by how much practical care each older Australian receives for every dollar of funding. Behind every package is a person. We are people, not classifications or budget line items. We have spent our lives contributing to this country, and we want to remain safe, independent and dignified in our own homes. I'm not asking for a blank cheque. I am asking for common sense, flexibility and trust, reasonable autonomy over our funding, consideration of appropriate clinical recommendations and genuine support for those who choose to self-manage. Above all, please ensure that supported home actually supports people to remain at home, because the cheapest care is often the care that prevents a person from needing much more expensive care later. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. Can I say thank you very much, Sue and Hannah, for taking the time to come and give your lived experience evidence. Co-designing aged care does require listening to older people and the people who use that care, and so your evidence is a really important part of our inquiry, and I want to reassure you that it is listened to and taken on board by the committee when we consider our recommendations. So thank you very much for that evidence. The committee is now going to suspend and resume at 5:15 because we are coming back to aged care after our epilepsy hearing this afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I declare open this hearing of the Senate Community Affairs References Committee's inquiry into epilepsy in Australia. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay our respects to Elders past and present and any First Nations people that are joining us today. The committee will be conducting today's hearing via video conference and in person. I'm Senator Penny Orman-Payne, the chair of the committee. Joining us online is Senator Antic, and here in the room is Senator Ananda Raja. These are public proceedings being video streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It's unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who aren't speaking to please mute your microphones. I now welcome representatives from the Genetic Epilepsy Team Australia. Thanks very much for appearing before the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of obligations of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, if you could please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today, and I'll start on my left.
My name is Sarah James. My legal name is Sarah James Butcher. I am here today speaking as the mom of a 22-year-old daughter with KCNQ2-DEE and the co-founder of Genetic Epilepsy Team Australia.
I'm Danielle Williams. I have two daughters with a DEE, and I'm also a co-founder of GETTR.
Okay, thank you very much for appearing. We're going to invite you. Oh, sorry.
We have one more, Emily.
My apologies.
Attending.
I have my sheet in front of me. I'm going to go to Emily online. If you could state your full name and the capacity in which you're appearing, and my apologies for not coming to you sooner.
No problem, thank you. My name is Emily Kukolewski. I'm the proud mum of a young child with a DEE, and I'm here as a member of GETTR and have supported them in making their submission to this inquiry.
Thanks very much, Emily. And just to let you know, you are on my left, but the camera that is looking at us is in front, so that's why it looks like we're not actually looking at you on the screen. So apologies for that, feels very weird. Okay, I'm now going to invite you to make some short opening remarks and then we'll go to questions.
Well, thank you very much, Chair and committee members. 9 years ago, a handful of strangers gathered around a pine table crafted from an old tree near my husband's family farm in the goldfields town of Muckleford, Australia. A historic table for a decisive day, though none of us knew it then. I had just met Danielle Williams and the other parents, but their stories could have been mine. Our children suffer from rare and devastating genetic disorders where seizures are just the beginning. Our children have intellectual disability, severe autism, difficulties with speech, walking, the gut, and for some of us, our children have behavior problems that can be excruciating to witness and make us fear for their safety, and sometimes for the safety of others. But we had come together not to bemoan these challenges, but to do something about it to help our children. Also at the table were Professor Ingrid Scheffer, whose epilepsy work earned her a Prime Minister's Prize for Science, and Steve Petru, then a top researcher at the Florey Institute of Neuroscience in Melbourne, and now Chief Scientific Officer of Praxis, where he is pioneering new treatments right now. Before we left that office in Flinders Lane, GETTR was born. GETTR stands for Genetic Epilepsy Team Australia. Now, the names have changed a little bit. We now talk about developmental epileptic encephalopathies, DEEs, you're familiar with that, or rare and complex epilepsy. The names might change a bit, but the diagnosis and the condition does not. DEEs affect every aspect of a person's development, and an estimated 1 in 590 Australians are born with
this condition each year. GETA was founded by parents for those living with DEEs and their families because we get it. We hosted our first GETA conference in 2017, and our most recent conference was this past May. We've had one event a year, every year since we started. As we tell families, we do this because we're all in the alphabet soup. The letters and numbers sound different. KCNQ2, SCN2A, SCN1A, CDKL5, KCNT1. But the clinical presentation is remarkably similar, not just for our children's diagnoses, but for all of the 970 DEEs which are now identified. For these children and adults, because our daughter turns 22 on Friday, our mission is the same. Get a team, get a target, and get a cure. And today, thanks to you, we get a voice, the chance to tell you what researchers tell us, which is that DEEs are the most profound medical condition most Australians have never heard of. But they should, because DEEs last a lifetime and they capsize families. And now I'd like to turn over to my GETA co-founder, Danielle Williams, to tell you how we think you might be able to help us and help us help these kids.
Thanks, Sarah. So from the DE community, we asked the committee to consider 5 priorities in its recommendations. First, a national epilepsy action plan with a dedicated DEE and rare genetic epilepsy stream, co-designed with GETA and gene-specific communities. GETA provides something fundamental for DEE families, and that's connection. Connection for families who can otherwise feel profoundly alone. That's why we want the National Epilepsy Action Plan to include structured parent-peer support with a DEE-specific component that GETA can help deliver. Second, equitable access to clinically indicated rapid genomic testing for children and adults, including expansion of gene steps. As Associate Professor Catherine Howell told the committee, rapid genomic diagnosis can change treatment and prognosis. Empowering emerging precision medicines and gene therapies mean Australia needs coordinated infrastructure so researchers can plug into the system and go, rather than rebuild the pathway for every rare condition, leading to our third request, a pilot DEE centre of excellence, bringing together existing national clinical and research expertise to connect lifelong multidisciplinary care, research and trial readiness. It should incorporate the DEER proposal for specialist DEE nurse navigation and centres of expertise, alongside shared natural history study data and a national independent biorepository for genetic neurological disorders. GETA can provide the lived experience and community partnership needed to co-design that model. The fourth request is a targeted national NHMRC call for DEE research, connecting genomics, natural history studies, clinical trials and translation with patient communities helping shape priorities, recruitment and outcomes. And the fifth is a dedicated DE pathway within the NDIS, similar to the childhood dementia pathway, co-designed with GETA and the DE community. GETA does not want to replace clinical leadership or existing epilepsy organisations. Our role is to be the national lived experience and implementation partner. Families should not have to build the pathway themselves. Their postcode or their ability to navigate bureaucracy should never determine whether they receive a diagnosis or whether that diagnosis leads to meaningful care, support, research opportunities and treatment. At the heart of GETA has always been a simple call to action. Get a team, get a target, get a cure, and today, get a voice. Our 5 requests are about turning that voice into action so that every Australian living with a DE has the chance to get a better future.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go to Senator Nandaraja, who's going to kick us off with questions.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you for your submission. It was terrific. I agree with just about everything in it. And actually, it was a nice consolidation of a lot of the evidence we've previously heard from other settings. Just want to draw you out on genetic testing. We don't need any persuasion as to why genetic testing is important, but there are some gaps in the MBS right now. So there's perhaps you could elaborate for us what the issues are with the MBS. I understand there's an item number which most children don't qualify for, and it also is for a type of genetic test which can take months rather than weeks. in contrast to what Gene Steps offers in the Murdoch Children's Institute. Do you think this needs to be reformed, and what do you think we should be looking towards
I'll
achieving?
start globally, and then I'd like to go to my two colleagues to take this. The first thing to understand is, and I think we have people in this room with lived experience, the power of a diagnosis is transformational. When we talk about get a team, get a target, that target is where on the DNA map, where is this misfire? Why does it matter? We've seen just in the last couple of days a story about a child with KCNT1. They found where the misfire was, and they were able to identify a repurposed drug and be able to give that to that child with a dramatic outcome, no more seizures. So that's why genetic testing is profound and incredibly important, and you can appreciate that the sooner we're able to get that genetic testing for families, the better it is. When our daughter was born, to give you a point of contrast, she got it. We had every test under the sun, but they didn't have these advanced tests. She was 7 years old by the time we were able to get genetic outcomes for her. We know that these rapid tests, we can now find from what Catherine Howell has shown us, we can get answers in as little as 3 weeks. Yeah. So there's just a profound difference in not only the diagnostic answer for a family who's wondering what is going on, but also then being able to guide them. So that's why it's necessary. And it literally is going to make a difference financially as well. We know that we spend $200 million a year in hospital admissions, and that can be reduced if we get seizures under control. We recognize that seizures are only the tip of the iceberg for DEEs. We've made that point. But regardless, if you get seizures under control, you can start to work on some of the other issues. So that gives you a global perspective. And now I'd like to go to Danielle and Emily regarding the specific coding that I know you're discussing.
Emily can probably speak best to the coding. However, I just wanted to say the clinical presentation is important. It's not just the seizures, as you've highlighted. So there needs to be some education across the sector, from nurses, maternal healthcare nurses, through to GPs and even emergency ERs, so that they can see the clinical presentations even if the seizure hasn't occurred yet.
Right, okay. Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you. I think what we hear from families, across the country is just how varied it can be in getting this genomic testing. And what Associate Professor Howell gave evidence on is that a Medicare item will help support those children more in an outpatient setting where they're interacting with a paediatrician. So, from my own example, at a large tertiary hospital in a capital city, we received genomic testing very fast, and it was life-changing at a very critical point. That should be for all families, no matter what door they're entering the health system in, and whether it's a state, based funded hospital or through a GP and a paediatrician. And I think an improved Medicare item to roll out something like Gene Steps, which you've heard about, would be what we would be advocating for.
No, I agree. I like it. With regards to the other things we talked about in your submission, the N of 1 trials, this is very cutting edge, very much restricted to, I guess, research settings. How is your organisation thinking about the infrastructure that needs to be developed around N of 1 trials, and how should we make these equitable?
Do you want to start on that? Or
Sure.
Yeah, and then I'll pick up.
I'll start. So I think the pilot DEE Clinical Centre of Excellence would be part of the solution. But I think we need a central spot that intersects between the families, the researchers, the clinicians, and the advanced clinical pathways. And you've seen in the last few days, and I think Sarah already mentioned it, KCNT1 critical pathway to get that drug was a repurposed drug. So it wasn't strictly an N of 1 trial, but it was just one patient getting it. So I think the DE Pilot Centre of Excellence is crucial to open up and connect all the pieces of the puzzle for the N of 1 trials, repurposing or otherwise.
Another point to make here, I agree with all of this. Another point to make is that Australians are losing out on extraordinary research that Australian scientists are doing. So when Danielle and I were both for our children's different genetic DEEs, when we were both at the American Epilepsy Society meeting in December in the United States, I had an opportunity to speak to a very high-profile scientist who was expressing frustration. He's left Australia and now lives in the United States where he's doing his work. And he was frustrated that a new medicine, a new pathway, both a small molecule and an ASO, an antisense oligonucleotide that he's working on, these cutting-edge precision N-of-1 therapies, he wasn't as easily going to be able to do this in Australia, the country he's from, where he got his scientific background, as he is in the United States. So I think the idea of creating a center of excellence where we put the top scientists and where we're across it, we recognize that there are 970 different DEEs, and let's be clear, that's going to grow.
Yeah.
As we continue to map, we're going to have others. So it's important to have one place, and indeed potentially ultimately one in each state with some sort of national coordinated body to really be across all of this. But what we envision is a situation in which Australians are able to benefit from the great work of Australian scientists and not have to travel overseas to be able to participate. Emily, have I missed anything on that?
No, I would just reiterate that a lot of our families will be connected with families primarily in the US and Canada with the exact same conditions, and we are seeing this N-of-1 technology, N-of-1 trials flourishing. And I do agree, we have great research here, and a lot of the evidence for it is coming out of Australia, but that translational research piece, something's missing.
Yeah.
And I think you need a real focus on, from the initial research to the regulation to getting it to families. How can we streamline and improve this to harness the great research that's happening into Australia, but turning that innovation into real change for families?
Have you had any discussions with, say, Genomics Australia or the TGA? We're also setting up this National Clinical Trials One-Stop Shop. It's early days. It's still in process of being established. Have there been any discussions between your organisation and any of these groups?
Not yet.
Okay. We would welcome them.
Yes.
Yeah.
We would welcome. I think one point we would make about GETA is that we are highly collaborative. We're small, and our goal has really been to be there for families and to support families. We're now growing a bit because the two things have happened. I mean, we see that the need is larger because we're identifying more and more DEEs, and the scientific research is turbocharged at the moment as a result of the mapping of the human genome and, of course, AI. So we're seeing exciting things happen, but we welcome the opportunity to collaborate with others. That's, I have to say, we talk about the alphabet soup, 3 other letters I'd put that, DNA. Our DNA is to collaborate because we have 970 DEEs. We need to work together to get stuff done.
In terms of funding, how much funding have various groups around the country, parent-driven groups, family care-driven groups, had to raise to do this kind of research and trials? We heard that I know it's happening. We've had evidence to that.
Absolutely.
I know a fact.
What do you see is sort of the quantum to date, and what are the problems associated with this approach?
So these are the inequities, the postcode lottery that we mentioned before. I know one family who were investing over $1 million in an N-of-1 treatment for their child. And I mean, how many people can do that? Yeah. I mean, it's ridiculous that you need to raise that money by yourself in order to get a treatment for your child. And I think a lot of people, if they could, they would, but not many people can. What's interesting, I also wanted to note, is that 10 years ago when we started, there weren't 970 different DEEs. There was maybe 400 or 500 DEEs, and as Sarah mentioned, the genomic era has increased it. But we only dreamed of precision treatments and gene therapies back then, and it was a pipe dream. It felt like it was never going to happen. And then in the last 2 conferences, we've had people present on these gene therapies that are actually disease-modifying gene therapies. The treatments are here. Now we just need to make sure that we are mobilised and the community is mobilised so that we can get those treatments into the community and the patients, because it's disastrous. Living with DEs is disastrous.
Yeah, the burden. I think the reason that parents have gone to enormous lengths to be able to support themselves and to fund themselves are because of the toll of DEEs. When we talk about the capsizing of families, we're not kidding. I mean, these are disabilities that require 24/7 care, and it's quite extraordinary and can be excruciating for families, and we hear that again and again. So I think what we recognize is that, and this is a problem no matter where you are, if you're in the United States, where I'm from originally, or here, the idea of inequity, it exists. So how do we address that? Well, I think what we try to do, there are always going to be people who float it themselves, that's fine, go right ahead. But if we can create opportunities here in Australia to create a center of excellence where we can really be at the top in the vanguard and drive research toward that and get what's coming, the things that are coming down the pipeline, we can really ensure some equity for Australians who are deserving.
So this is something that's beyond a targeted call. You're talking about like an NHMRC funded Centre for Research Excellence in this, which doesn't exist right now. Is that right?
There are variations of it. There are variations, and Professor Ingrid Scheffer has built out of the Austin and the Melbourne Brain Centre in Melbourne. She's built a variation of it. However, it's philanthropically funded.
Okay.
So in order to, and her submission, I think it was submission 129, talks about how they could expand it to multiple centres of expertise, and we would support that submission. And we think it needs to be expanded to include a triage service at the front end of it, so a hotline, tapping into the existing Epilepsy Foundation functions, like Epilepsy Australia, Epilepsy Foundation, and also Epilepsy Action Australia also have a hotline. So that could be the triage point, and then it would go into these existing ramped up funded centres of expertise.
I have one question just about the Therapeutic Alliance. Could you just talk us through what this means for families and for carers? Because these are obviously children diagnosed, if they're lucky, early on in life. But the Alliance is something that would last years, if not decades. What is that relationship like? How important is that relationship to have the same sort of treating team, for example? What happens when families move?
You want to start? I'll start. I think we're thrilled that there are now abilities for people to get genetic answers early. And yet I say that with a heavy heart, because I think about families who learn when their child is weeks old that they have a profound disability that may be life-limiting and that will be life-changing. And what do we do? How do we support them? So the genetic answer, here's where it is on the map, needs to be the starting point. And then we need to support them therapeutically. We know that these disorders last a lifetime. We've seen, I've got a 22-year-old, I've been able to see how the burden shifts and changes, but it does not end. We will be looking for our child to move into supported independent living, because last I checked, despite all the advances, I can't live forever. So as parents know this aspect of things, we know these are big challenges that we face. I think having a center of excellence in which we could help confer about what it might look like could be one way to assist. We know, for example, from centers of excellence in the United States for individual DEEs, that they give an opportunity for people to learn about the latest clinical trials, to get their genetic testing, to participate in a natural history study, to connect to other families, and to learn about whatever allied health, as we call it here, options there are, whether it's speech, OT, etc. That's not going to be, obviously people live all over the place. I live an hour outside of Melbourne. I live in a more regional area. So I appreciate that there's burdens there. But if we have that center, then they could be the docking point, and the doctor, wherever they are in Australia, could contact that center of excellence and figure out what needs to happen.
And the allied therapists are tricky. I mean, people with DEEs, the standard speech therapy, occupational therapy, physiotherapy approaches, they don't work on people with DEs. You're talking about autism, behavioural issues, as well as atonic behaviour. They're hypertonic behaviour, sorry. So they've got physical as well as behavioural. Standard practices don't apply. So that's why we need specialised therapists as well as clinicians to actually train the families as well as other clinicians and therapists.
Did you want to make a contribution?
Thank you. I guess I would just say what else is coming up for me is the importance of that multidisciplinary care and that we don't yet have best practice models of care. There's not been that specific research in that area given how recent DEEs have been diagnosed, and I think that's something that we would like to see more research into and that a centre of excellence could potentially help to move forward.
I think when you say centre of excellence, I think of one thing. I think of research centres of excellence. That's typically the terminology, but I think what you're getting at, if you're wanting true multidisciplinary care at that sort of very specialised level, are comprehensive epilepsy centres, which are slightly different.
I like that.
But do exist in Australia to varying levels of specialisation and quality. But when you say research centres of excellence, that is a CRE.
Yes.
In kind of that's the taxonomy used. But what you're getting at, I think, are the comprehensive epilepsy centres, which are like Royal Children's Hospital, Alfred Hospital, POW, Charles Gardner, that kind of thing.
Exactly.
It's a combination of both, actually, is the vision.
Yeah.
Because
so we need research and clinical.
Exactly, and we need it together, and we need the incentive for DE patients to participate in the research. And right now, when you're living day to day and you don't know if you can survive the next hour, you're not thinking about enrolling your child in research. Yeah. So if you have that incentive for them in the centre or comprehensive epilepsy centre, whatever it's called, if we have the incentive for them to get some tools and strategies to help their day-to-day life, that is the incentive, in my view, to get them to participate in research.
One question. So what happens with, say, a family and patient if they move interstate?
Yes.
Yeah.
So currently there is this divide, right, between states. Your care tends not to continue across state borders.
You know, I think that's a really good point. And I think the other truth of this is that we know from talking to the doctors who are at the coalface, so to speak, on this, that they're overwhelmed. I mean, this is again, once somebody gets a diagnosis, they have lots of questions for their doctor. That's one reason why we support this idea of nurses who could assist in that way, because it shouldn't end when somebody moves from South Australia to Victoria or to WA. They need to have some continuity of care, and we need to catch them quickly. That's the other thing. I mean, their life is falling apart, and sometimes we catch them right away, but in the case, for example, of Danielle's girls, they didn't have their first seizure until
13 months. Yep.
So it's not a given that immediately the seizures are going to present. So once they do, we need to catch people, and we need to help them move. That's why a national approach, a Commonwealth-led approach, is important, because these are problems all across Australia and not in one jurisdiction.
I'll leave it there, Chair. Thank you.
Just a couple of questions from me, because I'm conscious of time, and I'm not the doctor on the panel. You've talked about a dedicated pathway in the NDIS, and I'm just keen for you to unpack a little bit more what the challenges are in actually being able to access the NDIS. Do you have any members who have been able to access the NDIS? What are the barriers?
I would think Emily, our colleague Emily, is best positioned.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think our families face considerable barriers in seeking access and then getting the right support. Many have overcome those barriers, but they can be high and delay support at really critical times. I think in part where it comes from is that, we've heard the evidence that DEEs are some of the most profound conditions that no one's ever heard of, and that includes the agency. DEEs aren't recognised in any publicly available documents, internal guidance that's been sought under FOI by other organisations will just refer to epilepsy. They won't refer to DEEs. And as you heard, DEEs are so much more than epilepsies. We recognise considerable reform is happening to the NDIA, moving away from a focus on diagnosis and towards, functional needs and support needs. I guess our concern is in the design of those tools, DEEs will be missed again. And the, multiple disability support needs across impairment categories, and particularly the fluctuating nature of needs based on seizure burden won't be properly understood or considered in the design of the reforms that are coming over the next year or two. Our suggestion as a way to combat that would be that GETA and other DE communities, and to be honest, it is the same for many other rare disease communities, that we are consulted closely and can feed into how these new tools are designed. And then one way at the end is to have a more streamlined DEE pathway to how access is met and how support needs are met. There's precedent, again, we turn to Childhood Dementia Initiative, Childhood Dementia who have this pathway. There are, and there are similarities between our conditions in that it is a rare, very complex condition that needs specialised people with the NDIA, within the NDIA that properly understands, so they can support families well in getting what, that they need to survive and to support their children.
Are you aware of whether any consultation has taken place between the NDIA and members of the DE community? Like, are you aware of any organisations, yours or others, that they've reached out to?
Rare Voices Australia, I believe, consults with the NDIA, but not a DE-specific community. We submitted to the recent inquiry, and we'll continue to submit to consultations that the technical advisory group are holding. But yeah, more and more specific consultation, I think, would be needed.
Okay, so you'd certainly be looking for recommendations from this committee to be looking at that as a group that really needs to be looked at potentially.
We would greatly appreciate that, because I think, strangely, the fact that there are seizures as part of this picture clouds the picture, and people lean into the word epilepsy and miss the first word, developmental. So what they're seeing is, and this isn't true for everybody in the community, but when people have troubles, it's because they see it as a medical condition that needs a hospital and not a profoundly life-altering, kids can't walk, can't talk, are acting in ways that are dangerous to themselves and others. These are very complex issues. That would be very, very, very useful. Thank you.
One final question from me. Are you aware of many families having to travel overseas to access innovative treatments?
I mean, I talk to families who are interested in things overseas. I travel overseas, but we're not currently getting our daughter treated overseas. I mean, we could take on notice to find out how many there are in our community. I'd rather not answer with a number on that, because I don't have that number, but it would be a thing that we could survey our GETA community and provide a more useful number for you of them.
As well.
How much? Thank you for that. For the fundraising, do you want to know a number of how much people are fundraising, or how many people are fundraising, or how could we phrase the question to best help you?
Whatever you think.
Okay,
is
we can come up with that
to acquire.
Thank you.
In terms of information.
And we'll be happy to.
Yeah. Just to give us a snapshot.
Yes, we'll happily do that.
And one more question from me. Talked about the importance of early genetic testing, but obviously there's a significant cohort of people out there who that wasn't around at the time.
We're two of them.
Yeah, exactly. So what do you see as the pathway for those people having access to that sort of testing? Is that the centres of excellence that you've been talking about? Is that kind of where you're putting all of your views to where that should all happen?
Let me start. I think yes, but we also think that perhaps GPs and others, it would be really good to have some more information available. In other words, some of these should be caught, And I don't think this is an Australia problem. I spoke to somebody recently in the United States where I am not a doctor, and it was evident to me that the issues have been going on for a couple of years. So I think if doctors know what to look for and they're seeing a child who's not meeting their milestones and you see some other things, then that is somebody who it would be very wise to refer that individual for genetic testing, because there might be an answer that even 6 months ago or 5 years ago wasn't available.
And I think the diagnosis is just the beginning of a very long journey, and that's where I think the DE Centres of Excellence would be crucial post-diagnosis, because then what? You're given, and you go to Google and you Google what it means, and that's not a great place to be in without that support network around you.
That's all the questions I have. Look, can I say thank you very much for appearing before the committee today and for your really comprehensive submission. We continue to learn a lot through this inquiry, and I think certainly the idea that, you know, it's more than seizures keeps getting repeated, and it's a message that we are definitely getting as a committee. So thanks very much for taking the time to appear before us today, and thanks online as well.
Thank you, Sam.
Now, the formal bit is that the committee will report to the Senate on the 10th of September 2026, and we've agreed that responses to questions on notice for this committee should be provided by close of business on Monday, the 31st of August 2026. So thank you very much. And I'm now going to welcome representatives from the South Australian Epilepsy Network and the Women's and Children's Hospital. We have 4 people. Great. Thanks very much for appearing before the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and protection and obligations of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. I'm going to ask you each to state your full name for the benefit of the Hansard and the capacity in which you're appearing today, and I'll start at this end of the table.
Roman Clifford Breest.
And the capacity in which you're appearing?
Representing Women's and Children's Hospital Network.
Great, thank you.
Dr. Chris Donaldson, epilepsy neurosurgeon as part of the SA Epilepsy Network.
Dr. Saxon Douglas, adult neurologist, also representing SA Epilepsy Network.
And Dr. Alex Wright, adult neurologist, also representing SA Epilepsy Network.
Great, thank you. So I'm going to ask each of your organisations if you'd like to make some opening remarks, and then we'll go to questions. So I might start with the SA Epilepsy Network.
Thank you kindly. We founded and also represent the SA Epilepsy Network, which is an association of the doctors, nurses, allied health and medical scientists across South Australia who care for people with epilepsy every day. All people with a first seizure or new diagnosis of epilepsy should be seen promptly within 2 to 4 weeks by an epilepsy specialist. The third of people with epilepsy that is drug resistant and are continuing to suffer from seizures despite at least 2 lines of medical therapy should be immediately referred to a comprehensive epilepsy centre. These are large tertiary referral centres that have highly specialised staff and services, including an epilepsy monitoring unit, a multidisciplinary team of epilepsy specialists, and an epilepsy surgery program. They are the standard of care across the USA, UK, and Europe. The burden of uncontrolled epilepsy is severe and frequently underappreciated relative to the risks of intervention. Drug-resistant epilepsy carries substantial excess mortality relative to the general population, driven by sudden unexpected death in epilepsy, accidents, drowning, suicide, and status epilepticus, and is further associated with cognitive decline, psychiatric comorbidity, injuries, social stigma, loss of driving privileges, unemployment, and impaired quality of life. These harms are largely avoidable, where people achieving seizure freedom have no excess mortality, and just receiving care from a comprehensive epilepsy centre has been associated with halving your risk of dying. Uncontrolled seizures also drive public spending on medications and healthcare use through clinics, ambulance services, emergency departments, hospital wards, and intensive care units. Comprehensive epilepsy care, which includes epilepsy surgery, can reduce these downstream costs. Despite an upfront investment, it has been shown overall cost-effective across Australian, British, and Canadian health economic studies. Despairingly, epilepsy surgery remains one of the most underutilised evidence-based treatments in all of medicine. Fewer than 1% of potentially eligible people are referred to a comprehensive epilepsy centre for a pre-surgical evaluation, and these lucky few have typically suffered 2 decades of uncontrolled seizures before receiving their surgery. The remaining 99% never get a definitive diagnosis, never benefit from a multidisciplinary assessment and case conference, and are never granted access to a life-changing epilepsy surgery. There are no comprehensive epilepsy centres in South Australia. A recent initiative of a single local health network to refer interstate all appropriate patients has within just a few months overwhelmed the capacity of even the country's largest comprehensive epilepsy centre in Melbourne. We are proposing that there should be a national strategy and standards for comprehensive epilepsy centres, with strategic investment in areas of greatest unmet need, as has been successfully done for stroke care. We believe that ensuring adequate coverage, access and quality of care at comprehensive epilepsy centres would be the single greatest material benefit that could come out of this inquiry, transforming the lives of every person with drug-resistant epilepsy around Australia. We look forward to now answering your questions and further expanding upon what are comprehensive epilepsy centres, what specific care do they provide, who constitutes a multidisciplinary team and what do they each contribute, and how are patients assessed for epilepsy surgery and what specific procedures may be offered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now come to the Women's and Children's Hospital.
Thank you again for inviting me to present today. I sit here as a paediatric neurologist and the current chair of our Women's and Children's Hospital Comprehensive Paediatric Epilepsy Surgery Program. I'm the representative of my colleagues in paediatric neurology and the Department of Neurology and Clinical Neurophysiology at the Children's Hospital, covering South Australia and the Northern Territory for paediatric epilepsy care. My colleagues have already highlighted the impact of epilepsy on the affected patients and the importance of nationally standardised comprehensive epilepsy centres. I wish to reiterate the importance in the paediatric age group. Childhood is a critical time for brain growth and development. Compared to baseline risk of 1.7%, up to 17% of children with epilepsy will have a degree of cognitive impairment. In a cohort of children with onset of drug-resistant seizures before the age of 36 months, 80% had a moderate or greater cognitive impairment. For the children who presented less than 36 months of age and had a drug-resistant epilepsy, 80% of those children had a normal or mild cognitive impairment. For the children who were able to undergo a degree of surgical treatment for their epilepsy, that brought the degree of children up to 71% who had a mild or normal development. A delay in treatment clearly leads to year-on-year reduction in functional IQ, and one study demonstrated for every year it was 1 to 4 points of IQ that was lost, and without definitive surgery may not be able to be recovered. The national best practice guidelines in the UK suggest that children and young people should be seen by a paediatrician with skills in epilepsy within 2 weeks following a first suspected seizure. In South Australia, this does not happen. Patients and their families wait, at times, up to years to be seen, with the greatest factors reducing their wait time to see a clinician with skills in epilepsy being further seizures or the ability to pay out of pocket to see a private clinician. And in South Australia, that in itself is also very limited. A delay in initial assessment is a delay in treatment. Inadequate resources and lack of nationally standardised comprehensive epilepsy centres further compounds this and directly impacts the patient outcomes. I have not even touched on the psychosocial and fiscal impacts that epilepsy, treated or not, has on young people and their families. We support the need for national strategy and standards for comprehensive epilepsy centres. Our patients and their families deserve to have the right care in a timely fashion, close to home, without causing excessive financial strain, and to be supported by an appropriately resourced and expertly trained multidisciplinary clinical team through their journey. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I might just ask a few quick questions and then I'll hand over to Senator Ananda Raja. Throughout the inquiry, we've heard that there are issues with access to EEG services. We've heard that current reimbursement settings have been identified as one of the contributing factors for low levels of access for EEGs generally. So does this apply to the video EEG as well, or are there different factors at play?
Start with answering that, if that's right. So I think, given our mixed model of funding between public and private, some of this work can be performed via both capacities. So in the initial assessment for someone who's got first seizure or a new diagnosis of epilepsy, they can receive a routine recording that's 20 to 30 minutes in an outpatient setting. That may be done through a public hospital clinic and is funded through activity-based funding, and the Medicare arrangements aren't in themselves a barrier, although there are limits to those resources, and that can be a source of delay. In the private sector, there is a shortfall between the MBS reimbursement to performing EEGs and the costs that it takes for a scientist to perform the study and for a doctor to report it, which makes it not sufficiently remunerative. There's very little private capacity to supplement that. So I think that it's complex because there's those two systems interlocking there. Then in terms of the prolonged studies that are done in hospital as part of a comprehensive evaluation, those are almost always done through a public hospital setting and so come under activity-based funding. There's ways of structuring services that can make that sustainable, but it's hard initially up front, and often bed pressure is perhaps even more of a problem than necessarily the funding itself. We're certainly aware of centres that are approved to perform inpatient video monitoring from a funding point of view, but they cannot secure the beds, and so patients don't get admitted and they don't receive care.
Okay, thank you. It's been explained in the submission that there's no dedicated funding to support the care of epilepsy by a neuropsychologist in South Australia. So what happens to South Australian patients who require that care?
I think since the submission, there's been some local dedicated funding to epilepsy and neuropsychology at one of the hospitals. At point 2 is my understanding of TE. For the majority, and there's some limited capacity at another hospital, but for patients who require the full suite of a comprehensive evaluation, which includes neuropsychology, having a neuropsychologist embedded in that team is quite critical. And so a lot of the time we're sending people into state for this evaluation, and so as part of that they'll get neuropsychology in the state that they go to, which is a huge barrier and a strain on the neuropsychology services of interstate hospitals.
One final question from me. Can you talk about the wait times for an MRI in South Australia for epilepsy patients and what impact that has then in terms of their treatment and their care?
Certainly. So the priority with the initial assessment, if someone has presented with a first seizure or clinically suspected to have a new diagnosis of epilepsy, is that the MRI is a cornerstone initial investigation to understand whether there is an underlying structural cause for their seizures. Some of these may be acute issues, such as a presenting tumour that needs to be recognised promptly so that it can be treated, or it may be a more stable pathology but that still opens up very early the thought that we could be looking at epilepsy surgery for someone. In some cases with a first seizure, it may be the difference between understanding someone's risk of seizure recurrence to be at a high enough level they should commence treatment now and try and prevent further dangerous seizures, versus there being insufficient evidence that this represents epilepsy, and the more prudent thing being to watch and wait. So it's a critical decision maker. Certainly through the efforts of the Australian Epilepsy Project for new diagnosis of epilepsy and first seizure, there can be a good access to high quality MRI studies, but although there still is some delay for that, but particularly when people are waiting through otherwise public clinic access outside of enrolling in that project, there can be months of delay, which is not clinically appropriate.
And I would add that's fragmented. So the Northern Adelaide Healthcare Network, which is one segment of the population, doesn't have a 3 Tesla adequate MRI within the network itself, and so they're referred to other providers across the state.
If I can add the paediatric slant to that as well, we have the added complexity of a lot of our patients are young or developmentally abnormal, so they often require a general anaesthetic to facilitate their scans. That relies on not only availability of the scanner, but also an anaesthetist who's skilled to look after that child while they're having their scan. So that makes the wait time potentially much longer, and we find that many of our patients are waiting 3, 6 or more months for a scan. We can bring patients in emergently if we feel that they need a scan within days, but often they are waiting many months before they are able to access that imaging.
So we've heard evidence then that negatively impacts their long-term outcomes if they're not getting that treatment early.
Further to that, we don't have a 3 Tesla scanner at the Women's and Children's Hospital. So any of our epilepsy patients who we think might need epilepsy surgery, we have to send them to Flinders Medical Centre to get an anaesthetised scan there at a radiology department that's less familiar with the developing brain. And so they may not be able to see some of those subtle abnormalities that we are more used to looking for.
Okay, thank you. I'll hand over to Senator Nandaraja.
We might just follow that line of questioning, Chair. So Flinders is an adult hospital, is it?
It's a combined centre. They have a paediatric ward, some paediatric subspecialty visiting specialists, but it's predominantly adult.
Okay, so they're the only one with a 3 Tesla scanner at the moment?
They're the only public hospital in South Australia that will perform 3 Tesla anaesthetised scans.
Right, okay. Maybe on notice, would you be able to provide us the waiting time for, say, some of your patients, maybe over the last 1 or 2 years, who are waiting for this MRI at the other place? That would be helpful.
We could definitely look into that.
I want to do a deep dive into comprehensive epilepsy centres and spend a bit of time really unpacking what these are. So could you describe in detail what they are and what kind of services they provide, above and beyond, say, just general epilepsy care?
Well, I would, so a comprehensive epilepsy evaluation, taking it back, epilepsy is not a diagnosis, it's a category. And in the same way that if you said someone has cancer, that answer would be insufficient. You need further testing, understanding what kind of cancer, understanding the genomics, understanding the imaging findings, where it's spread. Epilepsy is the same. Epilepsy is a category of condition of which there are thousands, really. And so a cornerstone of epilepsy care is actually understanding that condition. Comprehensive epilepsy centres are positioned to provide that evaluation. Unlike cancer that can be done in a piecemeal fashion in the outpatient setting, this usually requires an inpatient visit with 5 days of prolonged, 5 days roughly of prolonged video EEG recording, access to neuroradiology, access to neuropsychology evaluation, access to specialist nursing services, access to epilepsy specialists in an MDT environment, access to an epilepsy surgeon. And I might have forgotten someone there.
So it's like one-stop shop.
Correct.
Right.
And at the end of that evaluation, the idea is to get a sense of what this person's epilepsy is and then what the best treatment options are. And then it opens up treatment evaluation options across multiple different modalities for that specific person.
So we have some of these already in Australia?
Yeah.
Do you have a list? Are you able to rattle off where these places are?
We could identify some centres that many peers would recognise as comprehensive epilepsy centres, places like the Alfred Hospital in Melbourne and Westmead in Sydney, but there are no national standards that can define exactly what constitutes a comprehensive epilepsy centre, and that's one of the big differences compared to the UK, Europe and US, where they have clear guidelines and centres accredited, and so that you can define where is able to provide that care.
So we could just pull their manual off the shelf and potentially implement it here in Australia. Okay. I was going to ask you about the stratification of these epilepsy centres. Do you want to just maybe talk us through how they're stratified, maybe in other countries, and what we need to be thinking about where the sweet spot is here in Australia?
Sure. So I think probably one of the most well-known is the US system of 4 levels of epilepsy centre, and what we would be thinking about is particularly levels 3 and 4 representing large tertiary hospitals that provide a full suite of evaluation and then treatment options. The delineation that they have between level 3 and 4 comes down to a few components. In particular, both it's a volume of cases that they manage each year, just for sort of concentration of expertise, but also it's about the how advanced the surgical program is that they offer, and that's one of the defining elements. That there's certainly a spectrum of complexity when it comes to epilepsy surgery, and I might actually invite you, Chris, just to...
Yeah, we haven't really heard much about the surgical program in epilepsy at all, so it would be good to get a bit of detail on record about this. Okay. Yeah.
Do you want to finish up?
So in that framework, they would define that being able to offer things like resections of tumours or other clear lesions in parts of the brain that are felt non-critical, say non-eloquent parts of brain, and that doesn't require intraoperative EEG testing or other sort of functional mapping would all be of a lower complexity, or an extracranial procedure like implanting a neuromodulation device, a vagus nerve stimulator, would all be of a lower complexity. Whereas There is a set of higher complexity neurosurgical interventions that would define a level 4 centre, in particular now the concept of an invasive evaluation with stereo EEG. This is where a patient is admitted under anaesthesia. They have multiple electrodes implanted to their brain with a bespoke arrangement to test the hypotheses of their epilepsy that we've learned from that first evaluation, the non-invasive evaluation. We then withdraw their medications, capture the seizures, and have recorded data in their brain of where the seizures are coming from. This is now the gold standard to figure out where a focal epilepsy is coming from that can't be determined non-invasively. This process is able to expand access to epilepsy surgery to a large number of people who previously were not considered good candidates. And observational data has shown that their outcomes of achieving seizure freedom after surgery are as good as if they didn't require that testing. So without any compromise to patient selection, it's making epilepsy surgery available to more people.
And this would be seen in a level 4 centre?
This would be one of the defining features of a level 4 centre, is performing a certain volume and having a program of stereo EEG to delineate it from a level 3 centre, which is offering those lower complexity surgery.
Before we go into the details about surgery and the pre-surgical evaluation, how many of these level 4 type centres are there in Australia right now?
I perhaps have to take it on notice.
Okay,
I mean, certainly,
that's fine.
I can say that centres like the Alfred and Westmead and Mater would, from an external assessment, fulfil those criteria.
Anything in South Australia or Western Australia?
Certainly nothing in South Australia.
Northern Territory, nothing. So whole half of the country, nothing. Okay, like this. Please go on, Dr. Don. I can't. Sorry, I need my glasses. Specsavers moment, Dr. Donaldson.
So just very briefly, I've done my training at the Alfred with the epilepsy unit there. I've then gone over to Stanford and done paediatric and adult epilepsy training, and now returned to South Australia. So my experience has been largely in the US and looking at their system. The term epilepsy surgery gets thrown around a lot, but I think it's quite a big umbrella term, and there's a large scope of what that entails. And certainly on a basic level, there are some epilepsy operations that are done in South Australia, probably not to a standard that we would accept as what we would consider a level 4 surgery centre. There has been a huge advance in the terms of minimally invasive surgery, and with that comes significantly better outcomes in terms of cognition, not only in terms of early intervention, but also from the surgery itself and the risk of neurocognitive deficits after the surgery. So things like laser ablation, stereo EEG, which is implanting electrodes in the brain and giving you a very clear idea of where a seizure focus is, and then using that to define your either ablation or resection. So these advances have significantly improved the outcomes in epilepsy surgery, not only in terms of seizure freedom, but also in terms of side effects and neurocognitive outcomes. I can probably count on one hand the amount of people that have either upskilled to that point or who have received formal training in these techniques overseas in Australia. And the places that they work are the places that have been mentioned so far, so the Alfred, Mater and Westmead.
So just to workforce then, are there neurosurgical trainees who are interested in this field? Like if there was a training pathway that was funded, would there be interest in uptake, do you think?
The short answer is yes, and I think probably one of my visions for South Australia is that we make this service, good enough that people find it interesting and see the great outcomes that people get from surgery. That garners interest in it, and then people coming through training who'd never thought about epilepsy surgery as a career path would then, be involved in it, because at the moment, really, they just have to think about it and look at what's happening over interstate and say, oh, that sounds interesting, maybe I'll go and spend some time overseas or interstate, which is a big commitment to make if you're not sure about something.
So you're currently at the end of your training?
I've finished my training.
You finished your training, so you're back here?
Yeah, I'm at Flinders Medical Centre and at the Women's and Children as the epilepsy neurosurgeon.
And are you establishing this kind of service here in South Australia? Is that the plan?
Trying to, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's see if we can try and help you.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Yeah, go on, Chair.
Question. You keep mentioning the Mater, as in Mater generally, Mater where?
Mater Brisbane.
Apologies. Yeah.
Is there any data, Australian data, of the role of surgery in epilepsy? Have we got a series published or?
Australian data? There are some limited surgical papers that have come out of the Alfred and I think Westmead as well probably, but these are smaller studies compared to what's been seen overseas, and they really confirm the findings of, the degree of seizure freedom and the degree of neurocognitive outcomes, as I said.
So maybe if you could just talk us through, to make this kind of concrete for people, give us some examples. Like, what does this look like in a child or a young adult, or
Sure. So I think probably the two that spring to mind are a child with a focal lesion, so something called a cortical dysplasia, which is a structural lesion that causes epilepsy. To either ablate that or resect it, we usually quote seizure freedom rates of up to 80 to 90% of kids that undergo that surgery, and obviously the developmental impacts that can have going forward after the surgery as well. So those are the kind of kids that we try and identify early on. The next phase is people who have a focal epilepsy, that their seizures and the way their seizures present make it seem like it's coming from somewhere specific in their brain, but their MRI is normal. Yep. And we then go on to do a stereo EEG procedure, and we can actually define a very focal area of the brain that's causing that, even though it looks normal on an MRI. And again, those people who have a laser ablation or a resection for that area, we again quote seizure freedom rates in the 70, 80, 90% range, depending on the case, obviously.
So that's incredible. So you can effectively cure epilepsy in some of these patients.
Yeah, so I think the mantra that was at Stanford overseas is that anyone with a focal epilepsy is a surgical candidate for cure until proven otherwise. That was the attitude over there. And I think that is the mantra that we should have here as well.
So what happens to patients who have multiple sources of misfiring in the brain?
Yeah, so when there's multiple areas, then you run into the problem that you can't resect multiple areas or ablate multiple areas. So there are several options. One is that you can ablate a higher burden area. So sometimes we can just improve their seizure profile to the point where they just have auras and don't proceed to seizures, and that is pretty functionally significant on its own.
Quality of life.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Then we go down a path of something called neuromodulation, which is an emerging field in epilepsy. And so that's things like vagal nerve stimulators, which are available.
Could you talk us through what does that mean?
So it's an umbrella term to basically say that we're modulating the network in the brain without actually resecting or removing parts of the brain to try and help with
Where
that
is
epilepsy.
the stimulator put in?
So there's three types of stimulators that are available at the moment. One is a vagal nerve stimulator, which is in the neck, and that helps sort of reduce the seizure threshold, increase the seizure threshold of the brain as in a general fashion rather than looking at one area. The second option is deep brain stimulation, which is where we put electrodes into the part of the brain called the thalamus, and that's basically a gatekeeper where all of the epilepsy comes through, and we can modulate that network or reduce the firing of that network, and again have a significant reduction in their seizure burden. The third option, which is not TGA approved in Australia, is something called responsive neurostimulation, which is where we put leads in a specific area of the brain and a battery in the skull, and that can also record and deliver electrical therapy when a seizure is about to happen and abort that seizure. I've had training with all three of those things. The RNS, responsive neurostimulation, is not approved in Australia yet, but that is obviously something that we would look into advocating for at some point.
And I think it's worth just adding that treatments like neuromodulation with any of those devices, as well as other advanced therapies that include enrolment in clinical trial therapies or ketogenic diet, are outcomes that may be recommended from a comprehensive epilepsy evaluation that apply to all patients, whether they have multifocal epilepsy, generalized epilepsy, or a focal epilepsy in a part of the brain that is too high risk to operate on. So these are relevant treatments for many people.
So this is another, I guess these are other activities that comprehensive epilepsy centres can provide, enrolment into clinical trials and the other thing that you mentioned.
Yes, ketogenic diet therapy.
Ketogenic.
As well.
Can you talk us, what is the rationale behind the ketogenic diet?
Sure. So I think it first has its strongest evidence in the paediatric space, but then has increasingly had literature to support its use in the adult outpatient setting, as well as in refractory status in acute settings, in intensive care. Conceptually, what we don't have a complete understanding scientifically around the actual mechanism by which it achieves control of seizures, but by inducing the ketogenic state, there is a modulation of the brain chemistry that affects the seizure threshold, and similar to neuromodulation, can increase that seizure threshold and make it less likely for seizures to occur. There can be a minority of people that this actually achieves seizure freedom, or it may simply have a reduction of their seizures that is clinically meaningful. What's so advantageous about it is it's effective even when they have drug resistance, when medications have not been working. For some people, it is much more suitable for their preferences or lifestyle, or they've had intolerance to other treatments, and it can be used synergistically with other treatments. So someone may have a vagus nerve stimulator plus do ketogenic diet, and through that combination, they're able to achieve either much improved or potentially seizure freedom.
So layered approaches.
Absolutely.
Can you just talk us through the multidisciplinary meetings and so on, that process that happens at the centres that you've described?
So I think conceptually similar to the cancer multidisciplinary meeting, the concept here is that a set of team members, each with their own discipline and expertise, there's different medical specialties, but also nursing and allied health that are all key components of this, have had an opportunity to meet with that patient, to form their own disciplines assessments, and then come together to discuss their care. Sort of all the data is presented holistically, so we're looking at the same situation, and come to a consensus rationale of what is the current clinical state for this person and what are the best next steps that we can offer. And the goal here is to try and overcome the fact that each discipline has its own biases or limitations around how it sees things, and it's to try and get that person the best recommended care. In going through that, the video EEG will be scrutinised, captured seizures will be observed to identify what type of seizures they are, where in the brain they're coming from, reviewed by epilepsy specialists. Then there will be expert review of the neuroradiology, so existing scans, MRI will be reviewed by someone with a particular expertise within epilepsy to identify those subtle lesions that have been discussed by my colleagues that are like, it's game changing to find that there is a small area of dysplasia that can be resected. It's involvement of neuropsychologists and neuropsychiatrists for assessment of the cognitive and mental health comorbidities for these patients, as well as providing further localizing data in the case of neuropsychology that actually helps you work out which parts of the brain, which networks are dysfunctional. And so even if the MRI is negative, you may be able to get enough information to propose a surgery from that. And then actually early involvement of an epilepsy-trained neurosurgeon who's able to weigh what the risk benefits might be for intervening at this stage versus pursuing further localizing data such with a stereo EEG evaluation. And so these meetings represent the best standard of care for someone with a complex drug-resistant epilepsy to get the right treatment plan. And then these teams keep working with them beyond the hospital admission in the outpatient space to complete those extra tests, counsel them, prepare them, and then bring them in for hopefully some form of intervention, whether that's a resective surgery, whether that's implantation of a neuromodulation device, or whether that's enrolment in clinical trials. But they've undergone that full assessment of what their options are.
So for a lot of Australians who'll be listening to this, who have, we've heard from, this just sounds pie in the sky. I mean, we've heard testimony that the approach to care is ad hoc. They are literally shopping from neurologist to a neurologist. They're going to speech pathology. Like, they're literally having to shop around for allied health and So what you're talking about is us considering establishing these in the major cities, I guess, reaching a certain standard and delivering this kind of care to all Australians. Now, I guess the question is, what happens with right now with interstate referrals? So South Australia, Western Australia, Northern Territory doesn't have anything like this. Where are these patients going? And is it ad hoc or is it standardised?
The distance that a neurologist lives from a comprehensive epilepsy centre directly influences their ability to recognise that someone should be referred. And so you'll find that referral rates are actually quite low the further out you get from a comprehensive epilepsy centre. That doesn't mean the need is not there. The need is certainly there, but it becomes too difficult. It seems a bit pie in the sky, as you say. It seems impractical to refer them over. You might have a preconceived idea that, they wouldn't be for surgery. And so the referral pathway itself, as it exists in SA, for example, is that people will be referred to their closest local hospital that provides the services if they're correctly identified. At the moment, that means they have to fly and have an extensive inpatient admission with trying to tee up a bunch of different tests, which is a huge administrative load. It causes a lot of confusion to people who are already a bit confused by the complexity of their care. They try and sort of jam a lot of things in quickly to try and save costs, and the patient themselves still has to fork out costs for travel, for accommodation that's only partially covered and subsidised by the existing patient transport schemes. Patient transport schemes are really there for in-state patients. It's not there for interstate patients.
Yeah.
What's
the volume, say, at the Alfred of patients who have been referred from other states to the Alfred? As an example.
Yeah, so that volume is increasing over time, and I think as it's becoming more common, that referral rate is increasing, and certainly as a result of an audit that was done in one of our hospitals that Saxon alluded to earlier, that referral rate is rapidly increasing. At the moment from South Australia, there are potentially up to 100 people within the last few months who could be referred to that or should be referred to that centre. There's been sort of 30 to 40 referrals already sent through, and the hospital is correctly not able to cope with that kind of administrative structural load of coordinating the complex care of that many patients.
So maybe on notice, if you could provide us some data of that, these interstate referrals and what's happening, say, at the Alfred, if you've got that data, or anywhere else, if you've got any data there.
Can I ask a supplementary question? You talked about patient travel subsidies not covering interstate. My experience is that they don't cover people even travelling within their own state. They certainly don't in Queensland. So what's the average time that a person needs to spend as an inpatient in that first phase of determining?
Yeah, so it's tricky to answer that question because it depends on what additional tests they try and tack on. But in general, the minimum would be probably a week, so 7 days, maybe a bit longer. Usually more than the 5 days they stay in hospital because we don't think it's safe for people to fly after we've just drug withdrawn them and try and avoid that, so they're not having seizures on planes and things. The patient assistance transport scheme does if every state, as you probably know, is different and they all have different criteria. In South Australia, if the local hospital sort of makes some sort of subsidy towards the transportation of that patient, then they qualify for that subsidy of the accommodation fee. But what you're referring to the middle of a CBD, and the accommodation costs generally exceed the amount that PATS remunerates.
Do you know what the subsidy is here in South Australia?
I'd have to take that on notice. I think it's about $154 at the moment if you're a couple, but there's some per night for 2 people. But I'd have to take that on notice.
I have a question regarding outreach from these comprehensive centres, and then I want to go to workforce planning. So with respect to outreach, so once a patient has come through and they've had their initial assessment, they've had their MDM and some treatment, and they've been stabilised, say they return to their regional community, what happens to them? How is that link maintained?
What I would say is that our experience at a centre like the Alfred in Melbourne provides quite a robust telehealth outpatient service, both leading up to that admission and following it. So when they do receive these interstate referrals, they will start engaging with the patient over telehealth and providing initial clinical assessments with the team as much as they're able to do in that format. Some of the limiting things is that neuropsychology is often best done in person, and so a common model might be that patients come for a half day of neuropsychology testing just before they then get admitted as sort of a bundled week stay to try and be efficient. And then after that stay, they can continue to have follow-up with the same team at that comprehensive epilepsy centre via video telehealth. It's a way of accessing not just the neurologist, but it can also be the epilepsy CNCs, the nurses, can access pharmacy, neuropsychology, neuropsychiatry, all available. Then for patients who've undergone epilepsy surgery, they can have their longer medical term follow-up after the initial period of wound review and things like that, which need to be in person. A lot of this post-operative care can also be done via telehealth.
Okay.
And so they have follow-up for patients for years who, confirming that they've remained seizure-free and navigating things like further drug withdrawal, return to driving, return to work, and supporting them through that, all with telehealth. So that can be done quite successfully.
Okay, and so what happens after hours if there's an emergency? Who do they call the centre that they're wedded to, or do they call a nurse on call? Who do they call?
So for a patient who's living at home, who's being seen by a comprehensive epilepsy centre, I don't think that there's a formal arrangement around that, and usually there would still be some connection with the local health network, their nearest major centre that provides a neurology service, if not a comprehensive epilepsy service, and that would often be their point of contact. Certainly if someone was having uncontrolled seizures, they would normally call for an ambulance, they would be brought to hospital and then be seen in the emergency department. That's normally where that would be managed in that sort of acute phase and may need to be admitted to an ICU. If it's that they're having what I might characterise as non-emergent but acute issues, which they don't need to come straight to hospital, but they're wanting that sort of support. Ideally, these comprehensive epilepsy centres are able to, and these sort of ones we're talking about do have epilepsy nurses who are reachable for patients and can and serve as sort of coordinators for them to help triage those requests, engage early clinic reviews, or provide phone advice, or sort of plug that gap that would otherwise exist. Yeah.
But there is a huge communication problem between local hospitals, the neurologists, and interstate referrals, and so no one really knows who's managing what.
Okay, so there needs to be some coordination.
Yeah, there's a huge administrative
What happens at the women's and children's, like after hours, when things get hairy?
Pediatrics, we're a little bit different in that we are smaller. There are fewer of us, and in any given major centre, probably somewhere between a quarter to a third of any paediatric neurologists would be involved in a comprehensive epilepsy team. If there was a problem with a patient who was known to a neurologist, then the first port of call would be after hours, discussing with that team's after hours care, which could be an epilepsy neurologist or it could be a generalist neurologist with some skills in epilepsy. We'd say about 40% of our workload, regardless of whether we're an epileptologist or a generalist, would be epilepsy.
Right.
So no matter who you speak to, they would have some skill in epilepsy management, but maybe not as much as an epileptologist might.
Okay, so let's get to workforce, because I think this is the next big piece that we probably need to do a deep dive into. With regards to, I mean, we've had testimony that, you know, maybe we should just skill up a whole bunch of neurologists in epilepsy. You know, just scatter them to the four corners. Or should we be investing instead in these comprehensive epilepsy centres, building out a bit of a network? What are your thoughts? Where do we get, and how do we do that? So should we be looking at fellowships that fund trainees to become specialised in epilepsy and in epilepsy surgery? What should the plan be?
I might just jump in very quickly with one comment. I think the data that we were talking about before about seizure freedom rates and all that kind of stuff is what Saxon alluded to. Those are only possible in a multidisciplinary team. So that pre-workup, the localisation of the epilepsy, the neuropsychology, all of that then translates to a successful surgery.
Yeah.
Without that backup, those numbers are not nearly as good.
Okay, so it's got to be in a comprehensive epilepsy centre.
So I think the sprinkling of neurologists may be not something that is effective. But yeah, I just wanted to add that.
Okay, no, brilliant. Yep. Thank you.
Certainly, there are prolonged wait times to see neurologists in the clinic, whether that is publicly funded hospital-based clinics or in private clinics that are being run. But for people with drug-susceptible epilepsy, the 2/3 that do respond to medications, there isn't such a critical disparity that introduces. It's really the cohort of people, the 1/3 with drug-resistant epilepsy, who are the most disadvantaged at the moment by a lack of those comprehensive services. We're not having the multidisciplinary team, because having just simply more prescribers who are able to assess people and prescribe medication does not help when your condition is drug-resistant. And so that's the huge gap that
Is it harming?
exists.
I mean, are patients just basically cycling through a bunch of drugs and then through trial and error, rather than this happening in a targeted fashion?
That's exactly what happens.
Okay, that's exactly what's happening.
In our network, there are sequential drug trials, and after 3, 4, 5, you're talking about less than 1% chance of seizure freedom, which is a lot lower than 50, 60, 70%.
In your opening statement, you mentioned that these centres are associated with a lower mortality. Could we have some data to support that, if you haven't tabled it already?
Yes, I'm happy to take on notice tabling the publication.
That would be great. Okay, so invest in the centres, that's what you're telling us. Invest in fellowships, training pathways as well. Yeah? How many years have you had to spend, and how did you find out about this fellowship that you're currently undertaking?
Interest.
So for us as a post-neurologist qualification, so further training post your general neurology training, it's been 2 years at the Alfred to be doing that. And for you, Chris?
Yeah, so neurosurgery training is 5 to 7 years, and then another 12 months plus to do fellowship in a specific area like epilepsy surgery.
Okay. Yeah. And Chris, how many neurosurgeons are there in Australia who have your skills?
I count them on less than one hand. I don't know the exact number, but it wouldn't be more than a handful.
Oh my goodness, so it's going to take us maybe a decade to grow this kind of workforce with your particular skills.
Yeah. Like I said, I think once you have these centres established and you have people seeing the outcomes, this is what tends to attract surgeons and neurologists alike to these kinds of programs.
It might be faster.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see that overseas, like in the US, there's no shortage of people applying for these positions.
It's once you actually have the opportunity, whether medical side or the surgical side, to work within these teams and see the kind of life-changing outcomes that patients get, it's incredibly gratifying and rewarding work. And so I think once it exists, it will be able to self-perpetuate. But there may be a period of supporting people to travel to larger centres including overseas, to get that initial skill set built up. But then we should be able to maintain that going forward with these comprehensive
And
centres.
who's paying for your fellowship? Is it the South Australian government or is it the Alfred?
The Alfred.
The Alfred.
So there's a mixture of the Alfred, and then both of us have been recipients of a nationally competitive scholarship, one awarded each year to pursue further training in epilepsy, and that was enabled us to go with our families to undertake this. That's funded through UCB, one of the pharma companies, and is offered through the Australian Society of Australia, ESA.
Out of my own pocket.
Really?
I had a small amount of funding through a grant from the Neurosurgery Research Foundation, that's a South Australian foundation, because I was coming back here to work. But apart from that, it was the financial burden was mine.
Okay, so this is a barrier then. We need to address this.
I think states introducing grant programs, not just for doctors, of course, but epilepsy nurses, neuroscientists, neuropsychiatrists, neuropsychologists, to be able to have that, at least financial freedom to be able to do those things would be a great way of pulling people back into
Let's
the
just
state.
talk about the technical staff. I guess the neuroscientists, who do the EEGs and interpret them and so on. Should we be looking at formalising a pathway into this if there is such a workforce shortage? And what would that look like?
So certainly there does not exist at the moment a nationally recognised accrediting body for neuroscientists. They have a couple of different peak bodies that they have as professional representation groups that they've generated themselves. But sort of in terms of how that, there's not like an APRA style regulation of that process. And so it can be difficult to really on paper ascertain who is got the right competencies to perform these roles, as well as that the scope of practice can be quite variable. If someone is just performing outpatient routine EEGs in a clinic, that might be something that they can skill up and do quite quickly and has a relatively low barrier to entry. But once we're looking at these sort of comprehensive epilepsy centres that are including intraoperative electrocardiography, monitoring brainwaves during surgery and monitoring on the ward with stereo EEG, there's the technical complexity of that. You need trained, competent people to support that. And there's not very few people with that skill, and it's hard to delineate who has it, so with the lack of, I guess, national standards.
And further, the training for those people is highly variable. Previously in South Australia, we had no direct training program. It was an apprenticeship model. People would put their hand up and say, I'm interested to do this. There would be funding available in the hospital to train them up in those skills. But that was not a university or TAFE accredited course. That was skills they picked up as they went. I know New South Wales has one university level course. I'm not sure what Victoria has in terms of training electrophysiologists.
Does it have to go through university, or could this be a TAFE enabled course? What are your thoughts?
Think it would depend on the exact procedures. I don't know if
the scientists, I think, are increasingly requiring that you have some sort of level of university education. In the UK, where they're more stringent, I think it's a master's degree. Here, it's a bachelor of some sort of medical science in that field, and then you subspecialise by really on-the-job training in these things. I mean, these people are reviewing the EEGs in real time with us. They're in surgery. They're doing all the critical things that we would be doing.
Okay, so that means we would probably have to get the university deans to sort of sit down and try and flesh out a course and come up with some accreditation.
Well, I believe that there's some medical science training pathways that are sort of less differentiated that go into things like ultrasonography, and so that the model that in Victoria is that people undertake those studies at university and then can obtain placements to sort of get that clinical rounding within, say, EEG, and that's one of the ways that they've been able to maintain their workforce at these larger centres, and that seems to be a workable model, but it's not something that's been adopted nationally.
Okay, that's useful to know. Couple of my final questions. What is the difference between home-based EEG? Why would you ever do that compared to, say, inpatient?
So certainly the appeal of doing home monitoring is, I think, easy to see, that both for patients that seems more comfortable, for a health system that is always burdened by bed pressure, that's clearly desirable to perform testing in the home. However, it has a number of limitations. If what we're trying to ascertain is where someone's seizures are coming from, we need to see those seizures. And usually the most important step in doing that is withdrawal of the anesthesia medication, so that we capture these sporadic events, these paroxysmal symptoms, within what's only a few days of monitoring. When we withdraw medications, we are going to bring on seizures. Those can be dangerous, and there's a risk of actually perpetuating prolonged seizures or status epilepticus. This is probably one of the major risks that is involved in any epilepsy monitoring unit, and may affect up to 10% of admissions having prolonged seizures, and maybe a tenth of those may end up going to intensive care as an upper limit for safety. Now, those are acceptable risks to take for the benefit of understanding that epilepsy and opening up care that otherwise is not available. These seizures are going to happen at home as well. So the idea that they're happening in the hospital is safer than them happening at home, but we are, because of withdrawing medication, more prone to having them cluster, be prolonged, and need escalation of treatment. And none of that can happen in the home setting.
And the other comment I make is that ictal testing or testing within a seizure is critical. And so the nurses form a critical role as part of that inpatient video EEG monitoring. It's not to say that home-based monitoring isn't useful in a certain utility. All data is good data, but it doesn't provide the kind of comprehensive evaluation that's required for deciding on brain surgery.
And another really big advantage in hospital testing is that a technique that was actually pioneered here in Australia was injection of a radio tracer at the time of the seizure, so ictal SPECT testing.
Oh, yeah.
This is a way of working out where the seizures are coming from when the MRI is normal, and it can only be done in a epilepsy centre that is accredited, has safety protocols around handling radioactive material, but is a really key data point that sometimes makes all the difference for someone being able to proceed to surgery. And so these are just more of the added benefits.
And I'm guessing not all centres have an ictal SPECT scanner, right? Okay. If you've got knowledge on which centres have that, that would be helpful. Or we can ask the Australian Epilepsy Project
I
potentially.
can certainly confirm that nowhere in South Australia has it. I'd have to get on notice about other states and territories.
Okay. I want to ask about SUDEP. This has come up quite a lot in pretty tragic circumstances, I've got to say. I mean, it is tragic. But there's also this problem we have with coroners recognising SUDEP as an entity, and then we've had testimony from families who have, really been at loggerheads with coroners. What's going on here between coronial recognition of SUDEP or indeed other frontline, healthcare workers under recognising SUDEP? Why is this so under-recognised? And when should this difficult conversation happen? Should it happen at first presentation where, there is a potential risk, right? Or should it happen later on?
I think that there's increasing recognition amongst our peers nationally from the scientific meetings that we attend through the Australian Association of Neurologists and Epilepsy Society, that discussions around excess mortality in epilepsy, which goes beyond, but certainly I guess the flagship there is SUDEP. Those discussions need to start really at the point of diagnosis. They're really difficult conversations to have, but they're important. I think what's really important as well is to identify what we can practically do about it as well. That it is not just something that people should be told about and then we move along. The purpose of identifying that is actually there are things we can do that reduce that risk. So initial things that are done in a first seizure clinic, and why it's so important to be seen promptly by an epilepsy specialist after first seizure, is that your risk of excess mortality has begun already before you have a diagnosis of epilepsy. Right. You might then have a fall with head injury, drowning, other traumatic injuries, and so advice around how to mitigate that risk after first seizure when we're still working out whether you are going to develop epilepsy is important. Then even with established epilepsy, prompt recognition that medications are not controlling the seizures and then getting referred to a comprehensive epilepsy centre is a key way of reducing that excess mortality, because we know that for all comers with epilepsy, the annualised rates are about 1 in 1,000 people per year will die from SUDEP. But if you look specifically at people with drug-resistant epilepsy, that goes up to 5 or 6 in 1,000 per year. So it's a really high-risk cohort. Those same patients, by whatever mechanism we achieve seizure freedom, whether it's a resective surgery or neuromodulation that has been very successful or a clinical trial drug, if they become seizure free, their excess mortality comes back to population rates. Wow. So that is modifiable.
Yeah, okay. My only other question was really around this concept of mobile teams, right? So we went to Tasmania, which has thin market and care infrastructure for epilepsy, and prior to COVID we had testimony that teams were flying from Victoria to Tassie to provide this sort of care. Now all of this got stopped since COVID, and I guess the question I have is, as a pragmatist, we absolutely want to be talking about establishing comprehensive epilepsy centres, bearing in mind that it's going to take a bit of time, right, to build up that kind of capability. But is there a role for an interim measure where instead of patients, coming over, crossing, interstate, travelling with all the inconvenience and hassle and cost that comes with that, is there any role of sending teams across into these thin markets, or do you think it's just too hard if the infrastructure's not there?
I would be cautious of deviating from what the evidence base is. The evidence base is the comprehensive evaluation is what's key. A lot of people are waiting a median to 15 to 20 years to get referred. So I think that evaluation is fairly cornerstone in epilepsy management. There are certainly bits and pieces that could be done better, and we could certainly bolster existing services and in existing hospitals. And all of those things I think are beneficial and good, but I don't think I would not, replace or aim to replace that kind of initial evaluation, because that's sort of outside where the evidence base is and outside where the international guidelines are sort of heading. But I think, increased evaluation is always helpful.
I think some of the evidence we heard from people in Tasmania too is the barriers to being able to get referrals to larger tertiary hospitals, that there's not enough people understanding, people being told, for example, that you're not having enough seizures in order to actually get a referral. So I guess the question is what can be done about those issues in hospitals?
I think there's extremely clear guidelines from international organisations, now the International League Against Epilepsy, that for all people who are continuing to experience seizures despite that trial of the first two anti-seizure medications, or even for some people who have achieved seizure freedom on fewer medications but have a type of epilepsy that is highly amenable to surgery, should be considered for this. They all warrant that referral and prompt evaluation. Knowledge of that guideline and implementation at the coalface for general neurologists, GPs, remains very poor internationally and across Australia. There is a lot of resistance to that idea of engaging a comprehensive centre at that early stage, when that's exactly the key moment when we can make the most impact.
And I think the framing of surgery is sometimes unhelpful, because the vast majority of people who go through an evaluation don't have resective surgery, I should say. The vast majority of people are getting some sort of epilepsy diagnosis, and then an evaluation, and then a treatment options given to them. So I think a lot of people feel like, oh, you're not ready for brain surgery yet, and it becomes quite an allergic reaction.
It's impossible for a patient to really understand what their surgical options are and what the relative, the risks and costs of undergoing that versus the risks and costs of continuing to live with uncontrolled seizures, until they've had that evaluation, understand their own condition that much better, and can actually have counselling by epilepsy specialists. And that's the multidisciplinary team. Discussion with neuropsychology around, if there's concerns about a hit to language or memory, well, what would that mean for me day to day? Maybe in a lot of cases we find people living with focal epilepsy already have impairments of those functions, and once they understand that the further portion that's at risk is fairly minimal, that they're already having difficulties, a small additional deficit might be well tolerated, but give them that serious chance at seizure freedom they otherwise wouldn't have. So they can't really appraise their acceptance of surgery as an option until they've had that assessment, I would say.
I think having patients have some sort of education campaign to say that people should be approaching their neurologist and saying, why haven't I been referred, would be very useful, and a public health initiative.
I mean, we've even heard evidence from parents, though, that they're being told that their kids aren't having enough seizures to even warrant investigation as to whether it's epilepsy.
It's a very real, common thing. We see it everywhere. It's an international phenomenon. It's not just Australia.
Within paediatrics, I feel like there's a certain amount of fear of presenting surgery as an option, both from the clinicians as well as the families. The idea of a child having brain surgery or neuromodulation, it seems like a huge step. And we fall into this trap of maybe we just try one more medicine before we make the referral. Oh, what's one more medicine? And then you're on your 6th, your 7th medicine. The child is taking 4 medicines regularly. That's having a cognitive impact. When if we had better education, better support, that barrier was broken down, and we feel like we could have those conversations more comfortably and frankly with the families and with our fellow clinicians, we could move to a better therapeutic outcome for these patients earlier.
And one of the key prognostic markers is time to referral to a centre. So time is everything.
And that should be as soon? What are
as
the,
soon
what's
as
the
they
threshold?
achieve drug resistance.
Right.
If the second drug
That
is
should
an
be the
adequate
trigger.
dose and they're still having seizures, they should be immediately referred.
Okay, that's useful.
That's all epilepsy patients.
One last question. A National Epilepsy Registry, this was in your submission. Can you just talk us through the merits of a registry and particularly with regards to epilepsy surgery, which sounds like it's emerging?
I think having a national registry could be helpful in many different ways. Partially, it makes a certain degree of responsibility on clinicians to make sure that they are thinking about, are their patients suitable for epilepsy surgery? Have they referred them onto a comprehensive epilepsy surgery unit? Have they enrolled them in appropriate drug trials? Have they performed all the necessary investigations? We heard about the genetics before. Are we waiting till they've failed 6 drugs before doing the genetics that could lead to tailored therapy or provide different counselling with regard to their prognosis in general? It would also allow us to do more population data studies to find out more about the Australian experience of epilepsy, and then to be able to raise appropriate funding for services in areas where it is not appropriately met. If we find that there's a huge amount of patients with epilepsy in a particular centre and a relative dearth of supports, well, then we can try and build the supports in that area. But as it stands, not having any united data, we cannot do that right now.
Dr. Donaldson, do you want to contribute to this? Merits of a registry, particularly for the surgical?
Yeah, I think the follow-up is really important. As Saxon alluded to earlier, the follow-up, it doesn't just stop after you've had your surgery and you're seizure-free or still having seizures. It's not like you're discharged from the care of a comprehensive epilepsy centre. So from a surgical side, it's really important for audit and monitoring of outcomes. And certainly, you know, in Australia, I think we have the ability where we have few enough people as it is at the moment that collaborating with that data can actually be very helpful in guiding practice, you know, education processes, etc. Everything that Romain alluded to. But yeah.
I'd just like to note that I'm on the committee with the Epilepsy and Other Neurological Disorders Alliance, ENDA, which are really trying to champion this at the moment. So they've pulled together national leaders in epilepsy with different themes, one of which is epilepsy surgery, but other registries as well. They're mapping out what existing research is already, what databases already exist to try and leverage that, and then look at how we can have a more coordinated approach nationally. So I think that's one group that's trying to work on that.
And maybe on notice, because we're at time, is just to get your sense of how we train up more nurses in this area as well, nurse practitioners or clinical nurse consultants, who those people should be and what the pathway should look like to train them. Because obviously these centres can't run without nurses. Yeah.
Happy to take on notice. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much. This has been a really useful and interesting panel, and we really appreciate you giving up your time to appear before the committee and for your submissions as well. The committee is going to report to the Senate on the 10th of September 2026, and we've agreed that responses to questions on notice should be provided by close of business on Monday the 31st of August 2026. Thank you very much. And we might just suspend while we swap over our panels. So if the next panel wants to come forward while we're...
Water, anybody? Yes, please. Just don't eat the lollies, because once you start, you can never stop. You just put them all in your pocket. Oh, I'm glad that was a really good panel, those guys. Oh, great. And I'm glad that, yeah, when I was talking to, yeah, no, good to, yeah, and I'm glad you, glad you connected up with Michelle. So yeah, still working on the State Health Minister. Oh, good. And Michelle was saying that she's spoken on the federal side to the deputy somebody in the health department who's right on board, because those entry points for those the bureaucrats really important. Get them
Thanks very much, everyone. I now welcome representatives from the Epilepsy Centre. Thank you very much for appearing before the committee today. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection and obligations of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, I'm going to ask each of you to state your name and the capacity in which you're appearing today, and we'll start at this end of the table.
Robin Wakefield, CEO of the Epilepsy Association of South Australia and Northern Territory, known as the Epilepsy Centre.
Thank you.
Patrick Boylan, a board member of the Epilepsy Centre.
Sharon Calf, registered nurse for the Epilepsy Centre.
Thank you. I'm now going to invite you to make a short opening statement and then we'll go to questions.
I might kick off and thank you for inviting us. Look, over recent months, I've been reviewing some of the 330-odd submissions and looked at parts of the Hansard for the public hearings, and several themes kept coming through for me: fragmentation, uneven access to services, and challenges for regional and remote communities. And I was conscious that I might have been looking for these things, a bias, if you like. So I turned to AI and I asked Copilot, said, review the submissions to the Australian Senate inquiry into epilepsy in Australia and summarise the key points. And the answer it gave me was submissions to, and then it set out the full name of the inquiry, consistently describe a health system that is fragmented, inequitable and failing many people with epilepsy, particularly those in rural and remote areas. It then went on to tell me there was a whole structured summary and I should check with parliamentary sources. Rural and remote. So the Epilepsy Centre, as Robin said, our true name is the Epilepsy Association of South Australia and the Northern Territory. The Northern Territory has always been challenging for us to service. It's a vast geographic area, relatively small and dispersed population, including a high proportion of First Nations people. And we know that epilepsy prevalence is higher in some First Nations communities, and cultural and language barriers affect access to care. I'm pleased to say that in recent years, limited funding prevented us from providing services in the Northern Territory. But this is the bit that I'm pleased to say. In the last 18 months, support from a private philanthropic organisation has enabled us to deliver fly-in, fly-out nursing services and telehealth support. And I think tomorrow you're going to hear a little bit more about that. We want that to continue. We want to expand it, but long-term reliability, which is key, and viability need government funding. The other thing is fragmentation. So, as you would have heard, epilepsy has many forms, treatments, care pathways, and it's very difficult for people to identify the right support or to know where to seek advice. And I think this challenge is reflected in how many submissions received by this inquiry, over 40 from organisations. It highlights the multifaceted nature of epilepsy, and it ranges from research bodies focused on future treatments and cures, and also, and I didn't have this in my notes, but the fabulous panel of 4 doctors you just heard from. And then you've got places like the Epilepsy Centre, where we try to provide practical support, training, education for families, schools, sporting orgs, anybody who wants it really, and other things like seizure monitors and anti-suffocation pillows. So the system can look, fragmented, and some even say it's fractured, but each part plays an important role. Better coordination's needed, in our view, and a national epilepsy action plan would help to unify efforts. Of course, in Australia's federal system with strongly independent states and territories, I'm saying that to the senators, this is going to require national leadership and funding, but with services delivered at a community level. In the Epilepsy Centre, in our strategic plan, one of our long-term objectives, and this is unfortunately right down the list because there's a bit of pie in the sky, but maybe not anymore, is to become a one-stop epilepsy support centre for people in SA and NT. And I think a nationally coordinated and locally delivered epilepsy action plan would be an important step towards that goal. And perhaps one day we might have centres in every city and region across Australia providing that one-stop epilepsy support. I'll hand over to Robin.
I've worked at the Epilepsy Centre for 14 years, 11 years as CEO. Over this time, and some of these people are in the audience today, I've had the privilege of meeting thousands of families. I've seen firsthand not only the challenges created by epilepsy itself, but also the significant gaps that exist across our health and support systems. Families come to the Epilepsy Centre seeking something that should be fundamental to every person receiving a life-changing diagnosis. That is support, understanding, information and practical guidance. We provide this support at no charge to individuals living with epilepsy, their families, extended families, friends, and assist with developing care plans. These plans are then used to deliver training in kindergartens, schools, workplaces and beyond in communities where required. The training provided is specific to the individual diagnosis. The concern, as you've heard over and over, is the length of time of how many people spend navigating the system from their first seizure through diagnosis and ultimately appropriate treatment and ongoing support. In South Australia and Northern Territory, these delays, and I've witnessed it, have been years for some, quite unacceptable. And during this time, there can be very little support available to them beyond the initial diagnosis and prescription medication. There is an incredible large demand for neurologists and epileptologists in both state and territory, and referral pathways are often difficult to navigate. There are approximately 50 neurologists in South Australia and only one neurologist in the Northern Territory, based in Darwin. I do acknowledge the enormous workload carried out by medical staff and the neurology department and understand the capacity to provide comprehensive information about external support services. So, for example, in South Australia and Northern Territory and, of course, Western Australia, the neurologists, epileptologists have to deliver across all neurological conditions. They are not specific to just epilepsy, which is very time-consuming, and they're not getting to the people that really need them. People who could benefit from specialist epilepsy education, support and advocacy are not necessarily being connected with these services at the point of diagnosis or during the ongoing care. However, I would like to point out on a positive note from recent years of state government funding for 4 registered nurses to deliver care and training across all of the state of South Australia. Flinders Medical Centre are leading the way in establishing referrals to the Epilepsy Centre on a consistent and regular basis from diagnosis for training and immediate support, inviting epilepsy staff to regularly attend transitioning clinics for patients from childhood transitioning to adult neurology, invited to provide full epilepsy awareness training to all paediatric staff on an ongoing basis, as well as forwarding care plans to our registered nurses for us to assist in delivering the training. In the past 6 months, we've also been contacted by the new lead neurologist at the Royal Adelaide, who has shown a genuine interest in establishing the same arrangement for support. For other leading health networks, the contact is very ad hoc, if not non-existent, but it's very simple. For families who have never encountered epilepsy before, this can be very overwhelming. And epilepsy is not one condition with one straightforward pathway. There are many different types of seizure types, epilepsy types, and epilepsy syndromes. And obtaining an accurate diagnosis, as you've heard from the professionals, can take months, in some cases, here today, years. That diagnostic uncertainty comes with a significant personal, emotional and financial cost. Again, I repeat what we've heard before, in which we see this particularly clear is nocturnal epilepsy and people who may be at high risk of sudden unexpected death in epilepsy or SUDEP. So during training, that is an absolute given. Every single person, as gently as we have to tell them about this condition possibly happening, is essential, because the wrath of God would come back to you as a parent if you knew and you never explained it to them. So we're really proud at the Epilepsy Centre, through generosity of our donors and fundraising efforts, through outbound call centres, with lotteries and donation campaigns, as well as an event, we have been able to provide families with practical safety equipment, including nighttime seizure monitors worth about $1,000 each, specialist breathable pillows for those most at risk at SUDEP. Anybody with nocturnal epilepsy will be given one of those pillows. So if they have a seizure, fall onto their face, they'll be able to breathe. This equipment provides an additional layer of safety and reassurance to families dealing with a seizure during their sleep. For parents, the impact cannot be underestimated. We hear from parents who sleep beside their children or who are effectively only half asleep throughout the night because they can constantly be listening. And the psychological burden of the constant fear is enormous. To date, the Epilepsy Centre has provided more than $300,000 worth of medical equipment. So I ask, why aren't all the hospitals referring them directly to us on diagnosis, the care and support, to take the burden away from the hospitals? But can we ask a bigger question? Should access to essential support and safety equipment depend on whether a charitable organisation has sufficient donations to provide it? And I would like to share a personal experience because I think it demonstrates what I believe is possible in the epilepsy space and realistic, and have been given my son's permission to share this information. My son is currently undergoing treatment for cancer. This is the second time he's had this being diagnosed in June last year. He's only been discharged last week after 3 weeks of intensive therapy and intense observations. As a mother, I've experienced firsthand what happens when a person receives serious diagnosis and there is a coordinated system of support. Within 1 week of diagnosis, he received a phone call from the Cancer Council of South Australia asking if he could provide him any information on his type of epilepsy, whether he'd like to come in and whether he can email him anything at all. They contacted him proactively and offered information and offered him the journey ahead. Through Flinders Medical Centre and a public hospital, he was referred to a psychologist to assist him with his emotional impact of his diagnosis and support him during treatment and beyond. And he has been referred to and seen a financial planner and advisor. He's provided access to nutritional advice through a nutritionist at Flinders Medical Centre and a team of oncologists working on his diagnosis and treatment ongoing. And I've watched for years the epilepsy experience and I beg to ask, why couldn't our healthcare provide the exact same pathway for a person diagnosed with epilepsy? Why shouldn't every epilepsy organisation in a state and territory be notified on appropriate consent and with privacy safeguards when somebody receives an epilepsy diagnosis? Why should that person have to go looking for our services? At present, too often the system relies on hit and miss referrals. An epilepsy diagnosis can be just as life-changing and sometimes losing their employment or their driver's licence. And it fundamentally can change a person's social life, relationship, mental well-being and sense of identity. We also see gaps in nutrition. Many children and adults with epilepsy require specialised dietary interventions, including ketogenic dietary, which Dr. Saxon touched on. My son's experience has shown that when a system provides coordinated clinical, psychological, financial and practical support, it can make an enormous positive difference to his current and future aspects in every way of his life, and this should be given to people living with epilepsy. We have an opportunity here through this wonderful inquiry to make a meaningful and lasting difference not only to the people living with epilepsy today, but many families in the future. No family should ever navigate epilepsy alone. Thank you for your time. I'll pass you on to Sharon.
Hello, thank you for having us. So I'm speaking to you today as a registered nurse, but also as a concerned citizen and family member as well. So I'm a registered nurse and have been since 1994. prior to that an enrolled nurse, so that's all I've ever done and ever known. So in this time I've worked in many fields of nursing and have experience of seizures due to many conditions, and of course the biggest one of course being epilepsy. So I've worked in emergency departments, alcohol and other drugs, mental health, education in the tertiary sector, and I've been lucky enough for the last 3 years that I've worked with the Epilepsy Centre. So growing up, I've experienced my grandfather having seizures, which was terrifying as a child to witness. These were never explained to me, and in fact they were said, don't mention this outside of the house. So to this day I'm not quite sure why he was having seizures. When I was a teenager, my brother was diagnosed with epilepsy secondary to a traumatic brain injury. He unfortunately passed away in 2014, complications due to liver failure. And look, this was brought on by many factors, but one of which being damage caused by a commonly prescribed anti-seizure medication. This wasn't the only reason, but it was a contributing factor to his overall ill health. Additionally, and on top of having to give up his much-loved job of being a house painter for Jennings Homes, he experienced a 45-minute seizure. This was prolonged due to a long wait for the ambulance. We did not have midazolam then. He suffered further irreversible cognitive changes and was unable to live independently. He had to move into supportive care and died at the age of 48. So as a nurse, a sister and a granddaughter, I've seen the physical effects on a person having seizures, the co-effects of medication, and firsthand the mental health impacts that this condition has. Partly, these are due again to medications that can have a profound effect on mood, memory, affect, cognition, as well as distressing physical side effects. I've had people say to me, I'd rather take my risk and have seizures than live with the effects of the medications. When I encourage them to speak to their doctor, they can often report mixed responses to this. In addition to this, there's other changes and effects on the life, inability to pursue or continue chosen career paths, effect on independence, inability to drive at times, which of course then has significant knock-on effects for family, work, commitment, etc. Public transport is a scary and often dangerous option if a seizure were to occur. And private transport such as Uber and taxi is prohibitively expensive and also can be dangerous when you're on your own. Maintaining income becomes a primary concern for many, as well as a profound fear of what their future may hold and grief for dreams and aspirations that are lost. The frequency, severity and type of seizures experienced, as well as the formal and informal supports available to the person, has a large bearing on how deeply these impacts are experienced. I've sat in my job, but also just as a community member and family member with grown men and women as they have despaired about how they will care for their children, pick them up from school, support them financially. New mums who have had first seizures in pregnancy, now unable to hold their babies for fear of dropping them, or being unable to be alone with them for fear of having a seizure. A lot of these people become very isolated for this reason. Women who experience seizures related to hormone fluctuations throughout the month, this has many knock-on effects and of course the inability to be at work reliably sometimes. I've talked with parents who once their child has a first seizure, they're absolutely terrified to allow their kids to do normal kid things like swimming, sleepovers, camps, riding bikes, even showering or bathing alone. And certainly other parents are scared to have those kids in their home as well. So everything becomes fraught with fear. We speak to parents all the time who have had their kids in bed with them for years for fear of SUDEP. And monitoring devices, if they are appropriate, are often very expensive and out of people's reach. This is just a fraction of the seemingly endless list of challenges faced but not only made worse by very long wait lists to see doctors, little or no funding or support under NDIS when epilepsy is the diagnosis, and no transport subsidy options to get to employment or study. There is stigma still in the community, and often poor experiences are reported in ED. It can be a real hit and miss as to the experience that people have. Clients voice difficulty navigating a very confusing system, frustrations with long wait times. This all leads to a very isolative and dangerous time for the individual, partner and parents trying to navigate all of the aspects of this condition. I believe a wraparound approach for individuals and families that would include timely access to neurology, epilepsy nurses, social work, psychology, transport subsidy, respite would be the ideal approach in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. There's been quite a bit in your opening statements, but I have a few questions that I'd like to ask, and then I'll see if Senator Nandaraja has any. You note in your submission that you provide training in an awareness program, so for schools and other organisations. Could you just go into a little bit more detail about what that training actually involves?
Sure. So we have state government funding, and that is predominantly for epilepsy awareness training. And the underpinning reason behind that is to challenge stigma and myths, make more people aware, and also training in seizure first aid, which of course is really important. We also go to schools and we teach the same, however it's often directly regarding a particular student or child or a group. So we will review their plans, and we also do midazolam training, which is an emergency medication. Now, being an S4 medication and quite a very strong sedative, obviously we need to have stringent guidelines around our training and ensure that people are competent to have that on their premises and to administer it safely. So we do, that's I guess every day we are out doing that type of training.
When you go to a school that's asked you to come in and do awareness training because there's a student who's experiencing seizures, has epilepsy, is it the case that that school then engages in training their entire staff team?
Quite often, yes. So quite often they'll have us out, and it's either at the parent request or the school knows about us, which is fantastic. And we will go out and we'll often start off doing a small group, and then it ends up we get more and more from the same school saying, oh, actually now we need the OSH done, or now that child's going on a school camp and so we need all of those people done. And we end up getting more and more training and return training as well. So we end up doing annual training. If there is midazolam, even more so.
In terms of the funding for that training, so you said the state government funds you to do that training.
That's for epilepsy awareness only. Mm-hmm. So that's community organisations. Mm-hmm. When we go out to schools, then that is charged. So we need to charge them.
There's a small fee, I think it's fair to say, for that training. Very small.
So,
and the rest we fund ourselves out of our fundraising activities.
They want us in the state government have provided $250,000 a year for 4 years and for the next 4 years because of the ramping issues across South Australia. A lot of people will present to the emergency department having a seizure, but the seizure is stopped. If we can train as many individuals, including first responders, in you train the families that, you know, if that seizure stops in 5 minutes and this is what you need to do, please call the ambulance, but then call it back and cancel. Because you'll present in a hospital, as all these mums will tell you, you will sit there and they will send you home. There are some parents then receive training from us and they remember to film it. That'll give them more chances of actually staying. They won't let them go. But it's a ramping issue that just continues. But that training, the festival theatre, community organising, public pools, you know, the netball and basketball, so where there's flashing lights and the different epilepsy, we go out there to train people to know what to do when they're ushers in a theatre and the flashing lights appear. In community events, St John's, all of that is at no charge. Government departments, councils.
So the state government funds you to do that specific training.
Correct.
If schools want it, it's not just that the state government funds training of all teachers in schools. Schools have to individually request it and pay for it.
Yes.
You get state government funding for 4 nurses.
Equivalent of 0.3 FTE.
Okay, but then anything additional to that, like the equipment that you're providing people, I take it that's all fundraising?
Through our call centre outbound and through events and through fundraisers of some of the families that have done significantly over the years to make sure they pay it forward, because they also received the gift of...
So what does it cost to run all of the things that you do across a year?
Budget.
Might have to take that on notice. I do know what our overall budget is, but yeah, it's very good of me to take a question on notice, isn't it? Seeing as I'm going away, you're going to have to answer it, Robin. But yeah.
But we have very, very generous donors in South Australia and in the Northern Territory.
Now, in terms of what you do in the NT, do you do similar things in the NT, or it's just the nursing services that you provide there?
Nursing services, but at the moment you were building a bridge from 2009 when we re-established as South Australia and Northern Territory and opened branches there thanks to a personal donation over 6-7 years, and then it had to close because that donation stopped, and then reopening it a year and 18 months ago and being able to re-establish those connections. You'll hear from our nurse that's in training now but flying out tomorrow, and she has lived in Alice Springs and in Darwin for 5 years, and she's reconnecting with the community across all pathways to get out there.
So is there no Northern Territory funding at all from the Territory Government for any epilepsy support related services?
Not at this current time, but it's invaluable to be able to be based there. Invaluable. There is nothing, and you'll hear about the fly-in, fly-out services from Flinders and all the other things tomorrow.
Yep. Just in terms of in South Australia, the patient transport subsidy scheme, I'm interested to know, because you said you highlighted the difficulties that people living regionally and remote experience. What is the feedback that you get from people who you're working with who are dealing with epilepsy in relation to the sufficiency of that scheme, the good, the bad?
Well, I guess because I'm doing mostly metro, obviously we do travel a little bit. So it's even just the basic things. I had a young girl, she was 17, she was in her first year of uni, and all of a sudden she can't get to placement. She doesn't have any access to any subsidised transport whatsoever. She's not in a family position where she can be helped, so there's nothing for her.
Well, I'm also talking in relation to people who need access, so they live regionally, they need access to metropolitan health services. Each state has a... We have
a mother that's driven in today from Mount Gambier, a nice 5-hour drive to see you, and she has a daughter with epilepsy, and her name's Catherine, and she will talk to you all about that if you ask her specifically.
Well, we're not going to ask questions of that. That's just the experience, so that I'm interested in any feedback.
I would say that it's costly, prohibitive, and there's many frustrations about getting into the system, and particularly when you have seizures, like she does. But she will explain it to you.
Okay, thank you. Do you have any questions?
Just one. There are, in your submission, you estimate around 1,800 South Australians who have drug-resistant epilepsy. And you've also called for the need for a comprehensive epilepsy service here in South Australia with the wraparound supports and so on. How important is this service in a place like South Australia, given you're servicing not just people in South Australia but also in Northern Territory? And 1,800 is a big case burden per year. Where are these patients going, and why is it so important to have a comprehensive epilepsy service?
For me, it's just about, no different than I was explaining earlier, this is about a quality of life. It's about the fundamental right for everyone to be able to be helped through whatever their condition is. It is years in the making, and probably by the sounds of it, years in the setting up. But this generation and the next generation need that help every single day. Those people are still falling through the gaps. And the referrals, we are here waiting for every single patient that gets diagnosed in ED or wherever they get to be sent to us so we can take away that burden on the system.
Yeah, I feel that we do, if you don't mind, we are a bridge in between what is very long gaps in terms of the next neurology appointment or the next paediatrician or the next EEG. We can fill that gap a little bit in terms of education, seizure first aid, potentially life-saving devices like monitors, safety around the home. We get feedback, like you've answered all of our questions. I actually don't need to speak to anyone again now for a while because doctors are rushed. They've got very short amount of time to be able to answer the everyday questions, I guess.
People don't understand that. If you're given the diagnosis and the medication and sent on your way, but it isn't their job. But there isn't that gap, that network like the diagnosis of cancer. It's just sitting there waiting to be rolled out after that diagnosis.
Senator Nanda Raja, in answer to your question, why do we need it in South Australia? I mean, South Australia and Northern Territory are a very big strip down the middle of the country. Yes, flying to Melbourne's not difficult, but it's expensive for some people. Getting from the Northern Territory, getting from Darwin down to Adelaide or anywhere else, is, I'm sure you're aware, has got a whole host of problems. And then you heard from the panel earlier, even with some of the subsidy schemes, you know, $104 a day, I thought that was not going to get you very far in Adelaide. Don't know, it might you'll get even less in Sydney or Melbourne for that. So look, we need it here in the middle of the country. We can't just have it all concentrated in Melbourne. I mean, they're already experiencing extra blowouts in their time, I read somewhere, and something because people are going across.
And they're doing that, for the most part. They say about being referred, they're not being referred, they're seeking it out themselves. The families are seeking it out in desperation. They can't wait.
It's even worse.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks, Chair.
Can I say thank you very much for your submission, for the time that you've taken to give evidence to us today, and also for the work that you're doing in a really important space. And it's clear that you're spending as much time raising the money to do the work as you are doing the work. So, strength to your arms, and thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm now going to call our lived experience witnesses to the table. Thanks, everyone. So this session is an opportunity for the committee to hear from members of the community about your lived experiences. And so I'm going to remind Michelle and I and Senator Antic that this is just a listening exercise. It's your opportunity to give information to us. I also need to remind you that it's a public hearing and these are formal proceedings, so we're going to conduct them in an orderly and respectful way. And most importantly, I want to remind witnesses not to disclose any personal or private information such as your full name or your address or your date of birth, because we are being live streamed, so once it's out there, it can't come back. I'm now going to welcome all of you to the table, and I'm going to ask each of you to state your first name only, and I'm going to start at this end of the table and work my way to that end.
Hello, I'm Carolyn.
Hello, I'm Kim.
Hi, I'm Beck.
Hi, I'm Catherine.
Thank you. I'm now going to invite each of you to make a short statement around 10 minutes each, and we're just going to sit and listen. So, Carolyn.
Hi, I have a child who's now 24, and he has refractory epilepsy, otherwise known as DEE or catastrophic epilepsy or drug-resistant epilepsy. He's had so many diagnoses over the years, I've lost count of them. I suppose what I really want to say, though, at the centre is he's a beautiful human being. And what my experience with him has taught me is that I look for the doctors, the care providers, who actually see the light within him. Because what I've come to find is that often that gets ignored in the rush for them to make diagnoses, for them to be heard, for them to be important, for them to come up with pathways, whatever. It doesn't really work. I actually need him to be seen, and I need to be heard as a mother. I'm not just a mother of a child with epilepsy, I'm also a GP. And so my experience with him has actually taught me how to really see the other person on the other side of the desk and actually come up with pathways that are very person-centred. But I have to be really precise here. Our children are dying. We've been to a number of funerals, and we all know that. We all know that really we are the lucky ones, even though we're having to put up with watching our kids have seizure after seizure. They call them behaviours, but my child has severe anxiety. He screams, he yells, he poos on the floor, he kicks me across the room. He won't take medication, so we have always had difficulty with medication. But at the end of the day, I suppose I'm really lucky that I've still got him. What we're talking about is not just PTSD, we're actually talking about trauma on a daily basis. And it's an extraordinary nature of trauma that you have to deal with because you are watching your child go through what looks like they are dying time and time again. And I suppose the only time I've ever come across a doctor who really heard me was when we self-referred over to Victoria. When my son was 5, we'd tried probably 5 or 6 different medications, most of which made him worse. He was having 100 seizures a day, and I'm just like, I need to find somewhere else around Australia or across the other side of the world. I don't care what it's going to take, I'm going to take him somewhere where somebody will actually listen. Our experience there was chalk and cheese. I wish that I could clone that doctor. Am I allowed to say her name?
If it's positive, yes.
Yes, Ingrid Scheffer. If I could clone her and bring her over here, it was just, oh my God. We felt like we'd finally found some answers. Of course, we didn't find answers to our solutions because he's now 24, this has gone on for a very long time, but at least we had somebody who actually was partnering with us. We could actually go on this together. Here in South Australia, we feel very isolated. Epilepsy, even in somebody else in your family, actually changes you. You can actually feel it. It creates fear. And that fear then determines how you then can impact sort of in the rest of your world. It's actually taken me a long time to actually just calm that. I'm still trying. But I suppose over time, what we noticed was that we could actually find that help. The fact that we're actually having this Senate inquiry, and I'm so grateful, thank you, basically is an admission that what we are doing is not working. We actually have to make changes, because otherwise that's definition of insanity. We have to make changes. It might be working for epilepsy, which is just one medication, 2 medications, but it's not working for drug-resistant epilepsy. So we need to make changes. We would really like to be part of the solutions. Here in South Australia, we feel locked out of being heard. We are not being heard. We are not being partnered with. We're not having opportunities at the table. And so what I'd like to provide is an opportunity to kind of put solutions forward. The brain changes itself. We actually have heard, we all know about brain plasticity, neuroplasticity. I'm a GP. Of course, when my son was having seizures, I went straight to the textbooks. He wasn't born with a medication deficiency disorder. He was born with a problem with his brain. So I then wanted to learn how to understand the brain. Neuroplasticity is a real and lifelong thing. The brain continually remodels synaptic connections. Adult neurogenesis occurs in specific regions. We actually know this. We actually had the neurosurgeon talk about having vagal nerve stimulation. I mean, hello, it works if we can just reduce that sort of activity inside the brain. Neuroinflammation is a reversible state. I'm going to bring in ketogenic therapies. I specialise in ketogenic therapies. We use it for so many medical conditions. You asked what it was? Okay, it can be seen as a therapy, but if we just go back 2 generations, everybody was ketogenic anyway. They were eating according to seasons, locally produced, organic, when possible, foods according to your latitude and time of the year. I mean, hello, that makes sense. It's actually what all Indigenous people did. Ketogenic therapy is actually just how we should be. It's our natural state. Ketones suppress inflammation. Ketones, we know ketones work. Why? Because fasting, everybody's doing fasting now. It works. It should be standard of care right at the beginning, and we need people who actually understand it. So we need centres that actually involve ketogenic metabolic therapies. This is not fringe. This is mainstream in a lot of places. It's actually really good quality care. Mitochondrial biogenesis. Again, we know about mitophagy. We know about how to actually incorporate mitochondrial healing. It's called epigenetics. So while it's fantastic what research is being done about genetic epilepsies, but genetics is only one part of our cells. We also have mitochondria, and they actually contribute on whether we actually express a gene or whether we ignore a gene. So we need to know more about that. So I suppose in asking for a seat at the table, I would love to be part of those solutions. I think that we actually need mandatory informed consent on alternatives. Clinicians must be able to disclose what the options are and also talk about the dietary and metabolic therapies. We also need to talk about, I don't know if anybody's mentioned, the endocannabinoid system. So it's medicinal cannabis. Why do I mention that? Because almost every family will go looking for it, and they'll go looking for it before the doctors talk about it. Now, the endocannabinoid system is not fringe. This is actually part of our nervous system. So why they don't know about it, I don't know, but I'd really like them to learn. There's a lot of research out there about it, and again, it's a safe medication. Our experience is that it's been fantastic. It has less side effects than anything else that he's been on. So we want to be consulted. We'd like seats at the table. We would also like second opinions, and we'd like referral options to be offered first up. And now I better be quiet because I need to give other people the opportunity to talk. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Carolyn. Kim.
Oh, hi. I'll just read from my words, thank you. I've struggled to find the words to explain what it means to spend 17 years living in a constant state of fight or flight, watching your child suffer whilst having to make life-altering decisions on behalf of someone who cannot make them for themselves. I'm here today as a mother to my beautiful daughter. She lives every day with epilepsy and significant disabilities that coexist with her condition. She does not have the cognitive capacity to advocate for herself, so I've become her advocate and voice and have sacrificed my career and much of my own identity to give our daughters the opportunity to be the best version of herself whilst living with debilitating epilepsy. Just make something clear, this speech will not represent statistics, rather it will become purely from a lived journey. Our journey began when our 4-month-old started experiencing unusual twitches and spasms that I've never seen before. We were presented to hospital multiple times. We were told to record the episodes until the day I sat in the emergency department and refused to leave until we had answers. Eventually, we were listened to and told, yes, your child's having seizures, you need to find a neurologist. And then we were left to navigate an overwhelming and frightening path on our own. We were advised to seek a private neurologist because a public waiting time was approximately 2 years. We were frightened and we were in unknown territory. Our paediatrician had some epilepsy knowledge, so he commenced medication until we found a neurologist. Finally, the diagnosis led to West syndrome, so basically a rare and a catastrophic form of epilepsy that requires early intervention. By this stage, she was developmentally delayed and experiencing thousands of seizures every day, otherwise known as infantile spasms. Private neurologists advise us to trial medications, keep a record. She may never walk, she probably won't talk, she'll have complex disabilities. Remember leaving that appointment thinking, how do you walk away from hearing all of this and simply move forward? You don't, you survive, you research, you fight, and you have hope. You do everything you can to save your child. When the system doesn't move quickly enough, as parents, we undertook our own extensive research into treatment options for West syndrome, and international evidence was identifying ACTH as an important early treatment, but ACTH was not available to us in Australia. No really reason why. Indeed, our daughter was placed on high-dose therapy. The consequences, side effects were devastating. Our baby became swollen, irritable and distressed. There was some seizure reduction, but the side effects were severe. We survived on approximately 4 hours of sleep at night. I never returned to work for years, and my husband continued working 2 jobs. Our daughter remained on steroids. Medications were repeatedly added, changed and combined. And then in 2013, we finally accessed a neurologist through the public hospital system, where we built new relationships and asked continuous questions about new innovative surgeries, ketogenic diets, trials or medications, most of which got answers were not available. When a parent becomes a researcher through further research, we were aware of emerging evidence around CBD oil for children. At this time, accessing in South Australia was illegal and or expensive. So for 4 years, I was that painful parent who fought at every level of the system to gain legal access to CBT treatment. It was a gut feeling, mother's intuition, lots of research, call it what you want, but I had belief it was going to work. I watched children overseas experience life-changing outcomes by trialling a plant-based medicine. 4 years of advocacy, we were finally approved in 2017. It was life-changing. First time in 9 years, the fog lifted, cognitive improvement was extraordinary. She became calmer, she was more engaged. First time in life, she experienced seizure freedom without the debilitating side effects we had come to know so well. CBD medication was financially inaccessible for many. It placed financial pressure on our family, already carrying the burden of substantial medical and caregiving burdens. Isa remained seizure-free until 2021. Hormonal changes coincided with the return of her seizures, and 5 years later, here we are still living in the traumatic cycle, still searching for seizure control. The return of seizures has made me question how we care for girls and women living with epilepsy. Why aren't we more proactive from an early age in understanding the relationship between hormonal changes, puberty, early puberty, adolescence, adulthood, pregnancy, perimenopause? All of these changes can affect seizure patterns and medication management. So why are families often left to discover this through experience? Why are we not engaging endocrinology and gynecology to part of a more integrated approach to epilepsy care? They are not separate issues, they all are connected. Then I ask, as we're about to exit the paediatric system, we're already hearing about backlogs and limited access to adult neurologists. If there are no available adult neurologists, what happens to the children like our daughter? They stay in paediatric services, and when they stay, new children wait longer for appointments. Do we have to travel in-state or overseas? Will we face another waiting list? Will I have to sit down with another doctor and explain 17 years of history all over again? It needs to be a planned, supported pathway yet again. In our world, it's more than epilepsy. Isla's also neurodivergent. She has a formal diagnosis of intellectual disability, autism, ADHD, sensory process, visual tracking disorder, along with her epilepsy. This is a lot for one person to navigate, as well as the enormous impact seizures have on the whole body. The body, gut, mind and soul is impacted with every seizure, and the recovery can last minutes, hours, days and months. The effect on the nervous system cannot be measured. A truly holistic, person-centred approach needs to occur to support their nervous system. Our home is heavily modified to support her, with corners softened, seats in showers, padding on floors, seizure monitors, swinging chairs to help her regulate, headphones, visual boards, keypad entry, and I sleep with her or a monitor next to my bed every single night. She's vulnerable. She has someone with her 24/7. In saying all this, she is more than her diagnosis, and she's also determined. We provide her with many opportunities, but some weeks epilepsy controls that narrative and she doesn't succeed with any of it. Some days and weeks are much harder. This leads to our family as a whole. In our family, we live every day in a circle of trauma. Epilepsy and disability affect our entire family. We've lived through thousands of seizures, the injuries, the hospital, the therapy visits and the side effects. Our nervous system has been shaped by chronic trauma and hypervigilance. Sometimes our bodies do not know how to calm. Every scream that echoes through the house before she goes into a tonic-clonic, every thud as her body hits the ground and we see what part of her has been injured, every moment of waiting to see whether the seizure will stop before emergency medication is needed, and the constant interrupted sleep. All of it keeps us in a constant state of alert. We calculate everything from how far are we from hospital? Is it safe to have a holiday? If we leave the country, will her meds be allowed? Can she safely use those stairs? Should we avoid the escalator? Where have we parked? What happens if she drops suddenly? Am I physically strong enough to catch her? Can we go to sleep tonight and trust that she'll wake up tomorrow morning? And then there's our daughter herself. She carries her own trauma. Her fear of hospital is so intense that it makes her physically sick. Then there's her sister. She has missed out on so many aspects of childhood. She became independent and resilient far too early. Our family's new normal became something she simply had to adapt to. She'd become a young carer. She worries about her sister and she worries about her own future. Who will care for Isa when we are gone? We talk about a circle of support as though it's easy to create. It isn't. People cannot always physically or emotionally manage seizure and complex disability. Family and friends have their own children, work and commitments. Grandparents age, and eventually that circle becomes very small. You find you trust a few and you hold on tightly. Whew. This brings me to inclusion and connection being part of epilepsy care. Inclusion should not be something we have to fight for. It should be built into our schools, workplaces, health system and communities. Participation without judgment or stigma. Families deserve to be heard, and people with lived experience must have a voice in the decisions that shape their lives. My daughter attends a mainstream school. We've had to pave the way, educate and advocate at every step. Her curriculum is heavily modified, but her right to learn alongside peers should never be questioned. Epilepsy and disability should not be feared. They should be understood. With the right support and trained staff, school can be a place where every child belongs, learns and feels safe. For 14 years, our family has been involved in the Epilepsy Centre of South Australia, as they didn't receive government funding. We have worked tirelessly to educate our community about epilepsy, and as a family, we have raised more than $200,000 to support people and family living with epilepsy, all which was donated to the epilepsy centres to support families along the journey to know they are not alone, especially when families often turn to social media groups because they are desperate for answers. But they can also expose vulnerable families to misinformation when searching for answers, the most frightening and overwhelming moments of their lives. They need somewhere they can trust. So what am I asking for? So as a mother, as a carer and someone who has spent 17 years navigating this system, this is what I am asking for. The need to change. Early diagnosis and faster access to the right specialists. A truly holistic approach to epilepsy, treating the whole person and understanding the complex relationships between epilepsy, the brain, the nervous system, physical health, emotional well-being and quality of life. Recognition of invisible disability and access to disability liaison officers, both at hospitals. Leading edge neurology care aligned with worldwide advances. Continuative care so families don't have to repeatedly explain their history. Seizure management plans that are accessible and that you can actually understand. better transition pathways from childhood into adolescence and adulthood, integrated mental health support as part of epilepsy care, greater epilepsy education for training for workplaces, schools and health professionals and the community. A dedicated epilepsy space built around people, not just seizures. A place where lived experience is valued, heard and incorporated into care, bringing together education, counselling, peer support, community connection and practical support under one roof. A safe space where people live with epilepsy and their families can access the knowledge, guidance, advocacy and support they need through their journey. A place that also recognises the profound loss experienced by families who have lost a loved one to epilepsy, providing a space for grief, connection, understanding, remembrance and healing. Above all, we need a different way of seeing epilepsy. Just last night, as I lay in bed with my daughter, she finally falls asleep. Shortly afterwards, she was woken by a seizure. In between the clusters of the seizures, she cried through her tears with so much frustration and anger in her voice. She said, "I can't live with these seizures. You, Dad and the doctor need to fix them." She kept crying. "I hate them." Her dad came in, her sister came in, her dog came in. We all lay with her. We stay until the seizure stops. Eventually exhaustion takes over. So we lie beside her. We protect her, we comfort her, we do everything we can. And then morning comes. We get up, we go to work, we go to school, we show up, we put on a brave face, we compartmentalise, and we carry what happened during the night with us. This is our reality, because epilepsy does not just happen during a seizure. Epilepsy happens in the minutes, the hours, the days, the weeks and the years in between. Our daughter deserves more than survival. She deserves a life that is supported and understood, and so does everyone living with epilepsy. And I want the next parents, caregivers who walk out of the hospital room after hearing the words, "Your child has epilepsy," to experience something different from what happened with us. I want them to walk out of that room and not feel alone. To my daughter, thank you for allowing me to share our story. You, darling, an absolute inspiration to so many. You are braver than you realise, and you have this incredible ability to light up a room and teach everyone around you. Resilience is something you should never have to carry, but somehow you do it with so much strength and grace. Our motto is day by day. May we see change in our lifetime. Thank you for listening.
Thanks, Kim. Rebecca.
Hi, committee and chair. Thanks for having me here today. I'm here before you today also as a mother of a child with epilepsy. The difference is on January 25th of this year, I held her in my arms for the very last time. She was 28. 10 months before her death, she'd married the love of her life. She had a husband who adored her, a family who loved her, and a future that should have stretched out before her. Instead, I'm here today talking to you about epilepsy and what I believe we need to learn from her experience. My daughter was diagnosed with epilepsy when she was 7 years old. The first couple of years were extremely difficult, with constant seizures and navigating medication changes. Eventually, though, we were steered in the right direction of a neurologist, and we got her medication mix right, and seizures were largely controlled. But that didn't mean epilepsy stopped affecting her life. She was constantly tired. The medications affected her cognition. She struggled at school and had learning difficulties. She was often bullied from other children who didn't understand seizures or epilepsy. And when she got older, epilepsy denied her a driver's licence and ended her hopes of becoming a nurse when she had experienced a series of seizures while at university. These experiences matter because epilepsy is not simply a medical condition that happens during a seizure. It can affect education, independence, friendships, employment, relationships and confidence. Despite the enormous barriers, my beautiful daughter found a way to live her life. She completed a certificate in aged care and she worked in the sector. And she met and married the love of her life. For a time, although never completely seizure-free, she was able to live a relatively normal life. Then everything changed. Over the last 6 months of her life, her seizures began to increase, and in the final 3 months, they escalated dramatically. Despite medication adjustments, her seizures became more frequent, resulting in several serious injuries. Her husband became increasingly worried that one day she would have a seizure that she would not survive. They lived 3 hours from Adelaide, and their local GP clinic had just closed due to workforce issues in South Australia. My daughter was becoming more and more frightened that she would die in a seizure, and she was losing all hope of having any kind of quality of life. Someone by chance told us about the Alfred Epilepsy Clinic in Melbourne, a comprehensive and multidisciplinary, and I won't emphasise the word multidisciplinary, clinic offering access to advanced treatments and therapies not available in our state. She advocated for herself, even though she was having constant seizures and she was having constant injuries. She secured a referral from her neurologist and eventually obtained a telehealth appointment to discuss potential inpatient admission. She wanted to explore treatment options. It gave us hope and more importantly, it gave her hope that there were options beyond trying yet another seizure medication. Sadly, she never made it to that appointment. She died before she had the opportunity. And this is where I believe the issue of drug-resistant epilepsy becomes critically important. The International League Against Epilepsy defines drug-resistant epilepsy as the failure of adequate trials of two appropriately chosen and tolerated anti-seizure medications to achieve sustained seizure freedom. International expert consensus recommends that people with drug-resistant epilepsy should be offered referral for evaluation for epilepsy surgery as soon as drug resistance is established. This does not mean every person will be suitable for surgery. What it means is they deserve a comprehensive epilepsy assessment to determine what treatment options may be available to them. That can include video EEG monitoring, detailed medication review, dietary therapy, such as the keto diet, neuromodulation, neuropsychological assessment, consideration of surgery and other advanced treatments. My daughter was seeking that assessment. She had an appointment, she never made it there. And I believe this raises an important systemic question for this committee. Why should a South Australian with drug-resistant epilepsy have to look interstate to find comprehensive epilepsy care? For someone experiencing frequent and unpredictable seizures, travelling interstate is not a minor inconvenience. It can be frightening, it can be expensive, and often requires a family member to travel with them. And it creates just yet another barrier for people who are already dealing with a serious neurological condition. So I ask this committee to consider a broader question. Do South Australians have equitable access to the same comprehensive epilepsy care as what's available interstate? My daughter was admitted to the Royal Adelaide Hospital Neurology Ward on December the 3rd, 2025, after significant escalation in her seizures. On December the 6th, she was experiencing frequent prolonged episodes of absent seizures with little to no recovery between them. She was in non-convulsive status epilepticus, a neurological emergency requiring urgent and timely escalation. She was transferred to intensive care and eventually placed into a medically induced coma to gain control of her seizures, which brings me to another issue that I believe this committee should examine carefully: access to EEG when it's clinically required. December the 6th was a Saturday. The specialist EEG service was not available out of hours or on weekends, and I believe that is the case in many capital cities. EEG was not available until Monday, December the 8th. It subsequently showed that the anaesthetic drugs had not stopped the seizures and that she remained in status epilepticus and had been in that state for a long time. EEG is critical in managing non-convulsive status epilepticus because heavily sedated patients may not show obvious clinical signs that seizures are continuing. Over the next 55 days, there were repeated attempts to control seizures using additional medications and therapies, a VNS implant. But each time sedation was reduced, the seizures returned. Eventually, we were told there was nothing more that could be done and all treatment options had been exhausted. Her life support was withdrawn and we waited for our daughter to die. Her last words ever spoken to me were, "Mum, I don't want to die." She had been married just 10 months. My purpose today is to ask that we can learn from my daughter's experience and what we can change for the future. And this is what I'm asking you to examine. I would like to finish by making some recommendations. I ask the committee to examine whether every state and territory has equitable access to comprehensive epilepsy services, including video EEG. And where these services are not available, I ask the committee to consider what investment is needed to establish them. I ask the committee to examine out-of-hours access to EEG in major city and regional hospitals across Australia. And I also ask you to examine the shortage of specialist staff who perform and interpret EEG, including neurophysiologists, and consider how this workforce can be expanded. I ask the committee to examine opportunities to expand the specialist nursing workforce across Australia. Specialist nurses can provide education, seizure management, medication support, pregnancy planning, and coordinate care between GPs and specialists. They can also provide a vital link to specialist services for people in rural and regional areas, reducing the need for patients and families to travel to capital cities. And I would just like to make a point that the Epilepsy Centre in SA were of great support to us, and we had a lovely nurse that came to visit us that when my daughter was younger, and gave us hope and educated us. So my final recommendation is that I just ask the committee to recommend that people who meet accepted criteria for drug-resistant epilepsy have a clear pathway to comprehensive epilepsy assessment. Access to comprehensive epilepsy assessment and treatment should not depend on your postcode. People living in South Australia should not have to travel interstate simply to find what treatment options might be available to them. And people living in regional areas should not be disadvantaged because specialist epilepsy services are concentrated in capital cities. My daughter lived with epilepsy from the age of 7. For many years, she was able to live a relatively normal life. She married the man she loved. She desperately wanted to be a mother. She had plans for her future. And then in the final year of her life, epilepsy took more and more of that future away from her. She fought to understand what was happening. She fought to access specialist care. She fought for treatment options, and ultimately she lost that fight. But I don't want her story to end here. I want it to lead to meaningful change within our health system for people living with epilepsy. My daughter cannot benefit from these changes, but another person's daughter might. Another husband might have more time with his wife. Sorry. Another parent might get more time with their daughter. Another brother might get more time with his sibling. This is why I'm here, to ask that we learn. Thank you.
Catherine, I'm going to have to leave, but I'm going to listen in the car. I've got a plane to catch, and I will also read the Hansard. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and most importantly for the opportunity to give a voice to the lived experience of epilepsy. My name is Catherine and I'm the mum of Ella. For more than 16 years I have watched epilepsy shape my daughter's life, and for almost as long I've fought desperately to make sure that it does not define it. Ella experienced her first seizure at 3 months of age. She went limp in my arms, her lips turned blue, she was unresponsive. At the time we were told it was a febrile convulsion, but the seizures continued. Then came her first tonic-clonic seizure. I watched my tiny toddler fall backwards as her entire body convulsed. Eventually, after 8 tonic-clonic seizures in just 12 hours, we heard the words that would change our lives forever. Your daughter has a seizure disorder. That was March 2012, and that was the day our world changed. Because epilepsy doesn't just happen during a seizure. It follows you home from hospital, it sits beside you at the dinner table, it comes to school, it comes on holidays, it comes to birthdays, Christmases, sporting events and family celebrations. It influences where you go, how long you can stay, who can care for your child, what they can eat, what they can participate in, and how far away you can be from medical help. Every decision our family make has epilepsy sitting at its core. Today, she experiences relentless seizure activity. At times, electrical discharges in her brain occur as frequently as every 30 seconds. Think about that for a moment. Imagine trying to learn while your brain is being interrupted every 30 seconds. Imagine trying to hold a conversation, remember an instruction, complete schoolwork, play sport, build friendships, or simply make it through the day as an ordinary teenager. She has had to grow up knowing she is different. When she was younger, perhaps those differences were easier to protect her from, but teenagers notice. They notice what their friends do that they cannot. They notice when they need extra support. They notice when their brain doesn't work the way they desperately want it to. They notice the invitations that don't come, the conversations they cannot keep up with, and the schoolwork that becomes harder. Epilepsy has affected her socially, academically, and emotionally, and the older she becomes, the heavier that burden seems to be. There have been times when the relentless reality of epilepsy has become so overwhelming that she is engaged in self-harm. The physical seizures are only one part of epilepsy. There's also the trauma of living every day waiting for the next one. For Ella, that meant growing up with a brain that she cannot always trust. It affected her education, her friendships, her independence, and her mental health. And epilepsy leaves its mark on families too. After years of witnessing seizures, medical emergencies, and living with the constant possibility that something could go terribly wrong, I've been diagnosed with PTSD. I don't tell you that because I want this story to be about me. I tell you because caregiver trauma is another largely unseen consequence of uncontrolled epilepsy. We don't get to switch off. Every night I go to sleep with one ear open. Every morning I walk into her bedroom to wake her for medication. I turn on the light and for one brief moment I hold my breath and wait for her blanket to move. Then it does and I breathe again. Tomorrow morning I'll do exactly the same thing. This is what 16 years of uncontrolled epilepsy does to a family. We are forced to live in constant state of fight or flight. Epilepsy doesn't only belong to the person with it. Our whole family lives with epilepsy. We plan around it, we worry around it, we spend around it, we sleep around it. I've watched the veil come across my daughter's eyes hundreds of thousands of times. I know the exact moment a seizure takes hold of her brain, and with every seizure there is a part of me that feels like I'm watching her fall a little further away. There is an enormous ripple effect that reaches to every part of a person's life and every part of a family's life. And for regional families like ours, there's another layer: access. For years, accessing neurological care meant travelling from our home to Adelaide, a 10-hour round trip, again and again. For someone living with uncontrolled epilepsy, neurological care is not optional. It is not something that can simply wait for years. Epilepsy does not wait for an appointment. Seizures do not pause because a clinic is full. We've spent thousands of dollars travelling to access specialist neurological care: fuel, accommodation, time away from work and school. Over the years, we've trialled medication after medication, often in combination, desperately hoping that this one might finally give her brain a break. But these medications come with consequences of their own. We've watched them alter her emotions and behaviour, with those effects flowing into schools and relationship. Another medication, another dose adjustment, another EEG, another hope, another disappointment. The cycle is relentless. And when the treatment we needed wasn't available in South Australia, we travelled interstate. From 2019 to 21, Ella participated in a clinical trial in Melbourne for CBD treatment. For the first time, we saw the seizure fog begin to lift. Her seizures reduced by around 30%, and we saw more of her. Her personality shone through, she was more present, more engaged, and we caught glimpses of the child epilepsy had so hidden from us so often. When the trial ended, we tried to continue funding it ourselves. In 2022, I spoke publicly about paying $196 every 12 and a half days for the minimum dose. Eventually, we couldn't sustain it. We were faced with decisions no family should have to make. Do we pay for the medication that is improving our daughter's quality of life, or do we pay the overdue electricity bill? Treatment access should not depend on your family's postcode or bank balance, and unfortunately, affordability has not been the only barrier we have faced. Access to specialist care has been another constant battle, and now as Ella approaches adulthood, we're facing another significant gap. After 16 years within paediatric care, she will soon need to transition into adult neurological services. But for young people living with complex, uncontrolled epilepsy, there simply cannot be a gap between where paediatric care ends and adult care begins. Right now, the reality in South Australia is very different. Current SA Health outpatient reporting shows wait times to access the epilepsy clinic at the Royal Adelaide extending from approximately 15 months to as long as 71 months, depending on clinical priority. For a young person whose brain can experience seizure activity every 30 seconds, we simply cannot wait. Epilepsy does not pause at 18. It does not become less complex because a patient has aged out of paediatric care. Families should not reach the end of a paediatric system that has known their child for years only to find themselves facing an enormous wait to enter the adult system. Because of those waiting times, we've made the decision to extend Ella's care interstate again. not because we want to, not because travelling interstate is easy or affordable, but because when your child is living with uncontrolled epilepsy, waiting years for specialist epilepsy care is not an option. There needs to be a formal transition pathway for young people with epilepsy moving from paediatric to adult services, one that begins when they age out, maintains continuity of care, and ensures that complex patients do not disappear into a waiting list at one of the most vulnerable times of their lives. The gap is not just inconvenient. For people living with uncontrolled epilepsy, it can have very real consequences, and these gaps are not new to us. We've been seeing them, living them, and trying to bridge them for more than a decade. In 2015, we created a local fundraising initiative. It grew from our own experience of discovering how limited epilepsy-specific services, education and support were, particularly for regional families. Through the support of our community, we've been able to bring the nurses from the Epilepsy Centre to our region to provide seizure first aid education and training to schools, childcare centres, sporting organisations and families. Education that can be life-changing for families, because knowing that the people around your child understand epilepsy and know how they can respond safely to a seizure provides a level of reassurance that is difficult to put into words. I'm incredibly proud of that, but families and communities should not have to fundraise to bridge the gaps in essential epilepsy education and support. Where you live should not determine the care you receive. Your postcode should not determine your access to a neurologist, and your bank balance should not determine whether you can access a treatment that improves quality of life. I'm here today driven by both grief and passion. Grief for everything I've watched epilepsy take from my daughter, grief from the childhood experiences it interrupted, grief for the teenager who simply wants to fit in, grief for the independence that she desperately craves but ultimately knows she can't have, and grief for the countless moments stolen by seizures. But I'm also driven by passion, because I refuse to believe that this is something families like ours should quietly accept. We need timely and equitable access to specialist epilepsy and neurological care, regardless of where someone lives. We need a coordinated transition pathway between paediatric and adult services so young people with complex epilepsies do not fall into a gap when they turn 18. We need treatment options to be accessible and affordable. We need epilepsy specialist nursing, education and support to reach our regional communities. We need greater recognition of the mental health and psychosocial impact of uncontrolled epilepsy, not only for the person living it, but for the families. And we need the voices of the people living with epilepsy and their families to remain at the centre of every decision made about their care. Earlier I told you at times electrical discharges in Ella's brain occur as frequently as 30 seconds. I've been speaking for close to 10 minutes today, and that means that Ella's brain has experienced 20 seizure discharges in the time I've been sitting here, 20 interruptions. While I've been sitting here talking about epilepsy, she's been living it. Ella is not a diagnosis. She is not an EEG. She is not a seizure count. She is my daughter. She is funny. She is determined. She is compassionate, and she's incredibly resilient. And she has spent her entire life fighting a battle inside her brain that most people around her cannot see. For 16 years, I've wished I could take epilepsy away from her. I can't. But what I can do is be here today and use my voice. I can tell you what epilepsy looks like behind closed doors. I can tell you about the exhaustion, the fear, the financial pressure, the isolation, the grief, and the extraordinary strength it takes for people like Ella to wake up every morning and do it all again. So my request to this inquiry is simple. Please don't let our stories end here. Listen to them, learn from them, and then turn them into meaningful change, because people living with epilepsy deserve more than simply surviving from one seizure to the next. They deserve the opportunity to live, and the families deserve a system that stands beside them rather than one they must constantly fight their way through. Epilepsy has already taken so much from our children and our families. Please don't allow a lack of access, affordability, understanding or action to take any more. Thank you.
Thanks, Catherine. Can I say thank you very much to Carolyn, Kim, Rebecca and Catherine. I want to reassure you that the lived experience evidence that the committee has been hearing as we travel around the country is at the core of this inquiry, and we will be doing our best to put recommendations to government that reflect the things that you have told us, and then we will be doing our best to push the government to implement them. So thank you very much. Thank you. That concludes our evidence today, and it concludes today's hearing. I want to thank all of the witnesses who appeared before the committee today. We've heard some really important and useful evidence. I also want to thank Hansard and Broadcasting for your assistance, to the Secretariat for the work that they do. The committee will report to the Senate on the 10th of September 2026, and there were no questions on notice taken during this session, but for the benefit of others who did take questions earlier, they should be provided by close of business on Monday the 31st of August 2026, and we now stand adjourned until we have our next hearing in Alice Springs. Thank you.